Hey there, welcome back to the channel. Today I have a bunch of new stories for you. Let's start right away with the first one. It is titled, My Wife's Father Invited Me to a Business Dinner with a Japanese Client. I kept quiet and pretended I didn't understand Japanese, but then I heard him say something that made me freeze. I couldn't believe what I was hearing. The email arrived on a Tuesday. I remember because Tuesdays were always quiet at the office. That dead zone between Monday's chaos and the midweek momentum that carried you through to Friday. I was halfway through a mediocre turkey sandwich when my phone buzzed. And there it was, a message from Richard Chen, my father-in-law, with a subject line that read simply, Opportunity. I stared at it for a moment before opening it. Richard and I had what you might call a cordial distance. He was polite at family gatherings, asked surface-level questions about my work as a marketing consultant, nodded thoughtfully when I answered. But there was always something behind his eyes, a calculation, an assessment. Like I was a stock, he was still deciding whether to buy or sell. My wife, Grace, assured me it was just his way. Dad's like that with everyone, she'd say, squeezing my hand. He's a businessman. He compartmentalizes. I loved Grace. God, I loved her. We'd been married 3 years together for 5, and she was the kind of person who made you believe in goodness. She taught second grade, came home with glitter in her hair, and stories about kids who couldn't tie their shoes, but could explain the water cycle. She saw the best in people, including her father. The email was brief. David, I have a business dinner Thursday evening with an important client from Tokyo, Tanaka-san from Hiroshi Industries. He's considering a significant partnership with Chen Dynamics. I think it would be valuable for you to join us. Good exposure for you. And Grace mentioned you've been looking to expand your consulting practice. Matsuri Restaurant 700 p.m. Dress well, Richard. I read it twice, then a third time. Richard had never invited me to anything business related. In his world, I was the guy who married his daughter. Acceptable, educated enough, but fundamentally separate from the empire he'd built. Chen Dynamics was his creation. A mid-sized import-export company that had grown from a single shipping container operation into a multi-million-dollar enterprise connecting American retailers with Asian manufacturers. Richard was proud of it in the way some men are proud of their children, fiercely, possessively, without room for question or critique. And now he wanted me there at a dinner with a potential partner. It felt like being invited to sit at the adults' table for the first time. I should have been grateful. I should have felt honored. Instead, I felt something else, something I couldn't quite name. A whisper of unease. Like the moment before you realize you've forgotten something important. I forwarded the email to Grace with a simple question mark. She responded within minutes, her text message bright with exclamation points. Oh my God, that's amazing. Dad must really trust you. This is huge for him. Hiroshi Industries is like a dream client. You have to go. So I went. Thursday arrived wrapped in that particular kind of autumn cold that makes you wish you'd worn a heavier coat, but too proud to admit it once you're already outside. I'd chosen my best suit, charcoal gray, tailored last year for a friend's wedding, and a burgundy tie that Grace said made me look distinguished. I felt like I was wearing a costume, playing dress up in my father-in-law's world. Matsuri Restaurant sat in the upscale district downtown, the kind of place where you needed a reservation weeks in advance, and the menu didn't list prices. I'd passed it a dozen times, but never been inside. The entrance was marked by a simple wooden sign with elegant kanji characters and a stone pathway that curved through a small garden. Even though we were in the middle of the city, it was designed to make you feel like you were stepping into another world. I arrived at 6:55 p.m., not too early to seem desperate. Not late enough to be disrespectful. Richard was already there, standing near the host station in a navy suit that probably cost more than my car payment. Next to him stood a man I assumed was Tanaka-san. Late 50s, silver-rimmed glasses, an expression of polite interest that seemed carved from stone. David Richards' handshake was firm, brief. This is Tanaka Hiroshi, CEO of Hiroshi Industries. Tanaka-san, this is my son-in-law. David Morrison, he's a marketing consultant. I bowed slightly, not too deep, just enough to show respect, and offered my hand. It's an honor to meet you, sir. Tanakan's handshake was measured, his eyes sharp. He said something in Japanese, and Richard laughed a calculated sound, like he'd practiced it. He says, the honor is his. Richard translated, though I already knew that. He's impressed that I have a consultant in the family. Here's what Richard didn't know. I spoke Japanese fluently. It wasn't something I advertised. I'd spent 2 years in Japan after college, teaching English in a small city outside Osaka. I'd fallen in love with the language, the culture, the way silence could mean more than words. I'd stayed longer than I planned, studying at night, practicing with anyone who would talk to me. By the time I came back to the States, I could navigate business meetings, understand news broadcasts, read novels in their original form. But it never came up with Richard. Why would it? We talked about weather, about grace, about surface things. He never asked about my time abroad. Never showed interest in anything that didn't directly relate to his world. And Grace knew I spoke some Japanese, but didn't realize the extent. To her, it was a fun party trick. I could order sushi properly, recognize characters on street signs. So, when Tanaka spoke, I kept my face neutral, politely blank. The international expression of someone waiting for translation. Richard gestured toward the private dining room. Shall we? The room was beautiful in that austere way that speaks of wealth. Low table, cushioned floor seating, a scroll painting on the wall depicting mountains shrouded in mist, a server in a crisp kimono, poured tea with movements so precise they looked choreographed. We settled in, Richard and Tanaka-san across from each other, me slightly to Richard's left. The positioning felt deliberate. I was close enough to be included, but far enough to be clearly secondary. A supporting character in someone else's scene. The conversation started safe, neutral. Richard talked about Chen Dynamics' growth trajectory, about their distribution network, about their reputation for reliability. Kanakin listened with that same carved expression, occasionally nodding, asking clarifying questions through Richard's interpretation. Except Richard wasn't just interpreting, he was editing. When Tanaka-san asked about labor practices at their partner factories, Richard translated it as a question about production capacity. When Tanaka-san mentioned concerns about supply chain transparency, Richard spun it into a question about logistics efficiency. I kept my face still, sipped my tea, nodded at appropriate moments, but inside something was shifting. A discomfort that started as a pin-prick and began to spread. The food arrived in waves, sushimi arranged like flowers, tempura so light it seemed to float. Miso soup served in lacquered bowls. Richard raised his glass in a toast. To partnership, he said, and Tanaka-san echoed him in Japanese. We drank. The sake was smooth, warm going down. Then Tanaka-san said something that made me set down my cup very carefully. This project involves a significant investment. I only do business with transparent people. Will you show me your company's real financial situation? Richard smiled. Warm, grandfatherly. He responded in English, which I would then need to translate back in my head to understand what Tanakin was hearing. Tanakin wants to confirm our mutual commitment to this partnership. He's expressing his enthusiasm. That wasn't remotely what he said. I felt something cold settle in my stomach. The kind of cold that has nothing to do with temperature and everything to do with recognition. The moment when you realize the ground beneath you isn't solid. Tanakin's eyes narrowed slightly. He wasn't stupid. He could sense the discrepancy. Even if he couldn't pinpoint it, he said something else slower this time, more deliberate. I don't work with liars. Richard laughed again. He says he's excited to see our facility next week. The lie was so blatant, so utterly disconnected from what had actually been said that for a moment I thought I'd misheard. That my Japanese was rustier than I thought. But no, I understood perfectly. And Richard was deliberately, systematically mistranslating every challenging question Tanaka-san asked. I looked at my father-in-law. Really looked at him. He was relaxed, confident, completely at ease. He thought he was in control. He thought he could manipulate this conversation, steer it toward whatever outcome he wanted, and no one would be the wiser because why would they? Who brings someone who speaks Japanese to a business dinner and doesn't mention it? Tanaka-san was speaking again. I want to ask about your son-in-law. Does he speak Japanese? Richard glanced at me. Then back to Tanakin. He's asking what you think of the meal, David. Tell him it's excellent. My mouth was dry. It's excellent, I said. Best I've had. Tanakin studied me for a long moment. Then he switched to English, accented but clear. You enjoy Japanese food, Mr. Morrison? Very much, I said. My voice sounded normal, calm, like I wasn't screaming internally. My wife and I try to visit authentic places when we can. Have you been to Japan? The question hung there. Richard's posture shifted almost imperceptibly. Alert. A long time ago, I said carefully. Right after college. I taught English for a while. Ah. Tanaka-san's expression didn't change. Where? Osaka Prefecture. A small city. You probably wouldn't know it. I see. He returned to his sake, to his food. But I could feel him thinking, processing, calculating. The dinner continued. More dishes arrived. More lies were translated. Richard grew increasingly comfortable, talking about profit margins that sounded inflated, about supplier relationships that seemed too good to be true, about contracts he claimed were already secured, when Tanakan had explicitly said he needed to see documentation first. And I sat there, silent. Complicit by virtue of my silence. Because here's the thing about knowledge. Once you have it, every moment you don't act becomes a choice. Every second I sat there understanding the real conversation while Richard spun his fiction, I became part of the deception. Not actively, I wasn't lying, but I was allowing the lies to continue. I was the silent witness to something that felt increasingly like fraud. When Tanaka-san excused himself to take a phone call, Richard leaned toward me. "This is going well," he said quietly. "Better than I expected. Tanaka's on board. I can feel it. Are you sure he understands everything you're telling him?" I asked carefully. Richard waved a hand. "His English is good enough for the important parts. And I've been working with Japanese clients for 20 years, David. I know how to navigate this." "You're lying to him." I wanted to say, "You're mistranslating every difficult question. You're building a partnership on deception." But I didn't say it. I nodded. I sipped my tea. I became complicit. Tanaka-san returned. The dinner wound down. We exchanged business cards, mine simple and somewhat apologetic next to Richard's embossed perfection and Tanaka-san's minimalist elegance. We bowed. We shook hands. Richard scheduled a follow-up meeting. As we walked out into the cold night air, Richard clapped me on the shoulder. "Thanks for coming, David. I know this isn't usually your scene, but it means something that you were here. Family matters in business. It shows stability." "I'm glad I could help," I said automatically. He handed his valet ticket to the attendant. "Grace mentioned you're looking to expand your consulting practice. I might have some contacts for you, people who could use your services. Let me make some calls." It was an offering, a reward for good behavior, for playing my part, for being the appropriate son-in-law who dressed well and made polite conversation and asked no uncomfortable questions. I should have felt grateful. Instead, I felt dirty, like I'd witnessed a crime and done nothing, like I'd sold something I couldn't name for the promise of professional advancement I wasn't sure I wanted. I drove home in silence. Grace was already asleep when I got there. The apartment dark, except for the small lamp she always left on in the hallway. I stood in the doorway to our bedroom, watching her breathe, peaceful and unaware. My phone buzzed. A text from Richard. "Good work tonight. We'll talk soon." I deleted it. Then I sat down at our kitchen table and opened my laptop. I pulled up Chen Dynamics' website, started clicking through pages I'd never bothered to read before. Public filings, press releases, partnership announcements. I was looking for something. I didn't know what yet, but I knew this. Something was deeply wrong. And I was the only person in that room who understood exactly how wrong it was. The question was what I was going to do about it. If you've ever discovered something you weren't supposed to know, you understand the weight of it. How it sits in your chest like a stone. How every conversation afterward feels like navigating a minefield because you're carrying information that changes everything. I sat there until sunrise, reading, researching, beginning to understand the scope of what I'd witnessed. And slowly, very slowly, I began to form a plan. Grace found me at the kitchen table that morning, laptop still open, cold coffee in a mug I didn't remember pouring. "Did you even come to bed?" Her voice was soft with sleep, concerned. She wore my old college t-shirt, her hair pulled into a messy bun. Beautiful in that unconscious way that made my chest ache. I closed the laptop too quickly. The kind of movement that draws attention rather than deflects it. "Couldn't sleep," I said, which was true. "Too wired from the dinner." She smiled, patting over to kiss my forehead. "I knew it would go well. Dad wouldn't have invited you if he didn't think you could handle it." She moved to the coffee maker, starting a fresh pot. "Tell me everything. Was the client impressed? Did Dad introduce you properly? Oh, God. Was the food amazing?" I watched her. My wife, the woman who saw good in everyone, who believed her father's world was built on hard work and integrity because that's what he told her. That's what she needed to believe. "The food was incredible," I said. Each word felt calculated. Tanaka-san seemed interested in the partnership. Interested. That's it. She turned, mocked, disappointed. "Come on, give me details. What did they talk about?" "Your father lied repeatedly, systematically to a man who was trying to do honest business." And I sat there and let it happen. "Supply chains," I said instead. "Distribution networks, pretty technical stuff." I mostly just listened. It wasn't quite a lie, more like a strategic omission. The kind of thing that feels like betrayal even as you're doing it. Grace poured 2 cups of coffee, added cream to mine the way I liked it. "Dad texted me this morning. He said you were great, that you really impressed him." She handed me the mug, her eyes bright. "David, This could be huge for us if he starts referring clients to you. If he actually brings you into his business circle. She didn't finish the sentence. She didn't need to. We'd been talking about buying a house, about starting a family, about all the things that required money we didn't quite have yet. Richard's world, his connections, his influence could change that. Could change everything. Yeah, I said. It could be. She kissed me again longer this time, then headed to the shower. I heard the water start, heard her humming something cheerful and off-key. I reopened the laptop. Research became my new obsession. I told myself it was due diligence, professional curiosity, the natural instinct of someone who'd stumbled onto information that didn't add up. But really, it was something else, a compulsion. The same way you can't stop pressing on a bruise to see if it still hurts. Chen Dynamics public information was impressive on the surface. 23 years in business, steady growth, partnerships with major retailers, suppliers across Asia. Richard's biography on the company website painted him as a self-made success story. Immigrant parents worked his way through college. Built his empire from nothing, but when you looked closer, really looked, things started to blur at the edges. Financial statements that were technically compliant but vague in crucial areas. Partner companies that existed on paper but had minimal online presence. Glowing testimonials from clients whose names, when I searched them, led to dead ends or businesses that had dissolved years ago. And then there were the lawsuits buried deep in public records, settled quietly, sealed under confidentiality agreements. 3 in the past 5 years, all from Asian suppliers claiming breach of contract, unpaid invoices, misrepresentation of terms, nothing proven, nothing that stuck, but a pattern nonetheless. Like seeing the same card come up too many times in what's supposed to be a random shuffle. I created a folder on my laptop, labeled it Market Research, generic enough that Grace wouldn't think twice if she saw it. Inside, I started compiling everything, screenshots of suspicious transactions, links to archived news articles, notes on the discrepancies between what Richard had said at dinner and what I could verify independently. The deeper I dug, the clearer it became. My father-in-law was running a sophisticated shell game. Not quite illegal, he was too smart for that, but profoundly unethical. He would sign contracts with suppliers based on inflated promises, deliver partial payments, then dispute terms when it came time for full compensation. He'd leverage language barriers and cultural differences, knowing most small Asian manufacturers couldn't afford to pursue international litigation. And he was about to do the same thing to Tanaka Hiroshi. Hiroshi Industries wasn't some small supplier. They were established, respected, substantial. But Richard had clearly identified them as his next mark. The dinner, the charm offensive, the careful mistranslations. It was all set up. He was going to convince Tanaka to commit significant resources. Probably front-load production or provide favorable credit terms. And then I didn't know exactly what came next, but I knew it wouldn't be honest. "You've been distant," Grace said it on Saturday morning, standing in our bedroom doorway while I sat at my makeshift desk. Really just a corner of our dining table where I'd claimed squatter's rights. My laptop was open again, always open now. I looked up, just busy. Got a few new client proposals I'm working on a Saturday. She crossed her arms, not angry, worried. "David, you barely ate dinner last night. You're up until 2-3 in the morning every night. And when I talk to you, you're somewhere else." She wasn't wrong. I'd been somewhere else. Stuck in a loop of discovery and dread trying to figure out what the hell I was supposed to do with information I never should have had. "I'm sorry," I said, and meant it. "This project is just it's complicated." "Is it for one of Dad's contacts?" she asked hopefully. "Did he send work your way already?" The assumption stung that any professional success I had would naturally flow from Richard's generosity, that I needed his intervention to thrive. "No," I said, "different client." Grace moved closer, put her hand on my shoulder. "I'm proud of you. You know that, right? You don't need to kill yourself trying to prove something." But that was exactly what I was doing. Trying to prove something to myself, maybe. That I wasn't just the son-in-law who showed up on holidays and smiled politely. That I had principles that mattered more than comfort, that I could see wrongdoing and not just turn away because it was easier. "I know," I said. I pulled her down for a kiss, held her a moment longer than necessary, like I was trying to memorize something I was afraid of losing. Monday, I called in sick to work, told my actual clients I had food poisoning, spent the day at the public library instead, using their computers and guest Wi-Fi because I was becoming paranoid about digital footprints. I found Tanaka Hiroshi's professional profile on LinkedIn. Distinguished career, board member of 2 nonprofits focused on ethical business practices, published articles about corporate responsibility and transparent supply chains. He wasn't just a businessman. He was someone who genuinely cared about doing things right. And Richard was going to destroy him or try to anyway. Because Tanaka wasn't some small operation that could be bullied or manipulated. He had resources. He had reputation. If Richard tried his usual tactics and Tanaka discovered the deception, the lawsuit would be massive, public. It would unravel everything Richard had built and Grace would be caught in the aftermath. Her father exposed, her family name dragged through proceedings and press coverage. The carefully constructed world she lived in would collapse. I could prevent that. I could say nothing, do nothing, let events unfold however they would, stay out of it, protect my marriage, my relationship with my wife's family, my own comfortable position in Richard's good graces, or I could act. The question was, how and at what cost? That night, Grace's mother called. I heard Grace on the phone in the other room, her voice bright and animated. "Mom, I know," Dad said. "The dinner went amazing." "Yes, David was perfect." "No, he didn't say anything embarrassing." I sat very still, listening to my wife defend me against criticisms I hadn't heard. Prove my worth to parents who'd apparently been skeptical. When she hung up, she came into the kitchen where I was pretending to cook dinner. "Mom says, Dad's really serious about this Hiroshi partnership. He thinks it could be the biggest deal of his career." She wrapped her arms around me from behind and she said, "Thank you for being there, for supporting him." She said it meant a lot. I stared at the vegetables I was chopping. "I didn't do much. You were there. That's what matters." She rested her chin on my shoulder. "They're having a family dinner Friday to celebrate the partnership moving forward. You'll come, right?" "Of course," I said automatically. "Good," because she hesitated. "I know they can be a lot sometimes. Dad especially. But they're trying, David. They really are. They're accepting you, seeing you as part of the family, not just the guy who married me." The words hit like physical blows because she meant them kindly, because she thought she was sharing good news. Because she had no idea that her father's acceptance was conditional, transactional, based entirely on my perceived usefulness and continued compliance. "That's great," I managed. "Really great." She squeezed me tighter. "I love you. I love you, too." And I did. God, I did. Which made everything so much harder. Wednesday afternoon, my phone rang. Unknown number. I almost didn't answer. "Mr. Morrison." The voice was accented. Formal. "This is Tanaka Hiroshi. We met last week at Matsuri." My heart stopped. Actually stopped, then started again, too fast, too hard. "Mr. Tanaka," I said carefully. "This is unexpected. I apologize for calling directly. I obtained your number from the business card you provided." A pause. "I wonder if you might have time to meet for coffee perhaps. There are some matters regarding your father-in-law's company that I would like to discuss." Every warning bell in my head started ringing at once. This was it. The moment where staying neutral became impossible, where I had to choose a side. "What kind of matters?" I asked. Another pause. Longer this time. "I believe you understood more of our dinner conversation than you indicated, Mr. Morrison. Am I correct?" My mouth was dry. My hand holding the phone was shaking. "I am not sure what you mean." "I have been in business for 30 years, Tanaka said quietly. "I know when someone is truly listening and when they are merely waiting their turn to speak. You were listening very carefully. And your face, Mr. Morrison, it showed things. Small things, but things nonetheless." I closed my eyes. "Mr. Tanaka, I am not asking you to betray anyone," he interrupted. "I am simply asking for truth. I am about to commit significant resources to a partnership with Chen Dynamics. If there are reasons I should reconsider, I believe I deserve to know. Don't you agree?" It was a fair question, a reasonable question. The kind of question a person with integrity would answer honestly. "I don't know if I can help you," I said finally. "Cannot or will not." The distinction mattered. Cannot implied impossibility beyond my control. Will not implied choice, implied that I was actively choosing to protect Richard's deception. "It's complicated," I said. "Most important things are." Tanaka's voice remained gentle, patient. "Mr. Morrison, I am staying at the Meridian Hotel downtown. I will be in the lobby restaurant tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock having breakfast. If you choose to join me, I will be grateful for your time. If you do not appear, I will understand and will not contact you again. Mr. Tanaka, I have to think about, of course, think carefully, but please understand. I'm not asking you to lie. I'm asking you not to stay silent while lies continue. There is a difference." He hung up. I sat there holding my dead phone, feeling like I'd been punched, because he was right. There was a difference. And I'd been pretending there wasn't. Telling myself that not actively lying was enough. That silence wasn't complicity. But it was. Every moment I'd sat at that dinner, understanding what was really being said, watching Richard manipulate and deceive, I'd been complicit. I'd been part of it. That night, I barely spoke. Grace noticed. Of course, she noticed, but I blamed it on work stress. She accepted the excuse because she wanted to, because it was easier than pushing. I lay awake next to her, listening to her breathe, watching the shadows move across the ceiling. 8 o'clock, the Meridian Hotel. Tomorrow, if I told Tanaka the truth, I would be betraying my father-in-law, potentially destroying his business, his reputation. Grace would never forgive me. Her family would never forgive me. My marriage might not survive it. If I didn't go, I would be choosing comfort over integrity. I would be saying that my personal peace was worth more than truth. That some people's right to honest business dealings didn't matter as much as my need to avoid conflict. I thought about the suppliers Richard had cheated. Small manufacturers, people who trusted him, who delivered goods or services in good faith and been left holding unpaid invoices and broken promises. I thought about how Richard had used cultural differences as weapons, how he'd taken advantage of language barriers, legal distances, the simple fact that pursuing justice internationally was expensive and exhausting. I thought about Tanaka Hiroshi's articles about ethical business practices, about transparency, about the kind of world he was trying to build. And I thought about Grace, my wife, the woman I loved, the innocent party in all of this, who didn't deserve to have her world shattered because her husband couldn't keep his mouth shut. At 3 o'clock in the morning, I got out of bed, went to the bathroom, closed the door, sat on the floor with my back against the wall. I pulled out my phone, searched for flights to nowhere in particular, rental cars, hotels in distant cities. Not because I was actually planning to run, though. The thought had crossed my mind, but because I needed to know I had options. Escape routes. Ways out of whatever was coming. Then I deleted the searches, cleared my browser history. If you've ever been trapped between two impossible choices, you know this feeling. The way your mind spins, trying to find an angle you haven't considered. A third option, a magical solution where no one gets hurt and everyone's happy, and you don't have to be the one who brings the hammer down. But life doesn't work that way. Not really. Sometimes you just have to choose which bridge to burn and try to live with the smoke. I stayed on that bathroom floor until dawn broke through the small window above the shower. Watched the darkness turn gray, then gold, then the harsh white of morning. Grace knocked softly. "David, you okay?" "Yeah," I said. My voice sounded strange, distant. "Just needed a minute. Come back to bed. It's early." "I will soon." But I didn't. I stayed there, counting minutes, watching light move across tiles, trying to find the courage to do what I already knew I was going to do. 7:45. I checked my reflection in the mirror. I looked like someone who hadn't slept, someone carrying something heavy. I looked like someone about to change everything. The Meridian Hotel lobby smelled like expensive coffee and quiet money. I stood outside the glass doors for 5 minutes, maybe 10, watching well-dressed people flow in and out. Business travelers with rolling suitcases and practiced efficiency. Hotel guests in athleisure heading to whatever spa or workout facility justified the room rate. Everyone moving with purpose, like they knew exactly where they belonged. I didn't belong here. I belonged at home in bed with my wife, pretending I hadn't seen what I'd seen. Pretending I didn't know what I knew. 7:58. I pushed through the doors. The restaurant was tucked off the main lobby, all blonde wood and soft lighting. The kind of place where breakfast cost $30 and no one blinked. Tanaka sat at a corner table reading something on a tablet, a pot of tea steaming gently beside him. He wore a crisp white shirt, no tie, reading glasses perched on his nose. He looked like someone's thoughtful uncle, not a CEO about to be defrauded. He glanced up as I approached. Something shifted in his expression, not quite relief, but maybe satisfaction, like he'd placed a bet and won. "Mr. Morrison," he said, standing, bowing slightly. "I am grateful you came." I sat down before I could change my mind. Before I could turn around and run, a server appeared immediately. Poured me water. I didn't remember requesting. Asked if I wanted coffee. I said yes, even though I'd already had 3 cups at home, watching dawn break. Trying to convince myself I wasn't about to blow up my life. "I was not certain you would come," Tanaka said once we were alone. He removed his reading glasses, folded them carefully. "It takes courage what you are doing." "I'm not doing anything yet," I said. My voice sounded strange. Strained. "I'm just here." That in itself is something. He poured tea into a second cup, pushed it toward me. Green tea, very calming. I find it helps with difficult conversations. I wrapped my hands around the cup. The warmth was grounding, real. Everything else felt like I was watching it happen to someone else. Mr. Tanaka, before we go any further, I need to know what exactly do you want from me? He studied me for a long moment. Truth, he said simply. At the dinner last Thursday, your father-in-law was translating my questions, but I do not believe he was translating them accurately. Am I correct? The moment stretched. This was it. The point of no return. I could still lie. Could say I didn't speak Japanese well enough to be sure that maybe there were just some cultural misunderstandings that I really couldn't help him. But I was so tired of lying. Even the passive lies, the lies of omission, they were eating me from the inside out. Yes, I said. You're correct. Tanaka didn't react dramatically. He simply nodded like I'd confirmed something he already knew. Will you tell me what I actually said and what your father-in-law claimed I said? This was the cliff edge, the moment of jumping. Once I started talking, I couldn't take it back. I thought about Grace. Asleep when I left, peaceful and trusting. I thought about the family dinner on Friday, the celebration of a partnership built on deception. I thought about wedding photos on our mantle, about Richard's hand on my shoulder, about being welcomed into a family that was fundamentally corrupt. You asked about transparency, I said quietly. About seeing Chen Dynamics' real financial situation. Richard told you that you were expressing enthusiasm for the partnership. Tanaka's jaw tightened. Continue. So I did. I told him everything. Every mistranslation, every deflection, every lie Richard had carefully constructed. I told him how when he'd said he only worked with transparent people, Richard had claimed he was confirming his commitment. How when he'd stated explicitly that he didn't work with liars, Richard had translated it as excitement about touring the facility. With each revelation, Tanaka's expression grew darker, not angry, controlled, but you could see the calculations happening behind his eyes, the pieces falling into place. When you asked if I spoke Japanese, I said, Richard told me you were asking about the meal. He specifically didn't want you to know I understood because then I would have known immediately that he was lying. Tanaka sat down his teacup with precise care. Mr. Morrison, why did you not say something at the time? Why allow this deception to continue? The question wasn't accusatory, just honest. Wanting to understand? Because he's my father-in-law, I said. Because my wife loves him and trusts him. Because I was afraid of what telling the truth would cost me. And now I'm more afraid of what staying silent will cost me. And you? I met his eyes. You're not his first, are you? You're not the first person he's done this to. Tanaka shook his head slowly. I suspected as much. When I began my due diligence on Chen Dynamics, there were inconsistencies, small things that did not align. Former partners who would not return calls, sealed legal settlements, nothing conclusive, but enough to create doubt. So why move forward at all? Because I wanted to give him the benefit of that doubt because I believe in assuming good faith until proven otherwise. His voice hardened. But I also believe in protecting myself and my company, which is why I had my legal team continuing their investigation, even as we moved toward partnership discussions. He pulled out his phone, swiped through something, then turned it toward me. It was an email thread, all in Japanese, between his lawyers and what looked like representatives from several Asian manufacturing companies. 3 confirmed cases of contract manipulation, Tanaka said. 2 cases of partial payment followed by spurious quality complaints to avoid full compensation. 1 case of complete non-payment with threats of legal action if pursued. All within the past 6 years, all with smaller suppliers who could not afford international litigation. I felt sick. Why hasn't anyone stopped him? Because he is careful. He stays just within legal boundaries. Exploits language barriers and cultural differences, makes it more expensive to pursue justice than to accept the loss. It is a strategy, Mr. Morrison. A calculated, methodical strategy of predation. The coffee arrived. I didn't touch it. Couldn't imagine putting anything in my stomach right now. There is something else, Tanaka said. He pulled a folder from the bag beside his chair, slid it across the table. This arrived yesterday from my investigators. I think you should see it. I opened the folder. Financial documents. Chen Dynamics internal records somehow obtained by Tanaka's team, and they painted a very different picture than the public filings I'd seen. The company was in trouble. Deep trouble. Revenue was down 40% over 3 years. Several major clients had severed relationships. The operational accounts were being shuffled between subsidiaries in what looked like sophisticated money laundering, moving funds around to create the illusion of solvency while masking significant debt. Richard Chen is desperate, Tanaka said quietly. He needs this partnership not to grow his business, but to save it. My company's resources, our reputation, our distribution network. He plans to use them as collateral to secure loans he cannot currently obtain. Then when those loans come due and he cannot pay, the liability will partially fall on Hiroshi Industries as his partner. Jesus. The word came out barely above a whisper. If I had signed the preliminary agreement we discussed, which he was pushing to finalize this week, I would have exposed my company to potentially millions in fraudulent debt. Tanaka closed the folder. Your father-in-law is not just unethical, Mr. Morrison. He is engaged in what my lawyers believe constitutes criminal fraud. The restaurant sounds faded to background noise. The clink of silverware, the murmur of conversation, the soft jazz playing through hidden speakers. It all felt very far away. What are you going to do? I asked. Legally, I'm withdrawing from all partnership discussions immediately. My lawyers will file formal complaints with the appropriate regulatory agencies. What happens after that is beyond my control. He paused. But that is not why I asked you here. Then why? Tanaka leaned forward. Because you are in danger, Mr. Morrison. When I withdraw, when investigations begin, your father-in-law will look for explanations. He will wonder how his deceptions were discovered. And he will remember that you were present at our dinner, that you sat silent while he spoke Japanese. Eventually, he may wonder why you were so silent. The implication settled over me like ice water. You think he'll blame me? I think he will look for someone to blame, and you are the obvious variable, the new element in his careful equation. Tanaka's voice softened. I am telling you this not to frighten you, but to give you time to prepare, to protect yourself, and if I may say, to protect your wife. She deserves to know who her father truly is. Grace, God, Grace. She won't believe me, I said. If I tell her any of this, she'll think I'm attacking her father, that I'm trying to drive a wedge between them. Perhaps initially, Tanaka pulled another document from his folder, which is why I am giving you this, a full report from my investigators with documentation, not speculation, not interpretation, simply facts, dates, records. If you choose to show it to her, she will have evidence. If you choose not to, at least you will know the full truth of what you are protecting her from. He slid the document across the table. It was thick, professional, devastating. Years of Richard's predatory practices laid out in meticulous detail. Why are you helping me? I asked. You don't know me. You owe me nothing. Tanaka smiled, sad and tired. Because you did something difficult today. You chose truth over comfort. That is rare, Mr. Morrison. And because he hesitated, I have a son-in-law myself in Japan, a good man who married my daughter 5 years ago. When they married, I told him, if I ever do something wrong, if I ever compromise my principles, I hope you will have the courage to speak honestly, not to betray me, but to save me from myself. He stood, preparing to leave. Your father-in-law is beyond saving, I think. But you are not, and neither is your marriage, if you handle this with wisdom and compassion. I stood too automatically. We bowed to each other, mine deeper, more grateful than I could articulate. Mr. Tanaka, I said, thank you for giving me a choice. We always have choices, Mr. Morrison. The question is whether we have the courage to make the hard ones. He collected his things, left cash on the table for the meal I hadn't eaten. One more thing, when this becomes public, and it will, you may need someone to vouch for your character, for the fact that you came forward, not out of malice, but out of principle. If that time comes, my lawyers have instructions to provide testimony on your behalf. He left me standing there, holding a folder full of truth I wasn't sure I was ready to carry. I sat back down, ordered more coffee I didn't drink. Read through the entire report, every page, every damning detail. Tanaka's investigators had been thorough. Bank records showing suspicious transfers. Emails between Richard and his accountants discussing how to manage supplier disputes. Testimonials from people he defrauded, their businesses damaged or destroyed, their trust in international commerce shattered, and photos. Richard at expensive restaurants, driving luxury cars, wearing watches that cost more than my annual salary. All while claiming his company was struggling, all while telling suppliers he couldn't afford full payment, all while presenting himself as a humble businessman trying to make an honest living. The hypocrisy was staggering, the calculated cruelty of it. These weren't abstract numbers on a spreadsheet. These were real people, real families, real lives, disrupted because one man decided his comfort mattered more than their livelihoods. My phone buzzed. Grace, good morning. You left early. Everything okay? I stared at the message at the three bright, cheerful words that represented my wife's fundamental goodness. Her inability to imagine that the people she loved could be capable of deep, systematic evil. I typed, just had an early meeting. Home soon. Love you. 3 lies and 12 words. Because it wasn't just a meeting. I wouldn't be home soon. Not really. Not the version of me she knew. And I wasn't sure I still knew what love meant in the context of what I was about to do, but I sent it anyway. Then I took the folder, walked out of the Meridian Hotel, and got in my car. I sat there in the parking garage, surrounded by concrete and exhaust fumes and the mechanical hum of ventilation systems. I pulled out my phone and called the one person I trusted completely. My older brother James, a lawyer, someone who'd understand both the legal implications and the personal cost of what I was carrying. "Little brother," he answered, always with the same greeting since we were kids. "It's barely 9 o'clock in the morning." "Who calls at 9 o'clock in the morning?" "James," I said, "I need help and I need you not to tell anyone, not even Mom, until I figure out what I'm doing." His tone changed immediately. "What happened?" So I told him, sitting in that parking garage, cars coming and going around me, I told him everything. The dinner, the lies, the meeting with Tanaka, the folder full of evidence now sitting on my passenger seat like a bomb. He was quiet for a long time after I finished. Then David, "Jesus Christ, you're absolutely sure about this?" "I watched it happen, James, and the documentation is solid. This isn't speculation." Okay. I could hear him thinking, organizing. He'd always been the steady one. "Here's what you need to do. First, you document everything from your perspective. Write down exactly what happened at the dinner. What you heard, what was said versus what was translated. Timestamp it. Be specific. That's your insurance. If this blows back on you, you think it will. I think Richard Chen sounds like the kind of man who doesn't accept responsibility, which means when hits the fan, and it will, he's going to look for scapegoats. Don't give him ammunition." I close my eyes. Grace is going to hate me. Maybe at first, but David, he paused. Sometimes the most loving thing you can do for someone is tell them a truth they don't want to hear, especially if staying silent would make you complicit in their father's crimes. She thinks he's a good man. She thinks I'm finally being accepted into the family. Then she deserves to know who's accepting you and what that acceptance is worth. We talked for another hour. James walking me through legal protections, potential consequences, ways to minimize damage, but mostly he just listened. Let me talk through my fear, my guilt, my certainty that I was about to lose everything that mattered. "You're doing the right thing," he said finally. "It doesn't feel like it. It won't feel like it for a while, but you are." I wasn't sure I believed him, but I wanted to. God, I wanted to. I drove home slowly, taking the long way, trying to figure out how to walk back into my apartment and look at my wife with all this knowledge sitting between us. The folder sat on the passenger seat like a passenger itself, silent, accusatory, undeniable. When I finally pulled into our building's parking lot, I sat there for another 10 minutes, gathering courage I wasn't sure I had. Then I grabbed the folder, got out of the car, and walked toward a conversation that was going to change everything. If you've ever stood at the threshold of your own life, knowing that once you step forward, nothing will ever be the same. You understand this moment, the weight of it, the finality. I put my key in the lock, heard Grace singing in the kitchen, something off-key and happy. And I opened the door. Grace was making pancakes. I could smell them before I even closed the door. That sweet, buttery smell that meant weekend mornings and lazy contentment. She was at the stove, spatula in hand, humming along to something playing from her phone. She'd changed out of my t-shirt into jeans and a soft sweater, pulled her hair back with a clip that was already losing its grip. She turned when I entered, smiled. That sunrise smile that had made me fall in love with her in the first place. "There you are. I was starting to think your meeting had kidnapped you. Are you hungry?" I made way too much batter. I set my keys on the counter. The folder was tucked under my arm, hidden against my body. Like if I kept it out of sight, I could delay what came next. "Grace," I said, "we need to talk." The smile faltered. "Not gone, just uncertain." "Okay, that sounds ominous. What's wrong?" "Everything. I wanted to say everything is wrong and it's about to get worse and I'm so sorry." "Can you turn off the stove?" I asked. Now the smile disappeared completely. She switched off the burner, set down the spatula with careful precision. "David, you're scaring me. What happened at your meeting?" I moved to the kitchen table, sat down before my legs could give out. She followed, sat across from me, her hands folded in front of her like she was bracing for impact. "It wasn't a meeting," I said. "It was breakfast with Tanaka Hiroshi." Her brow furrowed. "Dad's client. Why would you?" Then her eyes widened. "Oh, God. Did you do something? Did you mess up the deal somehow?" "David, if you know, I didn't mess up anything." I pulled the folder out, set it on the table between us. "Grace, there's something about your father that you need to know." Something I should have told you days ago, but I was afraid. I'm still afraid. But you deserve the truth. She stared at the folder like it might bite her. What truth? What are you talking about? So I told her about the dinner, about understanding Japanese, about Richard's systematic mistranslations. I kept my voice steady, clinical almost, because if I let emotion in, I'd never get through it. But I watched her face as I spoke. Watched understanding turn to confusion, turn to denial, turn to something harder. That's not possible, she said when I paused. You must have misunderstood. Dad's Japanese might not be perfect, but he wouldn't deliberately lie to a client. He wouldn't. Grace, I speak Japanese fluently. I lived there for 2 years. I know what I heard. You never told me you were fluent. There was accusation in it. Like I'd been hiding something suspicious rather than just a skill that never came up. It never seemed important, but it is now because your father wasn't just making mistakes. He was deliberately, systematically deceiving Tanaka. And when I started looking into Chen dynamics, really looking, I found out it's not the first time. I pushed the folder toward her. This is from Tanaka's investigators. Documentation of your father's business practices over the past 6 years. Grace, your dad has been defrauding suppliers. Small manufacturers in Asia who can't afford to fight back. He's built his whole empire on a foundation of exploitation and lies. She didn't touch the folder. I don't believe you. I know. I knew you wouldn't. Which is why I brought evidence. Evidence from his competitor. From someone who has every reason to make Dad look bad. Her voice was rising now. Color flooding her cheeks. God. David. What did he offer you? What did Tanaka promise you to turn against my family? The accusation stung more than I expected. He didn't offer me anything. He asked for the truth and I gave it to him. You gave it to him? You betrayed my father? Your family? She stood up abruptly, chair scraping against the floor. Do you have any idea what you've done? If this gets out, if Tanaka spreads these lies, they're not lies, Grace. You don't know that. You saw one dinner, had one conversation, and now you're ready to destroy everything my father built based on what? Documents from someone trying to sabotage a business deal. I stood too, facing her across the table. I saw him lie repeatedly, deliberately. I heard what was really being said, and I watched him twist it into something completely different. That's not misunderstanding. That's fraud. My father is not a criminal. The words echoed in our small kitchen. She was crying now. Angry tears that she swiped at impatiently like they were betraying her. Grace, please just look at the documentation. You don't have to believe me, but at least look at the evidence. Evidence you brought from a man who wants to hurt my family. Evidence you went behind my back to get. She wrapped her arms around herself. How long have you been planning this? Was the whole dinner just were you looking for dirt on Dad the entire time? No. God, no. I went to support him. I went because you asked me to. I never wanted to find any of this. But you went digging anyway. You couldn't just let it go, could you? You had to play detective. Had to prove something what? That you're smarter than him? That he's not good enough for you? Each word was a knife. This isn't about ego, Grace. It's about right and wrong. Right and wrong. She laughed, bitter and sharp. You don't think it was wrong to go behind my back? To meet with my father's business rival in secret? To collect evidence against my family? Like you're building some kind of case. I was trying to protect you from what? From my own father? She grabbed the folder, held it up. This is what protection looks like to you. Destroying my family, humiliating my parents. Your father is already humiliating himself. I'm just trying to stop him before he takes you down with him. Wrong thing to say. I knew it the moment the words left my mouth. Grace's expression hardened into something I'd never seen before. Something cold and closed off. Get out, she said quietly. Grace, get out of this apartment right now. We need to talk about this. We don't need to do anything. You made your choice when you went to that hotel when you decided Tanaka's version of events mattered more than your own family's. She threw the folder at me. It hit my chest. Papers scattering across the floor. Take your evidence and get out. Go stay with your brother. Go stay at a hotel. I don't care. But I don't want you here right now. Please don't do this. Let me explain. Explain what? How you decided my father was a criminal based on one dinner. How you trusted a stranger over the man who raised me. Her voice cracked. My dad is not perfect. But he's my dad, David, and you just tried to destroy him. I bent down, started gathering the scattered papers, financial records, testimonials from defrauded suppliers, evidence of systematic misconduct. All of it real, all of it damning, and none of it mattering because Grace couldn't see past her own loyalty. I love you, I said, still on my knees, clutching documents that felt like they weighed 1,000 pounds. I love you, and I was trying to do the right thing. The right thing would have been talking to me first. The right thing would have been coming to me before you went to Tanaka. The right thing would have been trusting me enough to tell me what you thought you saw instead of going behind my back like a spy. She was right about that. I should have told her immediately. Should have sat down that first night and said, something happened at dinner. Something that concerns me. Can we talk about it? But I'd been afraid. Afraid of exactly this. Her disbelief, her anger, her choosing her father over me. And in being afraid, I'd made everything worse. I'm sorry. I said, you're right. I should have come to you first. But Grace, the things in this folder, they're real. They're documented. And if you don't look at them, if you refuse to even consider that your father might not be who you think he is, then we're in trouble. Real trouble. She turned away from me, arms still wrapped around herself like she was holding broken pieces together. We're already in trouble, David. You made sure of that. I stood up, folder reconstructed, but disheveled like me. What do you want me to do? I want you to leave. I need time to think. How much time? I don't know. She whirled back to face me. I don't know anything anymore. My husband just accused my father of being a criminal. My family is planning a celebration dinner and now you're telling me it should be a funeral. I need to process this without you standing here looking at me like I'm the one who's wrong for not immediately believing the worst about the man who raised me. Fair. It was fair. Even if it felt like my heart was being torn out through my throat. Okay, I said. I'll go. But Grace, please look at the documentation. Not for me, for yourself. Because if I'm right, if even half of this is true, you need to know before Friday's dinner. That dinner is about celebrating Dad's success, about our family supporting him. And you want me to what? Show up with accusations. Destroy his moment. I want you to know the truth before you celebrate a partnership that's built on fraud. She flinched like I'd hit her. Just go, David, please, before I say something we can't take back. Too late, I thought. We'd both already said things that felt irrevocable, but I nodded, grabbed my keys, headed for the door. David, I turned. For a second, I thought she was going to call me back. Going to say she was sorry, that we'd work through this together. Instead, she said, my father is a good man. Whatever you think you found, whatever Tanaka told you, my father is a good man. And when this is over, when the truth actually comes out, you're going to owe him an apology. I wanted to tell her she was wrong. Wanted to make her see. But you can't force someone to truth. They have to choose to see it themselves. I hope you're right, I said. And meant it. God, I meant it. How much easier everything would be if I was wrong. If Richard was innocent and I was just paranoid, jealous, misinterpreting. But I wasn't wrong. And deep down underneath her anger and denial, I think Grace knew it, too. Which was why she was so angry. Because knowing something and accepting it are two different things. I left. I drove to James' place. He lived 40 minutes away in a neighborhood he could barely afford. A one-bedroom apartment that smelled like old coffee and law books. He opened the door in sweatpants and a faded band t-shirt, took one look at my face, and pulled me inside. That bad? He asked. Worse, he made coffee. I didn't drink while I sat on his couch and told him everything. Grace's reaction, her denial, her anger, the way she'd looked at me like I was a stranger, someone capable of betrayal. She'll come around, James said. Once she looks at the documentation, she won't look at it. She threw it at me. Okay. But once the news breaks, once Tanaka files his complaints and investigations start, she'll blame me for starting it. I put my head in my hands. She'll think I initiated everything, that I set her father up somehow. Did you tell her that Tanaka already knew? That his investigators had already found everything before you even met? She didn't want to hear it. In her mind, I went to Tanaka first. I chose him over her family. Nothing else matters. James sat down across from me. David, listen. I know this feels impossible right now, but you did the right thing. When Grace calms down, when she has time to process, what if she doesn't? What if this is it? What if I just destroyed my marriage to expose a man who's probably going to lawyer up and somehow escape consequences anyway? Then you'll still have done the right thing. That has to matter. But did it? If doing the right thing cost me my marriage, my wife, the future we'd planned, did it still count as right, or was it just stupid, naive? The actions of someone who thought principles mattered more than relationships? I didn't know anymore. My phone buzzed. Grace, I told my parents what you did. They're devastated. Mom is crying. Dad is talking to lawyers. I hope you're happy. I showed the message to James. Jesus, he said. She told them already without even looking at the evidence. She's loyal. It's one of the things I love about her. Even when it's misplaced. Another message. The dinner Friday is still happening. Family only. You're not invited. Family only, I repeated. I'm not family anymore. Not when it counts. James took my phone away. Stop reading these. She's hurt and lashing out. Give her time. But time felt like quicksand. The more that passed, the deeper I'd sink. Richard would be spinning the narrative right now, painting me as jealous, vindictive, maybe even mentally unstable. By Friday, the whole family would have a story about David, the betrayer. David, who tried to destroy them because he couldn't handle Richard's success, and Grace would believe it. Because believing meant accepting that her father was a monster. And no one wants to believe that about the people they love. What do? I asked James. Just wait. Hope she changes her mind. You document everything. You protect yourself legally. You cooperate with any investigations that start, and you give Grace the space she asked for, even though it's killing you. Sound advice, practical, reasonable. I hated all of it. I spent the rest of the day on James' couch, staring at the ceiling, replaying every moment of the morning, looking for the point where I could have done something different, said something better, made Grace understand without making her choose between me and her father. But there wasn't one. Or if there was, I'd missed it. And now I was here, separated from my wife, accused of betrayal, carrying truth that no one wanted to hear. My phone rang around 5. Unknown number. I almost didn't answer. Mr. Morrison, this is Richard Chen. My father-in-law's voice was cold, controlled, the warmth from the dinner completely gone. Mr. Chen, I said. James looked up sharply from his laptop. I'm calling as a courtesy to let you know that I've retained legal counsel regarding your slanderous accusations. If you continue to spread lies about me or my company, I will pursue legal action for defamation, interference with business relationships, and any other remedies my lawyers can identify. I haven't spread any lies. You met with Tanaka Hiroshi. You told him God knows what. And now he's withdrawn from our partnership discussions, citing concerns about my business practices. The last words were coded in contempt. You sabotaged a multi-million-dollar deal. David, do you understand that? You destroyed something my company desperately needed because of what? Jealousy. Spite. I told him the truth about what happened at the dinner. Your interpretation of what happened. Your biased, uninformed interpretation colored by your obvious resentment of my success. So that was the story. I was jealous, resentful, a small man trying to bring down someone bigger. If you actually believe that, I said carefully, then you have nothing to worry about. The truth will exonerate you. The truth, Richard said, is that you betrayed your family and Grace is better off knowing that now before you could do more damage. He hung up. I sat there holding the dead phone, feeling the weight of what I'd set in motion. Richard was mobilizing, building his defenses, painting me as the villain, and Grace was helping him do it. Probably without even realizing he threatened you, James said. That was a clear threat. He's protecting himself. Exactly what you said he'd do, which means he's scared. People who have nothing to hide don't threaten lawsuits before any formal accusations are made. Maybe. Or maybe he was just a bully who knew how to use intimidation. Either way, the battle lines were drawn. I was on one side, Grace and her family on the other, and the space between us felt insurmountable. Outside James' window, the sun was setting. Friday was 2 days away. The celebration dinner would happen whether I was there or not. The family would toast to Richard's success, to the partnership that almost was, to their strength in the face of outside attacks, and I would be somewhere else. Alone, right? Maybe, but alone. If you've ever chosen principle over people you love, you know this hollowness, this certainty that you did what needed doing, coupled with the devastating awareness of everything it cost. I pulled out my laptop, started writing down everything I remembered from the dinner, from my conversation with Tanaka, from Grace's reaction and Richard's threat, documentation, like James said, protection. But really, I was just trying to hold on to something solid in a world that had become unrecognizable. 3 days of silence feels like 3 years when you're waiting for your life to either repair itself or fall completely apart. I stayed at James' apartment, sleeping on a couch that was too short for my frame. Waking up with a crick in my neck that felt somehow appropriate. Physical pain to match the rest of it. I'd go to work, had to, couldn't afford not to, and sit through meetings with clients, nodding at the right moments, making the appropriate sounds while my mind was 40 minutes away in an apartment where my wife was learning to think of me as the enemy. Grace hadn't called, hadn't texted beyond that initial flurry of anger. The silence was deliberate. I knew a statement. You chose this, the silence said. Now live with it. So I did. Or tried to. James was good about it. Didn't push. Didn't pry beyond what I volunteered. He'd come home from his law firm around 7, find me exactly where he'd left me that morning, and just coexist, make dinner, share it, let me sit with my thoughts without demanding I articulate them. Brotherhood in its purest form, presence without pressure. You should eat, he'd say, pushing a plate toward me. I'm not hungry. Eat anyway. Spite is not a nutritionally complete diet. So, I'd eat mechanically, tasting nothing, fueling a body that felt increasingly disconnected from my will. Wednesday night, I got an email from one of my actual clients, a small startup I'd been consulting for on their marketing strategy. The CEO wanted to schedule a meeting. Nothing unusual except the tone felt off, too careful. I called him, got voicemail, called again an hour later. Same result. Thursday morning, he finally answered. David. Hey, listen. I've been meaning to reach out. The pause told me everything. You're terminating the contract. It's not personal. It's just we heard some things about a situation with your family and we're a small company. We can't afford to be associated with any kind of controversy right now. What situation? What did you hear? That you're involved in some kind of business dispute? Accusations of sabotage or something? Look, I don't know the details and I don't want to. We just need to protect our reputation. Richard, it had to be. He was already working his network, poisoning wells before I even knew they existed. I haven't sabotaged anything, I said. I witnessed fraud and reported it. There's a difference. Maybe, probably, but perception matters, David. And right now, the perception is that you're radioactive. I'm sorry. I really am. You did good work for us, but we can't take the risk. He hung up. Professional, apologetic, absolute. I stared at my phone. One client gone. How many more would follow? How many people were in Richard's orbit listening to his version of events, deciding I was too dangerous to associate with James, I said when he got home that evening. I think I'm being blacklisted. I told him about the client, about the carefully worded termination, about the implication that my name was becoming toxic in local business circles. He set down his briefcase with unusual force. That's tortious interference. If Richard is actively sabotaging your business relationships, that's actionable. Can I prove it? The client didn't name Richard specifically. Just said they heard things. Could have come from anywhere. Could have, but probably didn't. James pulled out his laptop. Let me make some calls. I know people who know people. We'll find out what story Richard is spreading. And then what? Sue my father-in-law while I'm trying to save my marriage. That'll really convince Grace I'm not the villain here. You think doing nothing will convince her? David, you're being attacked. You need to defend yourself. But defending myself meant escalating. Meant legal battles and depositions and all the ugly machinery of litigation. It meant burning bridges that might possibly still be repairable. It meant accepting that this situation wasn't going to resolve quietly. Wasn't going to end with Grace coming to her senses and Richard admitting wrongdoing and everyone apologizing and moving forward. It meant war. Let me think about it, I said. James looked like he wanted to argue, but he just nodded, closed his laptop, ordered Thai food neither of us really wanted. Friday arrived like an execution date. I woke up knowing that somewhere across the city, Grace was getting ready for the family dinner, picking out an outfit, maybe the blue dress I loved on her, doing her makeup in our bathroom mirror. The one with the crack we kept meaning to replace, getting ready to celebrate her father's resilience in the face of my betrayal. Would she think about me at all? Wonder where I was, what I was doing, or had she already started the process of writing me out of the narrative? David the temporary husband? David the mistake. David who almost ruined everything but didn't because family sticks together against outside threats. I went to work, had a video call with a client in Portland who hadn't heard any rumors yet, who still treated me like a professional consultant rather than a cautionary tale. It felt almost normal, a glimpse of what life used to be, before I learned to speak Japanese. Before I accepted a dinner invitation, before I chose truth over comfortable ignorance. You look tired, the client said. Everything okay? Just dealing with some family stuff, I said. The all-purpose excuse. Vague enough to shut down questions. Specific enough to seem honest. Been there. Hang in there, man. Family's important, but so is your sanity. If only those two things weren't mutually exclusive right now. I finished the call, checked my phone compulsively, even though I knew there'd be nothing. Grace hadn't blocked me. I'd checked pathetically, sending a test message to myself from her contact, but she might as well have. The silence was just as effective. Around 2 o'clock in the afternoon, My phone finally rang. Unknown number again. This time it was a woman, older, formal. "Mr. Morrison, this is Helen Chen. Grace's mother." I sat up straighter automatically like she could see me through the phone. "Mrs. Chen. Hello. I'm calling because I think we need to have a conversation. Adult to adult. Before this situation spirals further out of control." Her voice was neutral. Controlled. I couldn't tell if she was friend or enemy, mediator or messenger. "I'm listening," I said carefully. "My husband is very upset. Grace is heartbroken. And you, I imagine, are feeling quite righteous about whatever it is you think you've discovered." She paused. "But righteousness doesn't keep families together, David. Neither does fraud. So you keep saying these accusations you've made. Do you have any idea what they could do to Richard's reputation? To our family standing in the community? Grace teaches second grade. David, her students' parents know who her father is. If these lies spread, they're not lies. Mrs. Chen, I have documentation, financial records, testimonials from people your husband defrauded, evidence of systematic misconduct spanning years, evidence from a business rival trying to sabotage a deal, evidence you were so eager to believe that you didn't stop to question the source. So that was the story Richard had sold them. Tanaka as saboteur, me as naive, easily manipulated dupe, Mrs. Chen with respect. I know what I saw. I speak Japanese fluently. I heard your husband deliberately mistranslate critical questions from Tanaka. That's not interpretation from a rival. That's first-hand witness." She was quiet for a moment. When she spoke again, her voice was colder. "You speak Japanese. How convenient. A skill you never mentioned to us. That conveniently allows you to make accusations no one else can verify." Grace knew I spoke some Japanese. Some not fluently. She mentioned you could order food and read signs. Not that you were capable of understanding complex business negotiations. Another pause. It's almost like you were keeping this skill hidden, waiting for an opportunity to use it against Richard. The accusation was absurd. Paranoid, but I could see how they'd convinced themselves of it. How Richard had probably presented it David's secret weapon, his hidden agenda, proof that this was premeditated betrayal rather than honest reporting. That's not what happened. I said it never came up because it wasn't relevant until it was. What a convenient coincidence. We were talking in circles. She wasn't calling to understand or mediate. She was calling to deliver a message dressed up as conversation. "Mrs. Chen, why did you really call? To ask you to leave my family alone, to stop spreading these vicious rumors, to let Grace heal and move forward without you continuing to poison her mind against her own father. I haven't contacted Grace once since she asked me to leave. I've given her exactly the space she requested, but you've been talking to lawyers, haven't you? Planning your next move, building your case against Richard like this is some kind of game you're determined to win. How did she know about James? Had they hired a private investigator? Were they tracking my movements, my phone calls? I've been protecting myself legally," I said carefully, "which is what anyone would do when threatened with lawsuits." "Threatened?" Richard made one phone call expressing his legitimate concerns. "And you're calling it a threat?" "He told me he'd pursue legal action for defamation and business interference." "That's the definition of a threat, Mrs. Chen. It's the definition of protecting oneself from slander." Her voice hardened. "Here's what's going to happen, David. You're going to stop making accusations. You're going to stay away from Tanaka Hiroshi and any other business contacts of my husband's. And you're going to sign a legal agreement stating that you will not disparage Richard or Chen Dynamics in any way to anyone ever or what? Or Richard will sue you for everything you have. And believe me, he has the resources for a very long, very expensive legal battle. Do you?" There it was. The real message. Submit or be destroyed. Recant your testimony or face financial ruin. And if I agree to this, if I sign your gag order, then maybe there's a chance for you and Grace to work things out in time after appropriate counseling and a sincere apology to the family. An apology for telling the truth. Counseling to fix whatever was wrong with me that made me incapable of understanding loyalty. A conditional, controlled path back to Grace that required me to pretend I'd been wrong about everything. What if I can't do that? I asked quietly. What if I can't apologize for something I'm not sorry for? Then you're choosing your pride over your wife and you'll have to live with that choice. She hung up. I sat there, phone still pressed to my ear, listening to dead air. The ultimatum was clear. Truth or grace? Principle or marriage? Pick one because I couldn't have both. James came home early that afternoon. Face grim. I talked to some people. You're right about the blacklisting. Richard's been calling in favors, spreading word that you're unstable, litigious, a liability. He's not making specific accusations, too smart for that. But he's destroying your reputation through innuendo. His wife just called, offered me a deal. Sign a non-disparagement agreement. Never speak about any of this again, and maybe Grace and I can reconcile eventually after I apologize. Jesus Christ, did you agree? I said I'd think about it. David, I know I can't. But James, if I don't, I couldn't finish the sentence. If I don't, I lose her for real. Forever. He sat down heavily. There's something else. Tanaka's investigators filed their report with the relevant regulatory agencies yesterday. Trade Commission, State Attorney General's Office. Once those wheels start turning, there's going to be a formal investigation into Chen Dynamics. It's out of your hands now. So, even if I wanted to back down, sign their agreement, pretend none of this happened, it wouldn't matter. The truth is already in motion. Richard's going to be investigated regardless of what you do or don't say, which meant I'd already burned the bridges. The damage was done. Signing a non-disparagement agreement now wouldn't save my marriage or repair my relationship with Grace's family. It would just mean I'd silence myself for nothing. When will Richard find out about the investigation? I asked. Could be any time, could be Monday, could be right now. The thought of him getting that news at tonight's dinner, the celebration dinner, the family gathering meant to show solidarity against outside threats, felt almost poetic, his moment of triumph interrupted by the revelation that the threat wasn't outside at all. It was internal, built into the foundation of everything he'd created. He's going to know it was me, I said. Even if investigators never mention my name, he'll know. I was at the dinner. I spoke to Tanaka. I'm the obvious source. Then you need to be prepared. Restraining order prepared. Security system prepared. Richard Chen doesn't strike me as the kind of man who loses gracefully. The suggestion should have seemed paranoid. Extreme. But something in James' tone made me understand he was serious. He'd seen something in his research. Talked to people who knew Richard's history. Learned things he hadn't shared yet. What did you find? I asked. James opened his laptop, turned it toward me. 2 former employees who tried to blow the whistle on Chen Dynamics practices. Both ended up fired, blacklisted, and interestingly, both had their cars vandalized within weeks of leaving the company. Nothing proven, nothing connected to Richard directly, but the pattern's there. You think he'd actually hurt me? I think he's a man who's built his entire identity on control and success, and you've just taken both away from him. People like that don't just accept loss, they retaliate. I stared at the screen. Photos of smashed windshields, slashed tires, petty crimes that sent a clear message. See what happens when you cross me. I should warn Grace, I said. If her father is capable of, she won't believe you. You know that she'll think you're trying to manipulate her, turn her against Richard out of revenge. He was right. Any warning I sent would be dismissed as paranoia or strategic poisoning. Grace had chosen her side. Nothing I said now would change her mind. Only evidence would do that. Only seeing Richard's true nature herself. And by the time she saw it, it might be too late. The dinner was happening right now. 6 o'clock. I checked my phone obsessively. 6:15. 6:30. Imagining Grace arriving at her parents' house. The warmth of their greeting. The relief of being surrounded by family that supported her. The narrative they'd constructed together. David the outsider who tried to infiltrate their circle but revealed his true nature just in time. 7 o'clock. They'd be sitting down to eat now. Richard at the head of the table probably making a toast to family. To loyalty, to surviving attacks from those who don't understand what it means to build something from nothing. Would Grace think of me? Wonder what I was doing? Feel any doubt at all about the choice she'd made? Or was I already becoming a memory? The husband who almost was, the mistake she'd escaped. My phone buzzed. Text from an unknown number. You have 48 hours to sign the agreement and public apology Helen sent you. Or we move forward with legal action. Your choice, RC. I showed it to James. That's explicit coercion, he said immediately. Save that message. Screenshot it. That's evidence. If this goes to court, everything's evidence now. I said, my whole life is just documentation, proof, screenshots, and recordings and testimony. When did I become someone who lives through legal documents? When you decided to tell the truth to people who profit from lies. 7:30 dinner would be winding down. Maybe they were having dessert. Maybe Richard was talking about future plans. Partnerships that would replace the failed Hiroshi deal. Opportunities that would prove David's sabotage meant nothing in the end. 8 o'clock. My phone rang. Grace. My heart stopped. Started. Raced. I answered on the second ring, trying not to sound desperate. Grace, I need you to hear something. Her voice was strange, tight, controlled, But barely. Dad's been drinking, talking, and he just said something. Something I need you to explain. Background noise. Voices. Her family's dinner's still happening. What did he say? He said. She paused. I heard her moving, a door closing, relative quiet. He said he's not worried about Tanaka's complaints because no one will believe a word without proof. And the only person who could actually provide proof is you, and you'll be too busy defending yourself from lawsuits to be credible. My breath caught. Grace, he said it like it was strategy, David. Like he'd planned it. And Mom just nodded. Like they'd discussed this before. Like destroying your credibility was always part of their plan. Her voice cracked. Tell me that's not what I think it is. Tell me my father isn't actually admitting to covering something up. This was it. The crack in her certainty. The first moment of doubt. Grace, where are you right now? In their guest room. Everyone else is still at dinner. Can you leave? Can you come here to James' place so we can talk? I can't just walk out of family dinner. David, they'd know something was wrong. They'd ask questions, then meet me somewhere else, anywhere. A coffee shop, a parking lot, I don't care. But we need to talk face to face. Not like this. Silence. I could hear her breathing, thinking, wearing with herself. There's a park near my parents' house, she said finally. Oakage, do you know it? I'll find it. 30 minutes. I'll tell them I'm not feeling well, that I need air. Grace, don't say anything yet. Just be there. Okay. She hung up. I looked at James. I need your car. He was already grabbing his keys. Oak Ridge Park was one of those neighborhood spaces that existed more in theory than practice. A few benches, some struggling trees, a playground that looked perpetually abandoned. I got there first, parked under a street light, watched the empty swings move in the wind. 10 minutes later, Grace's car pulled up. She sat there for a while before getting out, like she was gathering courage or reconsidering. But finally, she emerged. She looked smaller than I remembered. Or maybe I just felt the distance between us more acutely. 3 days of silence had created a chasm that couldn't be measured in feet. She walked to my bench, sat down, but not close, leaving space between us. Tell me I'm wrong, she said. Tell me I misunderstood what he meant. I can't do that. Because you think he's guilty or because you know he is, because I have evidence that proves he is. And your father knows it exists and he's trying to prevent it from being used against him by destroying my credibility first. She closed her eyes. This is my dad, David. The man who taught me to ride a bike, who paid for my college, who walked me down the aisle at our wedding. I know. And that's what makes this so hard, because he's all those things to you. And he's also someone who's built his business on exploiting people who couldn't fight back. The folder you showed me, the one I threw at you, is it real? Every word. And you're sure? You're absolutely certain there's no other explanation? I pulled out my phone, opened the documentation I'd compiled. Not Tanaka's investigator report. She wasn't ready for that yet, but my own account, time-stamped, detailed, showing exactly what was said versus what was translated at that dinner. Read this, I said. Then decide. She took my phone. Read in silence while the wind moved through dying leaves and the swings creaked on their chains. When she finished, she handed back my phone without looking at me. He lied, she said quietly. Right to that man's face multiple times. Yes. And you saw it happen. Understood it in real time. Yes. Why didn't you stop it? Why didn't you say something right then? The question I'd been asking myself for days. Because I was a coward. Because I didn't want to embarrass him in front of a client. Because I thought maybe there was an explanation I wasn't seeing. Because confronting your father-in-law in the middle of a business dinner felt impossible. She nodded slowly, processing. Then when I go back tonight, they're going to ask where I went. What do I tell them? The truth. Which version? That you needed air? That you're not feeling well? That tonight made you think about things you'd rather not think about? I looked at her. Grace, you don't have to decide everything right now. You don't have to choose sides immediately, but you deserve to know the full truth before you commit to defending someone who might not deserve it. He's my father. I know. And I'm your husband, and we're both asking you to trust us. The difference is I can prove what I'm saying. She stood up. I need time. How much? I don't know. More than 3 days, less than forever. She looked at me finally. I still love you. I need you to know that even when I'm so angry I can barely think straight. Even when I hate what you've done to my family, I still love you. But love doesn't fix this. It doesn't make the questions go away. It doesn't tell me who to believe when everyone I trust is saying opposite things. She walked back to her car, got in, sat there for another minute before starting the engine, And then she left. I stayed on that bench long after her tail lights disappeared. The park emptied further into darkness. The street light above me buzzing and flickering, insects dying against the bulb. I'd gotten what I wanted, Grace, hearing me out. Doubt entering her certainty. So why did it feel like losing? Because doubt wasn't the same as belief. And space wasn't the same as reconciliation. And time might give her perspective. Or it might just give Richard more opportunity to rebuild his story. To explain away everything I'd shown her, to convince her that love meant choosing family over truth. My phone buzzed. James, you okay? Need me to come get you? I looked around the empty park, the playground where children played during daylight, where families gathered and felt safe. Now it was just shadows and wind and the ghost of conversations that changed everything. I'm okay. I texted back. Coming home soon. Home. James's couch. The temporary space I inhabited while waiting to find out if I still had an actual home to return to. I sat there until the cold seeped through my jacket and my hands were numb. Until sitting still became its own form of penance. Then I got up, got in the car, and drove back to the life I'd chosen. The one where truth mattered more than comfort. The one where I had to believe had to that eventually. That choice would be vindicated. If you've ever sacrificed everything for a principle, you know this uncertainty. This horrible anxious wondering if you've made the greatest mistake of your life or the most important decision. All you can do is wait and hope and try to believe that truth eventually wins, even when all the evidence suggests otherwise. The investigation became public knowledge on Monday morning. I woke up on James' couch to 17 missed calls and a text from my mother that simply read, "What on earth is happening?" I pulled up the news on my phone. There it was. Third story down on the local business section. State Attorney General opens investigation into Chen Dynamics Import-Export Company. The article was careful, full of allegedly and according to sources, but the implications were clear. Fraud, misrepresentation, potential criminal charges pending further investigation. Richard's corporate headshot stared back at me from the screen. Professional, confident, the picture of a successful businessman who'd built an empire through hard work and determination. You'd never know from looking at him that he'd systematically exploited dozens of suppliers, that his empire was built on broken contracts and unpaid invoices and leveraged desperation. My phone rang. Grace, did you know? Her voice was raw, like she'd been crying. Did you know this was coming? I knew Tanaka's investigators had filed reports. I didn't know when they'd moved forward. It's everywhere, David. Every news site, every business page. My principal called this morning. Parents are already asking questions, wondering if it affects the school, if there's a situation they should be concerned about. She paused. One of the second graders asked if my dad was going to jail. God, Grace. I'm sorry, are you? Because this is what you wanted, isn't it? My father exposed, humiliated, destroyed. I wanted the truth to come out. I didn't want it to hurt you. Well, it does. It's hurting me very much. Do you know where I am right now? Sitting in my car in the school parking lot because I can't face going inside because everyone knows and everyone's looking at me differently. And I don't even know if my father actually did what they're saying or if this is all some horrible mistake. Grace, I went through his office last night. After I got back from the park, everyone was asleep and I went into his home office and started looking through files. Her voice dropped. I found things. David correspondence with suppliers. Emails where he's disputing charges claiming quality issues that don't match the photos he received. Spreadsheets with 2 sets of numbers. One for auditors, one labeled internal only. My chest tightened. What did you do? I took pictures of everything. Then I put it all back exactly how I found it and went to bed and pretended to be asleep when I heard him get up at 3 o'clock in the morning to make phone calls. She was crying now, trying to hide it and failing. He's my dad. He's my dad and he's been lying. Maybe for years, maybe forever. And I helped him. I defended him against you. I told you that you were wrong, that you were jealous and vindictive. And the whole time you didn't know. You couldn't have known. But I should have. Shouldn't I? I should have seen something. Some sign that the man who raised me was capable of this. But I didn't. Because I didn't want to. Because it was easier to believe you were the problem than to accept that my entire childhood was built on fraud. I wanted to hold her. Wanted to drive across the city and pull her into my arms and tell her it would be okay. But I didn't know if that was true. And I didn't know if she'd want me there. What are you going to do? I asked. I don't know. I can't turn him in. He's my father. But I can't pretend I don't know either. So, I'm just sitting here paralyzed. While my students are probably inside wondering where their teacher is and why she looks like she's been crying. Grace, listen to me. You're not responsible for your father's choices. His actions are his own. The only thing you're responsible for is deciding what you're going to do now that you know the truth. And what's the right choice, David? Tell me, because every option feels like betrayal. If I support him, I'm complicit. If I don't, I'm abandoning my family. If I stay silent, I'm a coward. If I speak up, I'm a traitor. So, please tell me what's the right choice. I didn't have an answer because there wasn't one. There was no path forward that didn't involve pain, loss, impossible decisions. That was the cost of truth. Not just discovering it, but living with it afterward. I can't tell you what to do, I said finally. But I can tell you this. Whatever you decide, I'm here. I'm still your husband. I still love you, and nothing that's happening changes that. She was quiet for a long time. Then I have to go. I can't keep my students waiting. Grace, I'll call you later. Maybe. I don't know. She hung up. I sat there on James' couch holding my phone, feeling the weight of everything we'd set in motion. The investigation, the exposure, the truth that was supposed to set people free, but mostly just broke things. The week became a blur of damage control and mounting chaos. Richard hired a crisis management firm. Within days, they'd planted stories questioning Tanaka's motives, suggesting business rivalry and competitive sabotage. They dug up dirt on one of the suppliers who testified against Chen Dynamics, a tax issue from years ago. Completely unrelated, but packaged to look suspicious. They built a narrative of Richard as victim, a successful immigrant entrepreneur being targeted by jealous competitors and overzealous regulators. And it was working, at least partially. Comment sections filled with people defending him, questioning the timing of the investigation, suggesting this was politically motivated. The court of public opinion was evenly divided, which meant Richard's strategy was effective. Create enough doubt, muddy enough waters, and truth becomes just another perspective. My own situation deteriorated further. 2 more clients terminated their contracts. One explicitly cited the controversies surrounding my name. The other just said they were going in a different direction, but the timing was unmistakable. Richard's blacklisting campaign was systematic and effective. James filed paperwork for a restraining order based on the threatening text and evidence of business interference. We knew it probably wouldn't be granted. Not enough explicit threat. Too much plausible deniability, but it created a paper trail documentation of harassment protection if things escalated. Wednesday afternoon, I got a call from Detective Sarah Martinez with the Economic Crimes Unit. She wanted to interview me about my observations at the dinner with Tanaka. You understand this is voluntary? She said when we met at a coffee shop downtown. She was younger than I expected, sharp-eyed, professional. You're not under investigation, but your testimony could be valuable to our case. I understand. She pulled out a recorder. Do you consent to being recorded? Yes. So, I told her everything again. The dinner, the mistranslations, what I'd heard versus what Richard had claimed. She took notes, asked clarifying questions, occasionally stopped the recording to explain what she could and couldn't tell me about the ongoing investigation. Off the record, she said after we finished. You did the right thing coming forward. Cases like this white-collar fraud, exploitation of language barriers, they're hard to prosecute because the victims are often overseas, don't have resources to testify, or are afraid of retaliation. Having a credible witness with direct knowledge changes everything. My wife doesn't think I did the right thing. Your wife is in an impossible position. Give her time. Everyone kept saying that. Give her time. Like time was a healing force rather than just empty space where Richard could rebuild his defenses and Grace could talk herself into believing her father's version of events. How long will the investigation take? I asked. Months. Maybe longer. Cases like this are complex, multiple jurisdictions, international witnesses, financial records that need forensic accounting. Mr. Chen has excellent lawyers who will fight every subpoena, challenge every piece of evidence. This won't be quick. Months, potentially years, years of living in limbo, my life on hold while investigators sifted through documents and Richard's legal team filed motion after motion to delay and obfuscate. What happens if they find him guilty? Depends on the charges. Fraud, breach of contract, potentially criminal charges if we can prove intent. He could face fines, restitution, possibly prison time. She closed her notebook, but that's a long way off. Right now, we're just gathering evidence. I left the coffee shop feeling hollow. I'd given my testimony, done my civic duty, participated in the machinery of justice, and it felt like nothing, like throwing stones at a mountain and hoping for erosion. Thursday evening, Grace finally called. Can you meet me? She asked. No preamble, no small talk. Our apartment. I need to get some things, and I'd rather not be alone. Of course. When? Now, I was there in 20 minutes. Our apartment. Our apartment. Though it felt more like a museum of a life I used to have looked exactly the same. The dishes I'd left in the sink were washed and put away. Grace had been living here, maintaining things, existing in spaces we used to share. She was sitting on the couch when I arrived, looking small and exhausted. "Hey," I said. "Hey." We stood there in awkward silence for a moment. Then she said, "My parents want me to file for divorce." The words hit like a physical blow. "What?" They sat me down last night. Both of them very serious, very concerned. They said you're clearly unstable. That you've shown you're willing to destroy family for personal gain, that staying married to you would be enabling your behavior. She looked at me. Mom said she'd been worried about you from the beginning, that she always sensed something off, something she couldn't quite name. Now she feels validated. And what do you think? I think I don't recognize my life anymore. I think 3 weeks ago, I was a happily married second-grade teacher with a normal family and normal problems. And now my father's under criminal investigation. My husband's been driven out of our home and I'm being asked to choose between the two men I love most in the world. She started crying. Not the angry tears from before, but something deeper. Grief. The kind that comes from losing innocence. From discovering that the foundations you built your life on were actually quicksand. I sat down next to her. Not touching, just present. "I don't want a divorce," she said. "I want things to go back to how they were. I want none of this to be real. I want to wake up and have it be 3 weeks ago and make different choices that lead somewhere else." "What different choices?" "I don't know. Maybe you don't go to that dinner. Maybe I never asked you to. Maybe we just exist in happy ignorance forever. You think you could have been happy not knowing?" She wiped her eyes. "I think I was happier not knowing. Doesn't that make me a coward? It makes you human." We sat there in silence for a while. The apartment was too quiet, missing the sounds of normal life, TV in the background, dinner cooking, the unconscious noises of two people coexisting comfortably. "I went to see a lawyer," Grace said finally. "Not for divorce, just to understand my options, what I might be liable for if Dad's business collapses, whether creditors could come after family assets. And she said that unless I'm directly involved in the business, which I'm not, I'm probably protected. But she also said that if it comes out I knew about illegal activities and didn't report them, I could be charged with obstruction." She turned to look at me. "David, I took pictures of incriminating documents and I haven't done anything with them. Am I breaking the law? Am I committing a crime by not turning over evidence?" I didn't know. I wasn't a lawyer. But I knew that Grace was trapped in exactly the nightmare I'd hoped to prevent caught. Between loyalty and law, family and ethics, love and integrity. "You should talk to James," I said. "He'd know better than me. Your brother hates my father. My brother believes in justice. That's not the same as hate." She pulled her knees up to her chest, wrapped her arms around them. Small, defensive, trying to make herself smaller, like maybe she could disappear into the couch cushions. "There's something else," she said. "Dad came to my classroom yesterday during my lunch break. He'd never done that before. Come to my school. I mean, he always said teachers needed their professional space respected. What did he want? He asked if you'd contacted me, if you'd tried to convince me to testify against him or provide evidence. When I said we'd barely spoken, he seemed relieved, but also suspicious, like he didn't quite believe me." She paused. Then he said something strange. He said, "Your loyalty to family is being tested right now. Everyone will understand if you make the wrong choice. But I won't. I won't understand and I won't forgive." A chill ran down my spine. "He threatened you." "He didn't threaten. He just made his expectations clear." "Grace, that's a threat. That's explicitly threatening you with consequences if you don't support him unconditionally. He's my father. He's scared and lashing out. He's a man under investigation for fraud who's trying to intimidate potential witnesses, including his own daughter." She stood up abruptly. "I need to pack some things. Are you going to help me or lecture me about my father's character?" I stood too. "I'm sorry. I'll help." We went to the bedroom. She pulled a suitcase from the closet, the one we'd used for our honeymoon, covered in tags from airports. We'd been excited to see together and started filling it with clothes. Methodical, mechanical, like this was just another task to complete rather than the dismantling of our shared life. "Where are you going?" I asked. "Friend's place. Emily from school. She has a spare room and she's not asking questions I can't answer." "You're not going back to your parents?" "I can't. Not right now. Being in that house, seeing Dad pretend everything's fine, watching Mom defend him like he's the victim. I can't do it." She moved to the bathroom, Collected toiletries. I stood in the doorway watching her, memorizing the way she moved through spaces we'd shared. The efficiency of someone who knew exactly where everything was because she'd organized it because this was her home. Do you think we'll survive this? I asked. She stopped packing, stood there with her toothbrush in one hand, travel case in the other. I don't know, she said honestly. I want to. I'm choosing to leave my parents' house and stay with Emily instead of filing for divorce. So, that's something. But I also can't promise you that I won't wake up tomorrow and decide this is all too much. That loving you isn't worth losing my entire family over. I understand. Do you? She turned to face me. Do you really understand what you're asking me to sacrifice? Because it's not just Dad. It's Mom, my aunts and uncles, my cousins. It's every family gathering for the rest of my life, every holiday, every birthday. It's my entire support system. If I choose you, I lose all of them. And I don't know if I'm strong enough for that. You're the strongest person I know. Strength isn't the same as willingness to suffer. She finished packing, zipped the suitcase. I need time, David. Real time, not days, maybe weeks, maybe longer. Time to figure out who my father actually is and what that means for who I am. Time to decide if our marriage can survive. Both of us making impossible choices. Take whatever time you need. She wheeled the suitcase to the door, then stopped, turned back, crossed the space between us, and kissed me. It was brief, sad, tasting like tears and goodbye. I still love you, she whispered. I need you to know that. Even when I'm angry, even when I hate what's happening, even when I'm not sure we can make this work, I still love you. I love you, too. She left. I heard her footsteps in the hallway, the elevator ding, the silence that followed. I stood in our apartment, my apartment now, I supposed at least temporarily, and looked at the spaces she'd occupied. The indent in the couch where she always sat, the coffee mug still in the sink from this morning, the framed photo on the bookshelf of our wedding day. Both of us laughing at something the photographer had said, completely unaware of what was coming. My phone buzzed. James, how'd it go? She's gone. I typed. Staying with a friend. Needs time. That's not the worst outcome. Maybe not. But it felt pretty close. I sat down on the couch in the exact spot Grace always occupied. Tried to understand how I'd gotten here. How doing the right thing had cost me everything. How truth, which was supposed to be redemptive and freeing, mostly just felt like punishment. If you've ever been left alone with your principles, you know how cold they are, how abstract, how they don't keep you warm at night or tell you everything will be okay. How they're poor substitutes for the people you've lost in service of them. I pulled out my phone, opened my photos, scrolled through pictures of better days. Grace and me at the beach last summer. Grace and me at her school's holiday party. Grace and me in our kitchen. Her teaching me to make her grandmother's recipe while I pretended to be competent. Evidence of a life that might be over. A marriage that might not survive the weight of truth. Outside, the city continued its evening routines. People coming home from work, making dinner, settling into ordinary lives unmarked by investigations and impossible choices. Normal people doing normal things, unaware of how fragile it all was, how quickly it could unravel if you discovered something you weren't supposed to know. I sat there until the apartment grew dark around me. Didn't bother turning on lights. Just existed in the shadows of a life I wasn't sure how to live anymore. The investigation would continue. Richard would fight. Grace would struggle. And I would wait alone, hoping that eventually truth would prove worth its cost. Hoping, but not certain. Never certain anymore. 3 weeks passed like slow motion drowning. I developed routines that felt like survival mechanisms. Wake up at 6. Coffee. Stare at my laptop pretending to work. Field increasingly hostile emails from former clients who decided I was too controversial to associate with. Lunch that I barely ate. More pretend work. Evening calls with James where we talked about the investigation's progress or lack thereof. Sleep that came in fragments, interrupted by dreams of Grace walking away over and over in different scenarios. The apartment echoed. That's the thing about spaces designed for two people. They amplify emptiness when there's only one. I'd catch myself making enough coffee for both of us. Setting out 2 plates before remembering. Muscle memory of a shared life that my brain hadn't fully accepted was gone. Grace texted occasionally. Brief updates that felt more like status reports than conversation. Still at Emily's. Doing okay. Talked to a therapist today. It helped. Please don't call. I'll reach out when I'm ready. Each message was both relief and rejection. She was alive, functioning, not giving up entirely. But she wasn't coming back. Not yet. Maybe not ever. The investigation ground forward with bureaucratic slowness. Detective Martinez called every few days with updates that mostly consisted of, "We're still gathering evidence, and these things take time." Tanaka's legal team had provided extensive documentation. Other suppliers were coming forward now that the investigation was public, emboldened by safety and numbers. The case against Richard was building, brick by damning brick, but building wasn't the same as resolved. And in the meantime, Richard was free, operating his business, maintaining his reputation, systematically destroying mine. I'd lost 5 clients now, more than half my active contracts. The ones who remained were loyal but nervous, constantly asking if I was okay in ways that suggested they were waiting for me to become unstable or unreliable. I'd become a liability, a risk. The consultant had gotten tangled up in a high-profile fraud investigation and couldn't be trusted to focus on their marketing strategies. Money was becoming a problem. Real problem. I'd burned through my savings, paying for a lawyer to review the non-disparagement agreement Richard's team had sent, which my lawyer had advised I absolutely not sign. Now, I was looking at credit card debt and wondering how long I could afford this apartment by myself if Grace didn't come back. James had offered to cover rent. I'd refused. Too proud or too stupid to accept help that felt like admission of complete failure. On a Thursday morning, 4 weeks after Grace had packed her suitcase, my mother showed up at my door unannounced. "You look terrible," she said by way of greeting, pushing past me into the apartment. "Good morning to you, too, Mom." She set her purse down, immediately started tidying, picking up empty coffee cups, straightening magazines I hadn't read. My mother's stress response was cleaning. Always had been. When Dad died, she deep cleaned their entire house twice before the funeral. James told me what happened. She said the real version, not the sanitized one you gave me on the phone. "I didn't want to worry you." "Well, I'm worried. You've lost weight. This place looks like a depression nest. And according to your brother, you're being systematically blacklisted by your father-in-law." I sat down at the kitchen table. "It's under control." "Is it? Because from where I'm standing, it looks like you're drowning and too stubborn to grab the life preserver." She was right. Of course, mothers usually are. But admitting it felt like defeat. "What do you want me to say, Mom? That I made a mistake? That I should have kept quiet?" She stopped cleaning. Came to sit across from me. "I want you to tell me if you're okay. Actually okay. Not the version you think I want to hear." The question broke something. Maybe because she asked it without judgment. Maybe because I was too tired to maintain the facade anymore. "No," I said, "I'm not okay. My wife's gone. My career's imploding. I did the right thing and it's cost me everything that matters, and I don't know if it was worth it." She reached across the table, took my hand. "Do you believe what Richard Chen did was wrong?" "Yes." "Do you believe those suppliers deserve justice?" "Yes." "Do you believe Grace deserved to know the truth about her father?" I hesitated. I believe she deserved the choice to know. I'm not sure anymore if I had the right to force that choice on her. Life forces choices on us all the time, sweetheart. The question isn't whether you had the right. It's whether you could have lived with yourself if you'd stayed silent. Could I have? That was the haunting question. In some alternate timeline where I'd kept my mouth shut, where I'd sat through that dinner and pretended I didn't understand, where I'd smiled and nodded and let Richard continue his fraud, could that version of me have been happy? "I don't know," I said honestly. "Well, I do. You couldn't have, because you're your father's son, and that man never met a truth he could leave alone, even when it would have been easier." She squeezed my hand. He drove me crazy sometimes with his rigid ethics. But I always knew where I stood with him. Always knew he wouldn't compromise his integrity for convenience or comfort. Dad had been a professor, philosophy, spent his entire career teaching about moral frameworks and ethical decision-making. Died of a heart attack when I was 25, arguing with the department head about academic honesty violations the administration wanted to ignore. Dad died fighting a battle that didn't need fighting. I said he could have let the plagiarism thing go. Let someone else handle it, but he couldn't, and it literally killed him. Maybe. Or maybe that heart attack was coming anyway and at least he went out standing for something. She pulled back, started clearing more coffee cups. "You want my advice? Do I have a choice? No. Here it is. Stop waiting. Stop sitting in this apartment hoping Grace will come back, hoping Richard will face consequences, hoping everything will magically resolve itself. Start living again. Whatever that looks like. I don't know what that looks like anymore. Then figure it out. Get a new client. Join a gym. Volunteer somewhere. Do something that reminds you that you're still a person with value beyond this nightmare you're trapped in." She stayed for 3 hours, cleaned the entire apartment while lecturing me about self-care and resilience and how wallowing was unproductive. By the time she left, the place looked almost habitable, and I felt marginally less like I was dissolving into the furniture. "I love you," she said at the door. "Even when you're being impossibly stubborn." "Love you, too, Mom." After she left, I looked around the clean apartment. She was right about the wallowing. I'd been existing in a holding pattern, waiting for external validation that I'd done the right thing. Waiting for Grace to come back and say I was forgiven. Waiting for Richard to be arrested and the universe to confirm that truth and justice prevailed. But life didn't work that way. Justice was slow and uncertain. Grace might never come back. And waiting for external validation was just another form of giving away my power. I pulled out my laptop, started drafting emails to potential clients I'd been too defeated to pursue, updated my portfolio, did the work of rebuilding that I'd been avoiding because it felt like admitting the damage was permanent. Maybe it was permanent. Maybe this was just what my life looked like now. But I could either accept that and adapt or keep drowning in what used to be. I chose adaptation. 2 days later, Grace called. Actually called, not texted. "Can you talk?" she asked. "Of course, always. I need to tell you something, and I need you to not have a reaction until I'm done explaining." My stomach dropped. This was it. The divorce conversation, the formal ending. "Okay," I said. "I met with Dad yesterday alone at a coffee shop near my school." I bit back the immediate response. "Why would you do that? Is he trying to manipulate you? Did he threaten you again and just waited?" He wanted to explain his side, to tell me that everything being said about him is exaggerated or taken out of context, that he's been a businessman for 20 years, and sometimes hard decisions look bad to outsiders who don't understand the industry. She paused. He was very calm, very reasonable, very convincing. My heart was racing. "Grace, I'm not done." He showed me counter documentation, financial records that supposedly prove the suppliers are lying about non-payment, emails that he says show he was trying to resolve disputes in good faith, character references from other business partners who swear he's always been ethical and honorable. Those can be faked or taken out of context just like he's accusing others of doing. I know, which is why I recorded the conversation. I stopped breathing. "You what?" I recorded it on my phone. The whole thing. And David, there were moments where his story didn't add up, where he'd say something that contradicted what he'd said 5 minutes earlier, where he'd get defensive about questions that shouldn't have made him defensive if he was really innocent. "What are you going to do with the recording?" "I don't know yet. That's why I'm calling, because I need to know if I turn this over to the investigators. Am I betraying my father? Or am I just refusing to be complicit in his lies?" The question wasn't rhetorical. She genuinely didn't know. Was asking me to help her figure out where the line was between loyalty and complicity, between family and justice. "What does your therapist say?" I asked that I need to decide what I can live with. That both choices have consequences and I'm the only one who can determine which consequences I can bear. That's frustratingly unhelpful, right? She laughed, but it was hollow. "I keep waiting for someone to just tell me what to do, but everyone keeps saying it's my choice, my decision. Like, that makes it easier somehow. Grace, I can't tell you what to do. You know what I think you should do, but that's colored by everything I've been through. You have to make this decision for yourself, but I'm asking your opinion. As my husband, as someone who knows me better than almost anyone, what do you think I should do?" I closed my eyes. This was dangerous territory. If I told her to turn over the recording and she did and it destroyed her relationship with her family, she might blame me forever. If I told her not to, and Richard continued to defraud people, I'd be part of that continuing harm. I think I said carefully that you should ask yourself one question. If your father is innocent, would this recording hurt him? And if he's guilty, can you live with protecting him? Silence on the other end. Long enough that I thought maybe she'd hung up. "He asked about you," she said finally. "Dad." During our conversation, he asked if I was still in contact with you, if you were pressuring me to testify against him. When I said we barely talked, he looked relieved. And then he said something strange. "What?" He said, "David was always weak. I knew from the beginning he didn't have what it takes to be part of this family. I'm just glad you're seeing it now before he could do more damage." The word stung more than I expected. Weak. After everything I'd risked, everything I'd lost, he thought I was weak. "And what did you say?" I asked. I said, "Actually, I think it takes a lot of strength to stand up for what's right, even when it costs you everything." And he looked at me like I'd slapped him. She paused. That's when I knew I had to record the rest of the conversation. Because if he could look at his own daughter with that much contempt, just for suggesting you might have principles worth respecting, what else was he capable of? "Grace, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry you're in this position. Don't be sorry. Be honest with me." If our positions were reversed, if it was your parent being investigated and I was the one who'd come forward, would you forgive me? Could you? The question cut to the heart of everything. Would I? Could I forgive someone for exposing my parents' crimes? Even if those crimes were real, I'd want to think I could, I said. But honestly, I don't know. It's easy to say you'd choose justice over loyalty until you're actually facing that choice. Maybe I'd be exactly where you are now, angry and confused and not sure if doing the right thing is worth losing your family over. That's not the inspiring answer I was hoping for. I know, but it's honest. She sighed. I'm so tired, David. I'm tired of thinking about this. Tired of analyzing every conversation for hidden meanings. Tired of wondering if the man who taught me to ride a bike is secretly a monster. I just want it to be over. I know. Me, too. Do you think we'll survive this? Us? I mean, our marriage. Do you want to? Yes. Most days. Some days I'm not sure. Some days I think it would be easier to just cut my losses, file for divorce, pretend this whole chapter never happened. And what stops you on those days? The fact that I still love you. The fact that you did something impossibly difficult because you believed it was right. The fact that I don't want to become the kind of person who runs away from hard things just because they're hard. She paused. And because I keep thinking about what you said at that park, about how love doesn't fix things, but it matters anyway. And you're right. It doesn't fix this, but it matters. Something loosened in my chest. Not relief exactly, but hope. The first genuine hope I'd felt in weeks. Grace. Whatever you decide to do with that recording, turn it over, delete it. Keep it as insurance. I support you. Not because I have an agenda, but because you deserve to make that choice without pressure from anyone, including me. Even if I choose wrong, there is no wrong choice. There's only the choice you can live with. She was quiet for a moment. Then I'm going to turn it over. Tomorrow I'm going to give Detective Martinez the recording and whatever happens after that is out of my hands. Are you sure? No. But I'm going to do it anyway because you were right about something. If I don't, if I protect him and he continues to hurt people, I become complicit and I can't live with that. Even if it means losing my family, even if it means they never forgive me. Pride swelled in my chest. That's incredibly brave. It doesn't feel brave. It feels terrifying. That's usually what brave feels like. We talked for another hour. Not about Richard or the investigation or the impossible choices we were both facing. Just talked about her students. About a funny thing that happened at Emily's apartment. About a movie she'd watched that made her think of me. Normal conversation that felt like oxygen after weeks of suffocating. When we finally hung up, I sat in the quiet apartment feeling something I hadn't felt in a long time. Not happiness exactly, but something adjacent to it. The possibility of eventual happiness. The distant promise that maybe eventually we'd find our way back to each other. Grace turned over the recording the next day. By evening, it was part of the official investigation file. 2 days later, Richard's lawyer held a press conference, calling the recording an illegal invasion of privacy and a desperate attempt by hostile family members to manufacture evidence. The legal maneuvering had begun in earnest. Richard wasn't going down quietly, but he was going down. I could feel it. Not quickly, not cleanly, but inevitably. Truth was slow, but patient. And grace had just accelerated its arrival. That night, she texted, "Did the right thing. Feels awful. Still glad I did it." I responded, "That's exactly what doing the right thing feels like. Proud of you." 3 dots appeared, disappeared, appeared again. Finally. "Can we have dinner?" "Not at the apartment. Somewhere neutral. I'm not ready to come home yet, but I miss you." "Absolutely. When?" "Tomorrow. 7:00 p.m. that Italian place we went to on our first date. I'll be there." I stared at my phone for a long time after that. It wasn't reconciliation. It wasn't resolution, but it was movement. Forward motion, the possibility that destruction wasn't the only outcome, that sometimes breaking things apart was necessary before you could rebuild them stronger. If you've ever started to see light at the end of a very long tunnel, you know this feeling. Not relief yet, but hope. Cautious, fragile, desperately needed hope. I had dinner plans with my wife. The investigation was progressing. Richard was fighting, but losing ground. And for the first time in weeks, I could imagine a future that wasn't just survival, but actual living. It wasn't over. Not by a long shot, but maybe possibly. We were past the worst of it. I chose to believe that. Had to believe it because the alternative was unbearable. The Italian restaurant looked exactly the same. Same red awnings, same warm lighting spilling onto the sidewalk, same hand-painted menu board advertising specials in cheerful chalk. 5 years ago, I'd brought Grace here on our first real date. Not the casual coffee that came before, but the deliberate, nervous, please let this go well dinner date. I'd worn a tie I didn't know how to knot properly. She'd laughed at my fumbling explanation of why I'd chosen Italian food, then ordered in flawless menu Italian that made me fall a little bit in love right there. Now, I stood outside that same restaurant 5 years and a lifetime later, wondering if we were about to have our last meal together or our first step back. She arrived exactly at 7 o'clock. Grace was never late. One of the things I loved about her reliability in a world that felt increasingly chaotic. She wore a navy dress I recognized. Her hair pulled back in a way that meant she'd spent time deciding how to look. Not too casual, not too formal. The careful calibration of someone who didn't know what this evening meant either. "Hi," she said. "Hi." We stood there on the sidewalk. Two people who'd shared a bed and a life and dreams about the future. Suddenly, strangers navigating the basic mechanics of greeting. Do we hug, kiss, shake hands like business associates? She solved it by stepping forward and wrapping her arms around me. Brief, tight. A hug that said, "I've missed you and I'm still angry and I don't know what we're doing all at once." "You made a reservation?" she asked when she pulled back. "Under Morrison, our table's ready." Inside, the hostess led us to a corner booth, the same booth where we'd sat 5 years ago. Though I hadn't requested it. Just luck or the universe's sense of irony. We sat, ordered wine neither of us would drink much of. Studied menus we'd already memorized. "How's Emily's place?" I asked when the silence stretched too long. "Fine. She's been amazing. Very patient with me crying at random times or rage cleaning her kitchen at 2 in the morning." Grace sat down her menu. "David, can we just not do small talk? I don't have the energy for pretending this is a normal dinner." "Okay. What do you want to talk about?" "Everything?" "Nothing. I don't know." She folded her hands on the table. "Tell me how you're doing." "Actually doing. Not the version you'd tell someone you're trying not to worry." So I told her about the lost clients, the financial stress, the way I'd been existing rather than living. About my mother showing up and forcing me to clean the apartment and rejoin the world. About the daily grind of giving testimony to investigators while watching Richard's PR machine paint me as unstable and vindictive. She listened without interrupting. When I finished, she said, "I didn't know it was that bad. The client situation. Why didn't you tell me?" "Because you were dealing with your own crisis. Because I didn't want to add to your burden. Because." I paused. "Because I was ashamed. Maybe that doing the right thing had cost me so much professionally." "It's not your fault, Richard is vindictive, isn't it?" I knew what he was capable of. I saw how he operated and I still chose to expose him knowing there'd be consequences. Consequences for telling the truth. That's not the same as fault. The wine arrived. We both took sips we didn't taste. Buying time. I listened to the recording again last night. Grace said the one with my dad. Really listened this time. Not just while I was recording. And David, there were so many lies, so many careful manipulations. He'd tell me something sympathetic to get me on his side, then 2 minutes later contradict it, then circle back and act like he'd never said the first thing. "Grace, let me finish. Please." She took a breath. There's a moment about halfway through where I ask him directly. "Did you deliberately mistranslate Tanaka's questions?" And you know what he says? He says, "Your husband has always been jealous of my success. He saw an opportunity to make me look bad and he took it." Not denial, not explanation, just deflection. Like the question itself was offensive. That's a classic technique. Redirect and accuse. Make the questioner defensive so they stop asking. I know that now, but in the moment it worked. I felt guilty for asking, like I was betraying him just by questioning. She looked at me. "How did you see through him so quickly? How did you know?" I didn't know at first. I just noticed inconsistencies. Then I looked closer and found more. Then I couldn't unsee it. And that's what I'm dealing with now. I can't unsee it anymore. Every childhood memory is filtered through this new lens. Was he genuinely proud of me at my college graduation, or was he performing for the audience? Did he really support my teaching career? Or did he just tolerate it because it made him look like a good father? I don't know what was real anymore. The waiter appeared to take our order. We chose things at random. Neither of us actually hungry. When he left, Grace continued, "My mom called this morning. She knows I gave the recording to the investigators. Dad told her. She said, I've chosen a side and I chose wrong. That I'm betraying family for a man who's manipulated me into doubting my own father. She said, if I don't recant, if I don't claim the recording was taken out of context or admit I misunderstood what I heard, I'm no longer welcome at family gatherings." My chest tightened. "Grace, I'm so sorry. Don't be. It clarified something for me. She didn't ask if the recording showed anything incriminating. Didn't ask if Dad was telling the truth. Just demanded loyalty without question. And I realized that's not love. That's not family. That's just control. Conditional acceptance based on blind obedience. She was crying now. Quiet tears. She didn't bother wiping away. I lost my family, David. I lost them because I chose truth over loyalty. And they see that as betrayal. And the worst part, I'm not sure I made the wrong choice. Which makes me feel like a terrible daughter. What kind of person doesn't regret losing their parents? The kind of person who realizes that keeping them meant losing herself. Is that what you tell yourself when you think about what this has cost us? Every single day, our food arrived. We pushed it around our plates pretending to eat. Detective Martinez called me yesterday. Grace said the recording is significant, that it shows consciousness of guilt. Dad knowing he needs to manipulate the narrative means he knows there's something to hide. Combined with everything else they found, she thinks they'll have enough for formal charges within a month. How do you feel about that? Relieved? Sick? Both. She set down her fork. There's a part of me that still wants him to somehow be innocent. To have an explanation that makes everything okay, but I know that's not going to happen. The man I thought he was doesn't exist. Maybe never existed. And I'm mourning someone who was always just a performance. I reached across the table. She let me take her hand. You're one of the strongest people I know. I said, I don't feel strong. I feel broken. Broken and strong aren't mutually exclusive. Sometimes strength is just surviving the breaking. We sat like that for a while, hands linked across pasta. Neither of us was eating. Two people trying to figure out how to rebuild something that felt irreparably damaged. I want to come home, Grace said suddenly. Not tonight. I'm not ready for that yet, but soon. Maybe next week. If you'll have me, of course I'll have you. It's your home, too, is it? After everything, after I threw you out, accused you of betrayal, chose my father over you. You didn't choose him. You chose to get space to figure out the truth. That's not the same thing. It felt the same to you. I bet it hurt, but I understood. And I never stopped hoping you'd come back. She squeezed my hand. I can't promise it'll be easy. I'm still angry sometimes. Still grieving. Still having moments where I resent you for being the one who made me see the truth. I know, but I love you, and I don't want to lose you on top of everything else I'm losing. You won't. I'm right here. I've been here the whole time. We left the restaurant around 9 o'clock, full of wine and unfinished pasta and something that felt like tentative hope. Grace walked me to my car, then leaned against it, looking up at the night sky. Do you remember our first date here? She asked. You ordered in Italian and made me realize I was completely out of my depth. You were so nervous. It was adorable. You kept adjusting your tie and apologizing for things that didn't need apologies. I really wanted to impress you. You did. Not with the tie that was a disaster, by the way, but with how genuinely you listened, how you asked real questions and cared about the answers. I remember thinking, this is someone I could build a life with. And did we build a life? She looked at me. We're building something. Maybe not what we originally planned. Maybe better, maybe worse. But something real. She kissed me then. Soft, tentative, tasting like wine and salt and new beginnings. When she pulled back, she said, I should go. Emily's probably wondering where I am. Text me when you get there. I will. I watched her drive away. Tail lights disappearing into traffic and felt something shift. Not resolution, but movement. Forward motion. The possibility that destruction wasn't permanent. That sometimes you had to break things apart before you could build them stronger. My phone buzzed. James, how'd it go? Good. Really good. She's coming home soon. That's great, man. Proud of both of you. I drove back to the apartment with the windows down, letting cold air rush through, feeling more alive than I had in weeks. The investigation was progressing. Grace was coming back. Richard was fighting, but losing. Things were still messy, still complicated. But they were moving in the right direction. When I got home, there was an envelope taped to my door. No postage, no return address, hand delivered. I took it inside, opened it carefully. Inside was a single piece of paper. Printed, not handwritten. A message in block letters. You've made a powerful enemy. Some people don't forgive. Some people don't forget. Watch your back. My blood ran cold. I called James immediately. Someone left a threat at my door. What kind of threat? I read him the message. Okay, don't touch the paper anymore. Fingerprints. Call the police. File a report. Then call Detective Martinez. Let her know. This is witness intimidation and it's serious. You think it's from Richard? Who else would it be? David, you need to take this seriously. Get security cameras for your door. Maybe stay with me for a few days until I'm not running. I'm not letting him intimidate me into hiding. This isn't about machismo. It's about safety. If Richard's desperate enough to send threats, don't know it's from Richard. Could be anyone, right? Could be the Tooth Fairy. Use your head, David. The man's under investigation. His daughter just turned over evidence against him. His business is collapsing. He's cornered. And cornered animals are dangerous. He was right. I knew he was right. But accepting that Richard might actually be dangerous, might actually hurt me physically, not just professionally, meant accepting that this situation had escalated beyond legal maneuvering into something darker. I took photos of the note, the envelope, exactly where it had been placed. Then I called the police. 2 officers showed up 40 minutes later. Young, professional, took statements and photos and told me they'd file a report. We'll increase patrols in the area, one said. And you should consider a security system. Ring doorbell, cameras, that kind of thing. After they left, I called Detective Martinez, got her voicemail, left a message. Then I sat on my couch staring at the door, wondering who'd stood there, who'd known where I lived, who'd wanted me scared enough to deliver a threat in person. My phone buzzed. Grace, made it to Emily's. Thank you for tonight. It meant everything. I stared at the message. Should I tell her about the threat? Would it scare her? Make her reconsider coming home? Or was not telling her another form of manipulation? Another way of controlling information to protect her feelings? I typed, meant to me, too. Listen, something happened after you left. Someone left a threatening note at my door. Police are involved. I'm okay, but I wanted you to know. 3 dots appeared immediately. Then what? Are you safe? Should I come there? I'm safe. Building's secure. Just thought you should know. Might be nothing. Or it might be my father. David, this is serious. You can't stay there alone. I'm not running. I'm not asking you to run. I'm asking you to be smart. Can you go to James at least for tonight? I looked around my apartment. The clean space my mother had helped restore. The life I was trying to rebuild. The home I'd invited Grace back to. Okay, I'll go to James just for tonight. Thank you. I'll call you in the morning. Please be careful. I packed a bag again. Always packing bags lately. Moving between temporary spaces. Never quite settled. I took one last look at the apartment before leaving the photos on the shelves. The books we'd collected, the evidence of a shared life that felt increasingly fragile. Then I locked the door, got in my car, and drove to my brother's place for the second time in a month. James had the couch already made up when I arrived. This is becoming a habit, he said. Not by choice. I know, but David, you need to take this seriously. Richard Chen is not just unethical, he's vindictive, and now he's desperate. That's a dangerous combination. So what am I supposed to do? Hide? Move? Let him win by default because I'm too scared to live my own life. I'm saying you prepare. You protect yourself. You don't give him opportunities. I dropped my bag. Sat heavily on the couch. Grace is supposed to come home next week. How do I bring her back to an apartment that's been threatened? How do I ask her to feel safe there? You install security. You stay vigilant. You do what you need to do to actually be safe, not just feel brave. He was right. Again. James was annoyingly always right. I'll call a security company tomorrow. I said cameras, new locks, whatever they recommend. Good. And David, you should tell Grace everything. Don't protect her from information she needs to stay safe. Trust her to handle it. When did you become the relationship expert? When my little brother started choosing martyrdom over honest communication. I threw a pillow at him. He caught it, laughed, tossed it back. It's going to be okay, he said. Not today, not tomorrow, but eventually. You're doing the right thing. Even when it's hard. That has to count for something, does it? Because from where I'm sitting, doing the right thing has cost me my career, my marriage, almost my safety. At what point does the cost outweigh the principle? When you can look at yourself in the mirror and feel okay about staying silent, which you couldn't, which is why you're here. I lay back on the couch that was too short for my frame. Staring at the ceiling in my brother's apartment for the second time in a month. Outside, the city hummed with normal life. People going home, watching TV, making love, having normal problems that didn't involve federal investigations and threatening letters, living lives unmarked by impossible choices and their consequences. I envied them. God, I envied them. But I wouldn't trade places. Couldn't. Because even now, even scared and financially struggling and threatened, I knew I'd made the right choice. The only choice I could live with. Even if living with it meant sleeping on my brother's couch with a threatening letter logged as evidence with the police. Even if it meant installing cameras and checking over my shoulder and wondering if every footstep behind me was danger. Even if it meant accepting that sometimes the cost of integrity was higher than you ever imagined paying. If you've ever stood at the intersection of principle and price, you know this feeling. The certainty that you'd do it all again, mixed with the desperate wish that you didn't have to. I closed my eyes and tried to sleep. Tomorrow, I'd install security systems and call Detective Martinez and tell Grace the full truth about the threat and her father's escalation. Tomorrow, I'd keep building the case, keep protecting myself, keep moving forward. But tonight, I just tried to rest. Tried and mostly failed because peace was hard to find when you declared war on someone who fought dirty and fought to win. And Richard Chen was nothing if not a fighter. The security company arrived Monday morning at 8, sharp, 2 technicians, one older, graying, with the methodical movements of someone who'd seen everything. One younger, eager, explaining every detail like I was studying for a test. They installed cameras at the front door, the back entrance, the parking garage, motion sensors, new locks with digital codes, a system that would alert my phone if anyone approached within 10 feet of my door. Overkill? The older tech asked, reading my expression. I don't know anymore. What's overkill when someone's already threatened you? This ain't overkill. This is what everyone should have. He showed me the app, how to review footage, how to set alerts. Someone comes near your door now, you'll know. They try the handle, you'll know. They breathe wrong, you'll know. That's reassuring, I think. After they left, I sat in my apartment, my secure, surveilled, fortress-like apartment, and felt both safer and more paranoid. Every sound made me check my phone. Every footstep in the hallway triggered a spike of adrenaline. I'd become someone who flinched at shadows. Grace came by around noon. I told her about the security installation, expected her to be relieved. Instead, she looked haunted. This is because of my father, she said, staring at the camera above the door. You're living in fear because I'm related to a man who threatens people. You're not responsible for his choices, aren't I? If I'd seen what he was earlier, if I'd questioned things instead of blindly accepting, Grace, no, you can't rewrite history like that. You trusted your parent. That's not a character flaw. That's being human. She moved through the apartment like she was seeing it for the first time, touching familiar objects, the books on our shelves, the photos on the walls, the coffee maker we'd picked out together, reacquainting herself with a space that had been ours but was now just mine, at least temporarily. Can I stay tonight? She asked suddenly. Not moving back yet. Just I want to sleep in our bed. I want to wake up next to you just for one night before I have to go back to Emily's and keep pretending I'm okay. You don't have to pretend here. I know. That's why I'm asking. So, she stayed. We ordered takeout neither of us finished. Watched a movie neither of us paid attention to existed in the same space. Relearning how to be together without the weight of crisis forcing every interaction. That night, lying in bed with Grace curled against me, her breathing evening out into sleep, I checked my phone one last time. The security app showed the empty hallway, the quiet parking garage, the world continuing its normal rhythms while ours remained fractured. No threats, no visitors, no Richard Chen lurking in shadows. Maybe the note had been his last desperate move. Maybe the security was working as a deterrent. Maybe I could actually sleep without jumping at every sound. I was wrong about all of it. Tuesday morning, Detective Martinez called while Grace was in the shower. We're filing formal charges, she said without preamble. Wire fraud, contract fraud, multiple counts. The DA's office is confident enough in the case to move forward. My heart raced. When? Warrant goes out this afternoon. We'll execute it tomorrow morning. Wanted to give you a heads up in case Chen's people come after you with accusations of cooperation. Grace is here with me. She should know. Agreed. But David, be prepared. This is going to get ugly. Chen's lawyers will fight every charge. His PR team will go into overdrive. And he's going to blame everyone involved, especially you and his daughter. We're prepared. Are you? Because preparation means understanding that this man might do more than send threatening letters. Cornered animals don't just run. Sometimes they attack. The warning hung in the air after we disconnected. Cornered animals. Richard had money, connections, resources, and now he had nothing left to lose. When Grace emerged from the bathroom, towel drying her hair, wearing my t-shirt, looking momentarily normal, I knew I had to tell her. No more protective emissions. No more filtering information to spare her feelings. That was Detective Martinez. I said they're filing charges. Tomorrow morning, she froze mid-motion. Towel suspended. Tomorrow, formal arrest, wire fraud, contract fraud, multiple counts. She sat down slowly on the bed. It's really happening. I knew it was coming, but hearing it said out loud, Grace, there's something else. Martinez thinks your father might escalate. That the threat I received might not be the end of it. What are you saying? I'm saying we need to be careful. Both of us. Maybe you shouldn't be alone right now. Maybe you should stay here where there's security rather than going back to Emily's. She looked at me with an expression I couldn't read. You think my father would actually hurt me? His own daughter? I think he's desperate, and desperate people do desperate things. He's not violent, David. He's manipulative, dishonest, ethically bankrupt, but he's not violent. You didn't think he was any of those other things either. Until you did. The words landed harder than I intended. She flinched, looked away. I'm sorry, I said. That was true. It was true. She stood up, started getting dressed. I need to call my mom before she hears it on the news, before she finds out her husband is being arrested and no one in the family warned her. You think she'll listen? Probably not, but I have to try. She made the call from the living room while I pretended not to eavesdrop from the kitchen. I could hear her side of the conversation, quiet at first, then increasingly strained. Mom, please just listen. I know you don't want to hear it, but it's not David's fault because the evidence is real. Mom, he's going to be arrested tomorrow. You need to prepare yourself. Silence. Then Grace's voice, small and broken. I love you too, even if you don't believe me right now. She came back to the kitchen with tear-streaked cheeks. She hung up on me, said I was being dramatic, that this is all a witch hunt, that Dad's lawyers will handle it, and I should be supporting him instead of spreading panic. I pulled her into a hug. She collapsed against me, crying the way she'd been holding back, full, wrenching sobs that shook her whole body. I tried, she gasped. I tried to warn her, to prepare her, and she wouldn't listen. You did what you could. Did I? Or did I just make it worse? Now, when it happens, she'll remember that I knew that I tried to tell her. She'll blame me for not doing more, or for doing too much, or for existing in the middle of this nightmare. There was nothing I could say to that because she was probably right. Helen Chen would find a way to blame Grace no matter what. That's what people did when they couldn't accept their own complicity. They redirected blame to anyone nearby. Grace pulled back, wiped her eyes. I should go to work. Pretend everything's normal for a few more hours before the world explodes. Are you sure? My students need me, and I need them. They're the only part of my life that still makes sense. She left 20 minutes later, kissed me goodbye at the door, promised to text when she got to school. I watched her on the security camera, walking to her car. Getting in, driving away. Normal morning routines masking extraordinary circumstances. I should have insisted she stay home. Should have known that normal was an illusion we could no longer afford. I should have protected her better. The call came at 10:30. Grace's principal, voice tight with controlled panic. Mr. Morrison, this is Susan Blake from Riverside Elementary. Grace, there's been an incident. She's okay. She's safe, but we need you to come down here immediately. My blood turned to ice. What happened? I'd rather explain in person. Can you come now? I was in the car before she finished the sentence. Riverside Elementary was 15 minutes away. I made it in 8, breaking every speed limit. My mind racing through possibilities. Heart attack, car accident, school shooting, every horrible scenario playing on repeat. The principal met me in the parking lot. She's in my office. She's not hurt, but she's very shaken. What happened? Someone came to her classroom. During instruction, a man we didn't recognize. No visitor badge. Somehow got past security. He walked into her classroom while she was teaching and handed her an envelope, then left before anyone could stop him. What was in the envelope? Photos of Grace at your apartment, at restaurants, in her car, taken over the past few weeks. Susan Blake's expression was grim. Mr. Morrison, your wife has been under surveillance, and whoever's responsible wanted her to know it. The bottom dropped out of my stomach. They led me to the principal's office where Grace sat curled in a chair, pale and trembling. She looked up when I entered, and the fear in her eyes nearly broke me. David, she whispered. He's been watching me, following me. The photos they're everywhere. My apartment, Emily's place, the grocery store, the school parking lot. Everywhere I've been, he's been there. I knelt in front of her, took her hands. They were ice cold. Did you see the person who delivered them? Barely. Older man, maybe 60s. He smiled at me like this was funny. Like scaring me was entertainment. Susan cleared her throat. We've called the police. They're on their way and we've locked down the school as a precaution. But Mr. Morrison, I need to ask, is Grace in danger? Are my students in danger? Because if there's something going on that puts this school at risk, the person responsible is Grace's father, I said. He's being arrested tomorrow on fraud charges. This is his way of retaliating. Her father? Susan looked between us, recalibrating. I knew there was a family situation. Grace mentioned it, but I didn't realize. Neither did I, Grace said wholly. I didn't think he'd actually. I thought the threat to David was posturing. I didn't think he'd follow through. The police arrived. Different officers than the ones who'd come to my apartment, older, more experienced, treating this as the serious crime it was. Stalking, harassment, witness intimidation. They took the photos as evidence, took statements from Grace, from Susan, from the teacher's aide who'd seen the man enter. We're issuing an emergency restraining order, one officer said, against Richard Chen, and any associates. He comes within 500 feet of you, your husband, your workplace, or your home. He's arrested immediately. Can you actually enforce that? Grace asked. He has money, lawyers. He knows how to work around rules. Ma'am, he's about to be arrested on federal fraud charges. He violates a restraining order. That's additional charges. Additional evidence of consciousness, of guilt. His lawyers will tell him to back off unless his lawyers couldn't control him anymore. Unless Richard had moved beyond rational self-interest into pure vindictiveness, we left the school together. Grace couldn't go back to her classroom, couldn't face her students after what had happened, couldn't pretend everything was okay when a strange man had walked into her safe space and shattered it. I drove us back to the apartment, checking mirrors compulsively, looking for cars that followed too closely. Hyper aware of every vehicle around us. He wanted me to know, Grace said quietly. That's what the photos were about. Not just scaring me, but making sure I understood he's been there, watching that he could have done something worse anytime he wanted. The restraining order will stop him. Will it? Or will it just make him more desperate? I didn't have an answer for that. At home, our fortress-like home with cameras and sensors and locks that should have made us safe. We sat on the couch while I pulled up the security footage from the past few days, looking for Richard, looking for evidence he'd been here. And there he was, Tuesday night, 2 days ago, at 3 o'clock in the morning, standing in the parking garage, looking up at our building, not approaching, not doing anything actionable, just standing there, watching, making sure the cameras caught him, making sure we'd eventually see and know he'd been there. Jesus Christ, Grace breathed. He's been here right outside. While I was sleeping, I called Detective Martinez immediately. Sent her the footage. She promised to add it to the case file to use it as evidence of harassment patterns. But the damage was done. The sense of safety, already fragile, was completely shattered. Richard Chen wasn't just fighting legally anymore. He was waging psychological warfare. And we were his primary targets. That night, neither of us slept. We lay in bed, lights on, both of us checking our phones compulsively, Grace monitoring the security cameras, me refreshing news sites, waiting for word that Richard had been arrested, that this was over, that we could breathe again. Around midnight, my phone buzzed. James, checking in. You guys okay? I called him, told him about the photos, the stalking, the escalation. He's coming apart. James said this is endgame behavior. He knows he's finished, so he's trying to take you down with him. He's going after Grace, his own daughter, because in his mind, she's the ultimate betrayal. You're an outsider, expected to be disloyal. But his daughter, choosing truth over him, that's unforgivable. So, what do we do? You survive tomorrow. Get through the arrest. Once he's in custody, once he's processing the reality of criminal charges, the fight might go out of him, or his lawyers will convince him to back off. Either way, the acute danger should pass. Should, might, the language of uncertainty. And if it doesn't, I asked, then we prepare for a long fight. But David, you can't think about that now. You can only think about getting through the next 24 hours. After we hung up, I lay in the darkness, listening to Grace's breathing, feeling her tension even in silence. Talk to me, I said. Tell me what you're thinking. I'm thinking about a time when I was 7. I fell off my bike, scraped my knee badly. Dad carried me home, cleaned the wound, put on a band-aid with dinosaurs on it. He told me I was brave, that falling was part of learning. Her voice cracked, and I'm trying to reconcile that man, the one who made me feel safe with the man who's stalking me, threatening you, trying to destroy us for telling the truth. Maybe they're both real. Maybe he was capable of love and violence simultaneously. That's what scares me. Because if he could be both, what else could he be? What else is he capable of? I pulled her closer. Whatever happens, we face it together. Okay. No more separation. No more you dealing with your family alone while I deal with my fears alone. We're in this together. Together, she echoed. Even when together feels terrifying, especially then. Wednesday morning arrived with the inevitability of thunder after lightning. I watched the news on my laptop while Grace made coffee. Neither of us would drink. At 7:47 a.m., the story broke. Local businessman Richard Chen arrested on federal fraud charges. The footage showed Richard being led from his home in handcuffs, surrounded by FBI agents and local police. He looked smaller, somehow, diminished, not the imposing figure who'd held court at family dinners and business meetings, just a man in an expensive suit being arrested for crimes he'd committed. Grace stood behind me, watching over my shoulder. I felt her hand on my back, grounding, trembling. "It's real," she whispered. I knew it was coming, but seeing it. Her phone rang. Her mother. Grace stared at the screen, paralyzed. "I can't," she said. "I can't talk to her right now." "Then don't. You don't owe anyone explanations today." The phone rang 3 more times. Then texts started coming from her mother, her aunts, cousins, some angry. "How could you do this to him?" Some confused. "What's happening? Is this really true?" One from a cousin who'd always been kind. "I believe you. I'm here if you need me." Grace turned off her phone. "I can't deal with this. Not today. Maybe not ever." I understood. Sometimes survival meant disconnection. Meant choosing yourself over family expectations. Meant accepting that some relationships couldn't survive truth. By noon, Richard's arrest was everywhere. Local news, business channels, social media buzzing with takes, both sympathetic and damning. His lawyers issued a statement proclaiming innocence, and promising to fight every charge. His PR team worked overtime, spinning the narrative persecution of a successful immigrant, overzealous prosecution, business disputes criminalized by competitors. But under all the spin, the facts remained. Richard Chen had been arrested, charged with multiple federal crimes, released on bond with conditions including the restraining order that kept him away from Grace and me. It was over, or at least the acute phase was over. We'd survived the storm, barely. Battered and changed, but alive. That evening, Grace and I sat on our balcony, watching the sunset. The security cameras hummed in the background, vigilant, protecting the city spread out below us. Millions of people living millions of lives, most of them unmarked by the kind of chaos we'd endured. "I don't know who I am anymore," Grace said quietly. "I used to be someone's daughter, someone's wife, someone's teacher. Now I'm the daughter who betrayed her father, the wife who almost left, the teacher who had to be escorted from her classroom by police. You're also the woman who chose truth over comfort. Who had the courage to turn on her own father when she discovered he was hurting people. Who's stronger than she ever knew she could be. I don't feel strong. I feel destroyed. Destroyed and strong aren't opposites. Grace, sometimes you have to be destroyed before you can be strong. Sometimes breaking is necessary before rebuilding." She leaned her head on my shoulder. "Promise me something. Anything. Promise me that no matter what happens next trial, sentencing, whatever comes, we face it together. No more secrets. No more protecting each other from information we need. Just honesty. Complete brutal honesty. I promise. Even when it hurts. Especially when it hurts." We sat there as the sun disappeared below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of orange and red and purple. Beautiful despite everything. Resilient despite destruction, like us, I thought, like we would have to be. Because this wasn't the end. It was barely even the beginning of the end. Richard's trial would take months, maybe years. The fallout would continue. Family fractures, professional consequences, psychological scars that would take time to heal. But we'd survive the worst of it. We'd face the storm and come through damaged but intact. And sometimes survival was enough. Sometimes it was everything. If you've ever made it through the impossible and come out the other side, you know this feeling. Not triumph, not victory, just relief. The profound, exhausting relief of still being standing when you thought you'd fall. We were standing together. Ready for whatever came next. Ready, if not quite whole, but whole enough for now, for today. Tomorrow would bring its own challenges. But tomorrow could wait. Tonight we had survived and that was enough. 6 months later, I stood in a courthouse hallway watching Richard Chen sign a plea agreement. The trial had been scheduled for 3 weeks. His lawyers had promised a vigorous defense, character witnesses, expert testimony about normal business practices in international trade. But on day 4, facing testimony from 17 defrauded suppliers and forensic accountants who'd unraveled his financial deceptions. Richard's legal team negotiated a deal. Guilty on 4 counts of wire fraud, 3 years federal prison, 5 years probation, full restitution to victims, his business licenses revoked, Chen Dynamics dissolved, assets liquidated to pay what he owed. It wasn't everything, but it was justice. Imperfect, incomplete, but real. Grace stood beside me, her hand in mine. She hadn't spoken to her father since the arrest. Her mother had cut off all contact, chosen loyalty over acknowledgement. But Grace's aunt, her father's younger sister, had reached out weeks ago. I always suspected, she'd said quietly over coffee. I just didn't want to know. They talked now carefully, building something new from the wreckage of what was. Richard looked smaller in his suit, older. When his eyes met mine across the hallway, there was no rage anymore, just exhaustion. He'd fought and lost, and the fight had taken everything. He looked at Grace last. She didn't flinch, didn't look away, just held his gaze with steady, sad resolve. Then he signed the papers and was led away. We left the courthouse into November sunshine. Grace tilted her face toward the light, eyes closed, breathing deep. "It's over," she said. "The legal part. The rest takes longer." "I know." She opened her eyes. "But I can breathe now. For the first time in 6 months, I can actually breathe." We drove to the coast. Spontaneous, unplanned, just got in the car and drove until the city disappeared behind us and the ocean stretched ahead. We parked at a beach we'd never visited. Walked barefoot in cold sand. Let waves chase us back toward shore. "I got a job offer," I said. "Marketing director for a nonprofit, ethical supply chain advocacy." Ironically enough, they said my experience with corporate fraud cases made me uniquely qualified. Grace laughed, real laughter, the kind I hadn't heard in months. "Only you could turn whistleblowing into a career opportunity. It pays less than consulting, but it feels right. Like maybe everything happened for a reason." "Do you really believe that? That there's a reason for all this pain?" I watched the waves roll in. Persistent and patient. I believe we give it reason. We take what happened and decide what it means. That's the only control we have. She was quiet for a while. "Then I'm pregnant." My heart stopped. "What?" "Found out yesterday. Wasn't sure how to tell you. Wasn't sure if it was good timing or terrible timing." Or I kissed her. Long, deep, tasting salt air and new beginnings. "It's perfect timing," I said when we pulled apart. "Terrifying and perfect. Our child is going to ask about my father someday. About why they never met their grandfather. And we'll tell them the truth. Age-appropriate truth. That sometimes people we love make terrible choices. That loving them doesn't mean accepting those choices. That integrity matters, even when it costs everything." She rested her head on my shoulder. "Think we'll be good parents?" "I think we'll be honest ones." "That's a start." We stayed until sunset, painted the sky in shades of healing gold, bleeding into pink, bleeding into that perfect blue before darkness. The beach emptied around us, but we remained. Two people who'd survived their own unraveling and were slowly, carefully knitting themselves back together. If you've ever emerged from the worst period of your life, you know this feeling. Not happiness yet, that comes later in small doses, relearned gradually, but peace. The bone-deep peace of having survived something that nearly destroyed you. The waves kept coming. Persistent, patient, proof that destruction isn't permanent, that tides recede and return, that nothing stays broken forever if you're willing to do the work of rebuilding. We drove home as stars emerged. Grace's hand rested on her stomach, protective and wondering. My hand covered hers. Tomorrow would bring new challenges, therapy appointments, financial recovery, the slow work of constructing a life from honest foundations. But tomorrow could wait. Tonight we had survived. We had each other. We had truth. Uncomfortable and costly, but ours. And sometimes that's enough. Sometimes it's everything. The ocean behind us, the future ahead. And between them, us. Scarred, stronger, still standing. Still choosing truth over comfort. Still choosing each other. Story 2. I found my daughter sleeping on the street and froze. Her husband had sold their home and married his mistress years ago, leaving her with absolutely nothing. I took her in. The next day, I went to his apartment building. When he opened the door, what I did. He will never forget. The first time I saw her there lying on the ground like just another shadow in the city, I felt something inside me break forever. It was a Friday night, one of those nights where the cold chills you to the bone, even when you are wearing a coat. I had just gotten off the bus with my hands still shaking from the exhaustion of the trip. I just wanted to get home, make some hot coffee, and rest a little before sleeping. I did not expect to find anything out of the ordinary on that 5-block walk. But that night, God had other plans. I saw her from afar, a hunched shape on the corner between 2 cardboard boxes. She did not move. She did not speak. She did not ask for help. At first, I thought she was just another homeless person like so many who sadly populate the streets when night falls. But something made me look twice. I do not know if it was the hair long, dark, and familiar, or the way she had her arms tucked against her chest like she did when she was a little girl and felt cold. I approached slowly with my heart beating so loud I could hear it in my ears. When I was less than 6 feet away, my world collapsed. It was my daughter, my little girl, my blood lying on the street as if she were worth nothing. "Oh my God," I whispered, feeling my legs fail me. Sarah, what are you doing here?" I knelt beside her, although my knees protested at the clumsiness of my movements. Her face was dirty, marked by the dust of the street. Her skin was cold, her lips cracked. Her clothes were worn out and torn in several places. One sneaker did not belong to her. It looked too big. The other was barely a piece of sole held together by 2 threads. I touched her shoulder carefully. "My love, wake up, please." She opened her eyes slowly as if she struggled to remember where she was. When her gaze focused on me, a mixture of surprise, shame, and relief crossed her features. "Dad," she whispered with a broken voice. "What are you doing here?" I could not speak. My throat closed up in a way I'd never felt before. I just took her by the arms and hugged her. She cried against my chest, weak, exhausted, as if she had not done so in years. My hands shook as I stroked her hair, trying to understand how it was possible that my daughter, the same one I had raised with so much love, was sleeping on the street like a stranger abandoned by the world. "Get up, honey," I managed to say at last with a ragged voice. "We are going home right now. You are not staying here 1 second longer." She trembled when she tried to stand up. We had to do it little by little, leaning on me like she did when she was small and was afraid to walk alone on stormy nights. Her body was so light it worried me. How long had she gone without eating properly? How many nights had she slept like this, exposed to the cold, to the danger, to the indifference of people? "Dad," she said again, almost in a whisper. "He left me with nothing." Her voice broke pronouncing that sentence, and I understood everything. I did not need to hear more to know who she was referring to. Her husband. The same one I never fully approved of. The same one she defended so many times. The same one who convinced her that I was too protective. The same one who promised to take care of her and he destroyed her. But it was not the time for questions. It was not the time for guilt. It was the time to take her home and protect her. I helped her walk the few blocks to my house. Every step seemed to weigh a ton. She cried in silence. I did too, although I did not let her see me. When we entered, I wrapped her in a warm blanket and sat her on the sofa. I made her hot soup, the same recipe I always made her when she was sick as a child. She barely had a few spoonfuls before falling asleep, defeated by exhaustion. I stayed watching her for a long time. My daughter, the same one who once dreamed of building a family, was there sunken, broken, stripped of everything by the man who swore to love her. And then rage invaded me. A dense, deep rage like a fire growing in my chest, but also a pain that made me tremble. While I watched her sleep, I understood that I could not stay still. Not this time, not after seeing what I saw. I had to do something. I had to confront that man. I had to take back what he had taken from her. While I made a cup of tea to stay awake, my mind began to weave a plan. A plan that had nothing to do with violence, but with dignity, with justice, with fatherly love, with everything he never had for her. And while the clock struck 3 o'clock in the morning, I took my phone and looked up the address of the new apartment where he lived with his mistress. There, in an elegant building surrounded by luxuries that did not belong to him, slept peacefully the man who had left my daughter sleeping on the street. But before we continue, I would like to know if you subscribe to the channel William's Revenge Stories, and if you like the video, this helps me see that you support me and enjoy my stories. Now, let's continue. That night, sitting next to my daughter while she slept, I decided that the next day I would go look for him. I did not know exactly what I would do when he opened the door, but I did know one thing. Never in his life would he forget what was about to happen. When I woke up, it was almost 9 in the morning. I had slept in the dining room chair with my head resting on my arms. I did not remember at what moment sleep had overcome me, but I did remember every detail of what I had seen the night before. My daughter was still there, curled up on the sofa, wrapped in the blanket I had put on her with soft breathing, and her face still marked by fatigue. I approached slowly and watched her. That fragile piece I saw in her expression did not match the reality she had lived. And while I watched her sleep, a thought hit me with the force of a hammer. My daughter was missing from my life completely for 2 years, and I never imagined she was like this. It hurt me. It went right through me. It destroyed me on the inside. I made coffee in silence without making noise so as not to wake her. But not even 10 minutes passed when I heard her move. She sat up slowly as if her body still felt heavy. When she opened her eyes and saw me, she smiled, but it was that broken smile as if she struggled to remember how to do it. "Good morning, Dad," she whispered. I went over and sat next to her. I did not want to pressure her, but I knew she had to talk. She knew it, too. "Do you want to eat something?" I asked to give her time. She shook her head. "No, I just need to tell you what happened." I took a deep breath. I nodded. "I am here, honey. Tell me everything. Do not be afraid." She squeezed her hands together, trembling slightly. Her eyes looked down, avoiding mine. And then she began. "Dad, he sold the house without telling me anything. I found out when the new owners arrived and asked me to leave. He was already living with her with the mistress, and I did not have anywhere to go." I felt a wave of heat run through my chest. Pure fury, absolute indignation. How could he do that to you?" I managed to say with difficulty. She shook her head. "Because he was always like that, Dad. I just hid it all so you would not suffer. He manipulated me. He made me believe that if I told you something, it was going to cause you a heart attack, that you could not handle it, that it was better to leave you alone." I listened to her in silence, feeling my heart tighten. "But that is not the worst part," she continued, and her voice broke. "When he left with her, he left me without money. I had temporary jobs, but it was not enough for anything. I slept at friends' houses, but it did not last long. Later in cheap motel in the end, I ended up on the street. I just could not take it anymore." I took her hand. Her hand was cold, but her pain burned. "Why did you not come home?" I asked almost in a whisper. She began to cry. "Because I was ashamed, Dad. I was ashamed that you would see me like this defeated. And because he kept repeating that you were better off without me, that I was a burden, that if I came back to you, I would ruin your life. I believed him. I was a fool." I lifted her face gently so she would look me in the eyes. "Listen to me well," I told her with a firm voice, but trembling with emotion. Never have you been a burden. You are my daughter, my family, my blood. I would have crossed the world to help you. How could you think I would be better off without you?" She broke down. Her crying flooded the room. Her pain mixed with my helplessness. I hugged her while her body shook. "I am sorry, Dad." She repeated over and over again. "I am sorry." "You do not have to apologize, honey," I replied, stroking her hair. "You did not do anything wrong. You were a victim of a soulless man. But now you are here with me and you will not spend one more night on the street. I swear to you." She stayed there hugging me for long minutes. When she finally calmed down, she took a breath and added, "He lives in the Oaks condominiums with his wife. Well, his mistress. Now they say they are expecting a child. That is why he sold the house so fast. He wanted money for his new life." His new life. The phrase pierced my chest like a bullet. So that miserable man had traded my daughter for a younger woman and a more comfortable life without remorse, without guilt, without mercy. I got up from the sofa and began to walk around the living room, unable to control the rage boiling in my veins. My daughter looked at me, worried. "Dad, what are you going to do?" I stopped. I stared at her. I felt my hands clench into fists. "I am going to do what I should have done a long time ago," I said with a deep voice. "I am going to go talk to him." She opened her eyes with fear. "Dad, no, please. He is dangerous. You do not know what he is capable of, and he does not know what I am capable of," I replied without looking away. She swallowed hard. "Promise me you are not going to do anything bad." I looked at her with tenderness, but with a certainty I did not remember feeling in years. "I promise you I will not do anything that hurts you. But I am not going to let the man who destroyed you keep living as if nothing happened." She lowered her gaze. I think she understood that my decision was irreversible. I went to my room, opened my desk drawer, and took out a folder where I kept important documents. I did not know yet what I was going to use, but I knew I would need something, anything, some proof, some data, some clue, because what that man did could not go unpunished. While I looked through papers, I heard my daughter's voice. "Dad, thanks for picking me up last night." I turned around. She was at the door with a fragile but true smile. And that smile gave me strength. "Sarah," I said with a soft voice, approaching her, "never think again that you are alone." I hugged her one more time. And that morning, while the sun was just beginning to peek through the window, I knew with certainty that the next day I would be looking into the eyes of the man who destroyed her life, and that he would never forget what was about to happen. I slept little that night, actually almost nothing. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw my daughter's face, dirty, tired, defeated. And then I saw the face of that man she had called husband for so many years. A man who used her, cheated on her, and abandoned her without any remorse. I got up before the sun fully came up. I made coffee. I put on a thick jacket and sat at the kitchen table, looking at the folder of documents I had taken out the night before. I still did not know what I was looking for, but something inside me told me that there were pieces of a puzzle there that I had not wanted to see in the past. While I reviewed old receipts, contracts, and a copy of my daughter's marriage certificate, I heard her soft steps behind me. She approached with an expression that mixed shame and relief. "Good morning, Dad," she murmured. "Good morning, honey. Could you rest?" She nodded, although her eyes said something else. "I slept better than in years," she confessed, and that pierced my soul. I poured her a cup of hot coffee, and we sat face to face. The morning light entered through the window and illuminated her face. It was like seeing a reflection of the little girl I once carried on my shoulders to take to the park, the same one who asked me for stories before sleeping. The same one who promised to call me every day when she went to live with her husband. But life had been cruel to her, too cruel. "Sarah," I said with a firm voice. "I need you to tell me everything you remember. Everything, even what you think does not matter." She bit her lower lip, hesitating. Then she took a deep breath and nodded. "Okay, Dad. I will tell you everything." She settled in the chair as if preparing to open a box full of painful memories. He started to change long before leaving with her. She began. "At first I thought he was stressed about work, but no, he already had a relationship with that woman. I was the fool who did not want to see it." "You are not a fool," I interrupted gently. She continued ignoring my comment. "One day he arrived furious and told me that the house had to be put in his name. He yelled at me. He insulted me and I accepted. I still do not know why I did it. Maybe I was tired, or maybe I was afraid of being alone." I clenched my fists on the table. "And when did he sell the house?" "A month later," she replied, lowering her gaze. "He told me the sale was for a project. But I did not see a single cent. When I asked him, he yelled at me that it was none of my business. Then he disappeared for 2 days, and when he returned, he was already planning to leave with her. My breathing became heavy and no one helped you. No lawyer, no friend. He convinced me that if I reported him, he could say that I was mentally unstable and that I would lose any right. He even said he could take away my last name. He terrified me. Dad. I felt something I could not describe. It was not just rage. It was an ancient, deep, almost primitive pain, as if the injustice committed against my daughter had been nailed into my own skin. I got up from the chair without wanting to, driven by the need to walk. She looked at me worried. "Dad, what are you thinking?" "I am thinking," I said with a racing heart, that man is going to pay for everything he did to you. That I'm going to look him in the eyes and I'm going to remind him who I am, and that I am not going to allow him to destroy your life again. Never again." She stayed silent. Then slowly she spoke. "Dad, I am scared." I turned and looked at her with tenderness. "You do not have to be scared. Not while I am alive." She got up and hugged me. Her body trembled, mine, too. We were two wounded souls trying to find strength in each other. When she pulled away, I thought she wanted to rest, but she went to her bag and took out an envelope that was crumpled and almost torn. "I found this a long time ago," she said. "He does not know I have it. I kept it without knowing why, but maybe it will be useful to you." I took it in my hands. I opened the envelope carefully. Inside were copies of printed emails, contracts, text messages, all related to the sale of the house. There were suspicious bank movements, deposits to unknown accounts, and one thing that caught my attention. A message from the mistress telling him, "Sell it now." We needed to close the deal on the apartment. I rested my hands on the table. I felt that everything fit, every piece, every deception, every lie. That man had not only abandoned my daughter, had not only manipulated her, had not only left her on the street, he had scammed her. He had stripped her of everything that was hers. And on top of that, he had used that money to build his new life. I stood for a long minute looking at those papers. There was the beginning of my path. There was my weapon. There was the door to destroy what he had built. I returned the papers to my daughter and caressed her face. "Honey, thanks for trusting me." She smiled weakly. "What are you going to do with that, Dad?" I took a breath. "I'm going to get justice, but not with blows, not with violence. I am going to do it as it should be done, with intelligence, with strategy, and with calm." I took a step toward the window and looked out. Today, I am not going to go see him yet, I added. Not until I have everything I need. But soon, very soon, he is going to know what it is to face a father who has seen his daughter suffer. She approached, rested her head on my shoulder, and murmured, "Dad, I am afraid he will hurt you." I smiled without looking at her. "Do not worry. He is not going to touch me. He will not be able to." My hands closed into fists. The plan had been born, one that he would never see coming, one that would change his life forever. I spent the morning reviewing every document my daughter had kept in that crumpled envelope. They were loose pieces, fragments of a puzzle that finally was beginning to show a clear picture. But I knew that if I wanted to unmask that man, I could not stick only with loose papers and suspicions. I needed solid proof, witnesses, details, and to know up close the fake life he had built using my daughter's suffering. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, I took my coat, put the documents in a folder, and went out. My daughter was taking a deep nap. Her body needed rest. Her soul did, too. I did not want to wake her. I left her a note on the table. "Sarah, I went out to fix some things. I will be back soon. Rest, Dad." While I walked to the bus stop, I felt a mixture of anguish and determination. I did not know exactly what I was going to find at the Oaks condominiums. But I did know that I would not return home until I had enough information to take the next step. The ride was long. The building was in an elegant area of the city, very far from where my daughter and I lived. I remember that while the bus moved forward, I saw expensive houses, luxury cars, and people with smiles of superiority, as if life had never been cruel to them. I asked myself how many lives my ex-in-law had crushed to get to this place, how many lies he had told, how much damage he had caused. When I got off the bus, the building appeared right in front of me. It was imposing, a modern building with a glass facade with impeccable gardens and a security gate that looked more like a wall. The contrast with the place where I had found my daughter was violent. It was obscene. It was insulting. I walked toward the entrance with a firm step, although inside I carried a sea of emotions. A guard approached immediately. "Good afternoon, sir. Who are you visiting?" he asked with a polite but distant tone. "I am here to see Alex," I replied, using my ex-son's name, feeling how my voice acquired an edge I did not know it had. The guard checked a list on a tablet. "Your name?" I gave him my full name. I waited. The guard frowned. "You are not registered for any visit." "Of course not. That man would not allow even my memories to get close to his new life. I just need to leave him some documents," I said, keeping my cool. "They are important. I can wait in the lobby." The guard hesitated. He looked me up and down. I must not have given the impression of danger. I was a man of almost 70 years with a folder in my hand. After a few seconds, he nodded. "Okay, but you cannot go up without authorization. Wait here." I entered the lobby. The cold perfumed air hit me in the face. There were luxurious armchairs, shiny floors, modern lamps, everything my daughter had lost. I sat down, took a deep breath, and watched the people entering and leaving. Young couples, executives, a pregnant woman, all with perfect lives, or at least lives without the hell my daughter had lived. 15 minutes later, I heard a familiar voice. It was not my ex-in-law's. It was a woman's voice. "Are you Sarah's father?" I turned around. It was a neighbor. I knew it instantly. She was carrying a bag with groceries, wearing elegant clothes, and had that expression of someone who knows too much, but does not know if she should speak. "Yes," I replied, standing up. "I am her father." She looked to the sides as if fearing someone would hear. I saw her a long time ago before she lowered her voice, before he left her. "Your daughter came here a lot crying." He yelled at her in front of everyone. Once he pushed her in the hallway. My heart stopped. "He pushed her?" I asked, feeling a wave of fury. "Yes," she said with a frown. "I reported it to the administration, but he said she just tripped. And since he is friends with the supervisor, well, you know how this works." I did not know whether to thank her or cry. My daughter had suffered more than I imagined. "And do you know if he lives here with her?" I asked. The neighbor lowered her gaze. "Yes. She came to live here even before he separated from your daughter. Many people knew. Everything was an open secret." I lost my breath for an instant. The deception had been deeper and more brazen than I thought. The woman came a little closer. "Your daughter did not deserve that," she said firmly. "Nobody deserves it. But he believes he is untouchable." Untouchable. That word echoed in my chest. "Thank you," I replied with a low but firm voice. "Thank you for telling me." She nodded and walked away, leaving me alone with thoughts that were no longer thoughts. They were fires. They were knives. They were decisions. I looked at the elevator. I knew I could not go up. I knew that today I could not confront him yet. But I did need to see more. So I left the building and walked around the structure looking for signs of his life from the outside. And there he was on the 4th floor balcony, him, my ex-son-in-law. He was laughing with a glass in his hand, laughing as if life belonged to him, as if he had never hurt anyone. And by his side was the mistress, the woman for whom he destroyed my daughter, the woman who was heavily pregnant. There was music, there was celebration, there was happiness. I felt something inside me split because while they celebrated their new life, my daughter was sleeping in my house after having lived on the street. I did not move a single muscle, I just watched until he went back inside the apartment, not imagining that from below the man he should have never despised was watching him. That day, as I walked away from the building, I understood everything. I was not going to hit him. I was not going to insult him. I was not going to confront him like a furious old man. I was going to destroy him with the same calm with which he destroyed my daughter. But unlike him, mine would not be cowardice. It would be justice. I walked back home slowly with the folder pressed against my chest and my mind full of images I could not erase. Every step seemed heavier than the last. The echo of the laughter I had heard on that balcony kept pounding inside my head like a hammer. Years had passed since I felt such an explosive mix of hate, pain, and determination. When I arrived, the sun was going down. The house was silent. But that silence was not empty. It was the silence of peace my daughter needed. I approached the sofa where she had slept the night before. This time she was awake, staring out the window as if trying to understand at what moment her life had broken. "Sarah," I said softly. She turned her head and smiled, but that smile hurt. It was a smile of gratitude overshadowed by sadness. "Dad, you're back." I sat next to her. There was a long silence between us, one of those silences that speak for themselves. She knew I had gone to the building. I knew she wanted to ask, but neither of us spoke at first. Finally, I took a deep breath. I saw him. She tensed her shoulders. Him? Yes, him and her. She looked away and pressed her lips together as if she wanted that conversation to end quickly. I did not blame her. Reliving that pain was like opening a freshly closed wound. "They seem happy," I added without emotion, as if the words had no owner. She closed her eyes for a moment. "I knew it," she whispered. "But it hurts anyway." I took her hand and squeezed it. "Honey, you do not deserve to carry this shame. You do not deserve to carry his trash on your back. He did not destroy you because you were weak. He destroyed you because you are good. And good people sometimes trust the wrong person." Her eyes filled with tears, but she did not cry. She stayed still, listening. "I do not want to avenge you out of anger," I continued. "I want to do it because he owes you. Because he snatched your home, your dignity, your peace of mind, and because I, as your father, am not going to die without making sure you get your life back." Her lips trembled. "Dad, please do not do anything that puts you at risk." "I will not," I replied firmly. "I am not an impulsive young man anymore, and I do not need to yell at him or touch him to destroy him. What I will do, I'm going to do well. I am going to do it like a man who has lived long enough to know that justice is more powerful than rage." She stayed looking at me for a long time, as if she were trying to recognize herself in my words, or perhaps trying to recognize the father she once thought invincible. "Dad, I love you," she said, breaking a little. I hugged her, a long real hug, one of those that hold the soul together. I felt her tears on my shoulder, and I thought that although the world had been cruel to her, I would never allow it to trample her again. When she calmed down, I helped her stand up. She walked to her room with slow steps, but more secure than the day before. I stayed alone in the living room. I looked at the folder on the table, the documents, the messages, the proof of the betrayal. And there, in that heavy silence, I felt the clarity I had been waiting for since the moment I found her sleeping on the street. It was no longer just pain. It was no longer just rage. It was a purpose. A purpose so solid it seemed part of my own body. I approached the window. Night had already fallen. The street lights illuminated the solitude of my home. I thought about my daughter sleeping safe under a roof again. I thought about the man who had destroyed her and who now lived like a king. I thought about the woman accompanying him about her pregnancy, about the perfect life they had built on lies. And without realizing it, I spoke in a low voice. "Tomorrow I will start. But before continuing, I would like to know if you subscribe to the channel and if you like the video. This helps me see that you support me and enjoy my stories. Now, let's continue." I took the folder and opened it once more. Every document was a seed of truth. Every message was a crack. Every signature, every date, every printed conversation was a knife I could sink with surgical precision. I did not need violence. I did not need threats. I did not need to risk my freedom or my integrity. I just needed to organize it all. And then I knew what I had to do. I began to classify the papers by dates, then by type, then by legal relevance. I took out an old notebook I kept in the drawer. That one where I wrote down household expenses, birthdays, and reminders. That day that notebook became my weapon. There I traced the first lines of the plan. A slow plan, a cold plan, a plan impossible to stop when it started rolling. My ex-in-law had a weak point, one he had not noticed until that moment. The mistress did not know that the house he sold belonged to my daughter. She did not know it was bought with mutual effort from both of them. And above all, she did not know that he committed fraud by putting the property in his name through emotional manipulation and threats. The walls of that luxurious apartment were built on a secret that only I could destroy. I closed the folder. I breathed deeply. I looked at the clock. 10 at night. My daughter was sleeping peacefully in her room. I, on the other hand, was awake, more awake than at any other moment of my life, because I knew something with absolute certainty. Tomorrow would be the beginning of the end for him, and the beginning of a new life for my daughter. I slept barely a few hours, but I got up with a clarity I had not felt for decades. The sunrise entered through the window like a golden line, splitting the darkness of the bedroom in two. I dressed slowly with the solemnity of someone preparing for something inevitable. I washed my face, combed my gray hair, and looked in the mirror. I did not see an old man. I saw a father. I saw a protector. I saw someone who had gotten tired of life taking away what he loved. I took the folder with the evidence and put it in my leather briefcase, the one I used many years ago when I still worked. Before leaving, I passed by my daughter's room. She was sleeping deeply, breathing with a rhythm I had not heard since before her marriage. I watched her for a moment. I adjusted a blanket over her shoulders. "Today I start giving you your life back," I whispered without her hearing me. I left and closed the door carefully. The road to the condominiums. The Oaks felt different this time. There was no anguish or uncontrolled rage, only determination. Every step was a silent declaration. "I am coming for you for what you did, for what you destroyed." When I arrived, the guard recognized me. He took a deep breath as if he already sensed the storm I brought with me. "Good morning, sir," he said with certain discomfort. "I am here to see Alex," I replied bluntly. "Let me call," he stammered. "No," I interrupted, staring at him. "Do not call. I'm going up." The guard hesitated. He looked toward the booth. He looked toward the building. He knew he could not stop me without causing a problem. Finally, he gave in. "He is on the 4th floor, apartment 4B. I nodded, storing the address in my memory as if I had waited for it all my life. I passed the turnstile and entered the lobby. The elevator took ages to open, but once inside, the metallic silence felt like a solemn preamble. I watched my reflection in the doors. A man with eyes full of a fire that no one could put out. When the doors opened, the hallway was empty. I advanced slowly, feeling every heartbeat in my chest, like a drum announcing battle. In front of door 4B, I stopped. I breathed. I organized my ideas. And I knocked. At first, there was no answer. I knocked again harder. I heard steps, familiar steps, steps my daughter must have heard thousands of times approaching her to hurt her. The door opened slowly, and there he was, my ex-in-law, younger than me, physically stronger, more arrogant than ever. He was wearing expensive sports gear. He had an arrogant smile until he saw me. His face changed. The smile died. His eyes widened with a mix of surprise, annoyance, and fear. "You," he spat the word as if I were a plague. "What are you doing here?" I did not answer immediately. I watched him carefully without rushing. He got uncomfortable. "You have no business in my house," he added, trying to recover his tone of superiority. "I came to talk to you," I said finally. "And I am not leaving until I do." He let out a short, nervous laugh. "Talk about what? About your daughter? She brought what happened on herself. I'm not going to be responsible for a useless woman incapable of supporting herself." There, I felt it. My stomach turned. My blood boiled, but I did not raise my voice. I did not move forward. I did not touch him. I just took a deep breath. "I'm going to repeat this only once," I said with icy calm. "Speak about my daughter with respect or it will be worse for you." He frowned. "Worse? Are you threatening me, old man?" "No," I replied, locking eyes with him. "A threat is saying something that might happen. I do not work with might. I work with facts." He laughed again, now louder. "And what are you going to do? Hit me? Call the police? Tell the world your daughter is a failure?" That was the exact moment I understood why my daughter had broken, Why she had fallen so low, why she had been afraid to come home. That man had no soul. "Let me in," I ordered. "No." "Then I will speak here," I replied, lifting the briefcase a little, his eyes locked on it. The fear returned. "What do you have in there? What should worry you?" I replied. "Proof documents, messages, illicit transactions, conversations with your mistress before you left my daughter, and most interesting, proof that you committed fraud with the sale of the house, a property that legally should have never been in your name," he paused. I saw him swallow hard. I saw him wobble for a second. "You do not know what you are talking about," he stammered, taking a step back. "No," I smiled slightly. "I know everything, and what I do not know I will find out. Today I came to warn you. Tomorrow I will not warn anything." He was breathing fast. He looked inside the apartment nervously. Someone was moving in the kitchen. The mistress. Then I knew he did not want her to hear. "Listen well," I said, leaning just a little towards him. "My daughter slept on the street alone, hungry, broken, while you were here playing rich. That is over. You cannot prove anything," he tried to reply. But his voice was shaking. "Today I am not coming to prove it. Today I am coming to tell you. Tomorrow will be different." He opened his mouth to say something else, but he could not. He stood there paralyzed, looking at the man he thought was weak just for having gray hair. I smiled a small, controlled, dangerous smile. "Enjoy your day, Alex. You have few like this left." I turned around. I walked toward the elevator. I did not look back. I did not need to. I had fulfilled the first part. He already knew I had found him. And he knew, although he would not admit it, that this time he could not escape. The elevator descended slowly, and while the lights on the panel went down from 4 to 3, then to 2, I felt how my breathing stabilized again. I had not lifted a finger against him, but I had seen him tremble. For the first time, Alex understood that no one else's hand would shake but his. Justice sooner or later arrives, especially when a father stops being silent. When I left the building, the morning shift guard looked up. His look was different from yesterday, a mix of respect and surprise. "Everything okay, sir?" he asked cautiously. "Not yet," I replied. "But soon." I walked to my car and sat without starting the engine. I took the folder out of the briefcase and reviewed the documents again. Every bill, every transfer, every forged contract, everything fit perfectly. Alex had always been careless when it came to other people's money. He thought laws were for fools, that there would never be consequences. His biggest mistake was always his arrogance. I turned on my phone and checked the messages that had arrived from the lawyer's office. He worked with surgical precision. He had obtained a preliminary order to review the sale of the house. Also, a judge had agreed to study the possibility of freezing Alex's assets until it was determined if the transaction had been fraudulent. A smile appeared on my face. It was not revenge. It was balance. It was justice. However, before continuing with my plan, I had to go back home. I wanted to make sure my daughter was okay. I stopped by the neighborhood bakery and bought fresh bread, orange juice, and some fruits she always liked as a child. That small gesture made me feel like we were recovering something lost. Upon entering, I heard noise in the kitchen. I approached slowly. There she was with her back turned making coffee. When she turned around and saw me, her face lit up. "Dad, I thought you were still sleeping," she said with a shy smile. "I went out early. There were things to resolve," I replied, leaving the bag on the table. She came over to hug me. Her skin smelled of soap and her hug trembled, but it was sincere. That fragility broke my soul. No one should do that to another human being, much less to the person with whom they said forever at an altar. "Did you sleep well?" I asked, breaking the silence. "Much better than in years," she replied, looking at the cup in her hands. "Dad, I do not know how to thank you. You do not need to thank me for anything. I am your father. I am here to hold you when the world falls apart." She took a deep breath as if that phrase had healed her a little, but I know that inside her there was a knot that would take time to untie. After having breakfast together, she went up to shower. I took the opportunity to call Samuel, my lawyer and old friend. "Ready for the next phase?" he asked as soon as he answered. "Ready?" I replied. "I want to present everything today." "Perfect. I will wait for you in my office in an hour." I hung up, put on my jacket, and looked toward the stairs. "I'm going out for a moment," I told my daughter. "I will be back in a short time." She nodded without asking anything. She knew I was pulling invisible strings for her, and she trusted. I left the house with a firm heart. There was no turning back. Samuel's office was downtown in an old but well-preserved building. When I arrived, he already had everything ready on the table. Folders, recordings, neighbor statements, certified copies of documents. Michael, what you have here, Samuel said, adjusting his glasses is enough to sink him legally. Not only for the fraudulent sale, also for financial abandonment threats and the history of manipulation we can prove with witnesses. I do not want to ruin his life for sport, I replied. I want him to pay for what he did and I want my daughter to get back what is hers. Samuel nodded. Then we are on the right path. I signed several documents. Every signature was like taking another brick away from the castle of lies where Alex lived. When we finished, Samuel leaned back in his chair. Do you want us to notify him today? He asked. Not yet, I replied. Before that, I must do something else. Samuel raised an eyebrow. Something legal as breathing, he smiled. He knew I was a man of principles. But he also knew there were limits that once crossed by others demanded forceful answers. Back in my car, I thought about the inevitable. Sooner or later, my daughter would have to face her past face to face. But before that, it was Alex who had to feel the ground crumbling under his feet. I returned to the Oaks condominiums. The guard looked at me surprised. Here again, sir, relax, I said. I am not coming to talk to him. Oh, okay, he replied with relief. I arrived at the underground parking. I knew which car was his. A black sedan, he showed off as if it were a throne on wheels. I approached and took something out of the briefcase, a laminated sheet that could not be ignored. It was a copy of the legal complaint with the court's date and stamp. Not the original, but enough to give him a nervous breakdown. I placed it carefully on the windshield under the wiper. Then I stepped back a few steps and watched the car from afar. No one else noticed, but I did. That paper was the beginning of the end. When I got on the elevator to return to the surface, my phone rang. The name on the screen froze me. Alex, I answered without saying anything. Old man, he said with a broken voice. What did you do? What is that paper on my car? Why are you messing with my life again? I smiled. But it was a sad, tired smile. Why did you mess with my daughter? I replied. You cannot do this to me, Michael. You cannot. His breathing was agitated as if he were on the verge of a panic attack. Let's talk. Please. We already talked today, I replied calmly. Wait, do not hang up. But I hung up. The elevator opened its doors. I went outside. I breathed the fresh afternoon air. My war was not of blows. It was of truths. And he had just received the first one. That afternoon, after hanging up the phone, I stayed a few seconds looking at the black screen. It was strange. For years, Alex had believed himself invincible, unreachable, untouchable. And now, with just a paper under his car's windshield, his voice broke like that of a scared child. I put the phone in my pocket and began to walk toward the exit of the condominium. It was time to return to my daughter, but it was also time to prepare the next move. The paper on his car was not a threat. It was a warning, a small glimpse of the abyss opening under his feet. As I walked away, I heard hurried steps behind me. I turned my head, and there he was, Alex, breathing with difficulty, as if he had run several floors down the stairs to catch me. He was sweating, shaking, and his arrogance, the one that had fed him so much, was nowhere to be found. Michael, wait, he said, raising a hand. I stopped, not for him, but for what that moment represented. For the first time in his life, he was the one chasing another. What do you want? Asked with a neutral voice. Can we talk between men, between adults? He stammered, swallowing saliva. We already talked today, I repeated without moving. Not like this. Not with that paper. What is that? What kind of lie are you inventing? I took out the briefcase and without opening it, completely let him see the edge of the documents inside. Nothing you did not cause yourself. Alex stepped back, his face contracted in a mix of fury and fear. You cannot destroy my life, he said in an almost desperate murmur. Like you destroyed my daughter's, I replied, staring at him. Like you left her homeless. Like you abandoned her? Like you pushed her? Like you humiliated her so she would never come back to me. Is that what you want us to forget? He opened his mouth but had no answer because the truth cornered him more than any blow. That is in the past. He tried to say, recovering a little air. We have to look forward. You looked forward when you sold what was hers, I replied, taking a step toward him. Now it will be your turn to look back at everything you did, and this time you will not be able to hide. He tensed. Michael, I have a life now, a son on the way. I do not want problems. I did not want them either, I answered coldly. But you created them, and the difference between you and me is that I take responsibility for what I do. He remained silent, but his breathing betrayed that he was on the verge of collapse. That man who had made my daughter cry so many times was now afraid of a few sheets of paper. Without saying more, I turned around. He did not follow me. He did not dare. On the way home, I called Samuel. I want to see the mistress, I told him. The mistress, he repeated, surprised. Yes, I need her testimony, even if she does not give it officially. I need her to know who she is living with, Samuel sighed. Michael, that can complicate. I know, but it is necessary. He knew he could not stop me. Okay, I will send you her address. My phone vibrated seconds later with a message. Address, apartment number, full name. Upon arriving home, my daughter was sitting at the table reviewing an old notebook. When she saw me enter, she gave me a soft smile. Dad, you did something right. I nodded, the first step. She did not ask more. She did not want details. Maybe she was afraid to hear the truth. Or maybe she trusted me more than any explanation. We ate together, a simple meal, but full of something we had not felt in a long time. Hope. After dinner, I accompanied her to her room. I said good night and waited for her to fall asleep. When I knew she was resting, I took the briefcase again. It was time to continue. The mistress's address was in another elegant neighborhood, a smaller building, but equally expensive. I arrived near 9 at night. The doorman stopped me. Who are you looking for? Ashley. Ashley, I replied using her first name. He checked a list. Who are you? An old acquaintance. I did not lie. I had seen her next to Alex more times than I would have liked to remember. The doorman hesitated a moment. Then he called the apartment. He spoke in a low voice. He hung up. You can go up, he said finally. When I reached the apartment door, I heard a female voice on the other side. Who is it I am, Michael? I replied. Sarah's father. There was a silence long tense deep. The door opened a few inches. Ashley was there with her hair tied back, swollen eyes, and an elegant robe. Her rounded belly showed her advanced pregnancy. Come in, she said finally, opening the door completely. I entered without taking off my jacket. Ashley sat on the sofa with a hand resting on her belly. I know why you came, she said without looking at me directly. Oh, really? I replied. Alex called me. He is scared. I sat in front of her. He should be, I replied calmly. She sighed and finally looked me in the eyes. He told me that you want to ruin him. He ruined himself alone, I said without blinking. And he dragged my daughter with him. I'm just putting things in their place. She lowered her gaze. She looked nervous. She looked tired. And for the first time, she looked lost. Michael, she said in a low voice. I did not know that he had left Sarah on the street. He told me that she abandoned him, that she was crazy, that she was violent, that she deserved nothing. And you believed him? I asked, leaning forward. Her eyes filled with tears. Yes, she admitted, trembling. And now, I do not know what to believe. I took the folder out of the briefcase. I put it in front of her. Believe in this, I told her. She opened the folder, looked at the documents, read the messages, the dates, the proof. Her face changed with every sheet. Her breathing accelerated. Her hands shook so much she almost dropped the papers. My God, she whispered. Ashley, I said softly. I did not come to ask you for anything. I just came to show you the truth. What you decide to do later is up to you. She looked at me with red eyes. He told me that you were violent, that your daughter left because you were a bad father. Did he tell you that? I asked with a bitter smile. Yes. Then you already know who Alex is? I replied, standing up. A man who always needs a monster to justify his mistakes. She broke down, crying. She cried as if her world had collapsed. And in silence, I knew I had achieved something deeper than any legal blow. I had broken the only emotional refuge Alex had. When I left the apartment, I took a deep breath. The night air was cold but liberating. Alex did not know it yet, but what I did that day would be impossible to reverse. The next morning, when I woke up, the house was silent. The sun entered through the dining room window, illuminating the table where my daughter used to sit and write in a notebook that was already worn by so many tears. I made myself a coffee and stayed a moment watching her bedroom door. She was still sleeping. She looked so calm when she rested, so different from the broken woman I had found lying on the street. I took a sip and looked at the clock at 8 sharp. The phone vibrated. It was Samuel. Michael, he said bluntly. Alex went to the precinct this morning. To report me, I asked with an almost amused tone. To report that he is being extorted. But before he finished speaking, someone else appeared, who Samuel paused as if savoring the moment before saying it. Ashley, You had an immediate effect on her. She went to the precinct with the folder you left her. With everything, I closed my eyes for an instant, not out of surprise, not out of relief, but for something I had been waiting to feel for a long time. Justice. And what did the officer say? I asked that Alex's complaint does not proceed. And now his voice became lower. Now they have 2 lines of investigation open. One for fraud and another for psychological violence and financial abandonment toward your daughter. I said nothing. I just inhaled deeply. This is just starting, Samuel added. Get ready. He is going to call you. Let him call. I replied. I hung up. Not even 10 minutes passed when the phone vibrated again. The name Alex blinked on the screen. I answered, What did you do? He yelled without even breathing. What the hell did you tell Ashley? Why did you bring the police into this? I only showed the truth, I said with a calm voice. Lie, he spat. You manipulated everything. You confused her. You poisoned her. Alex, she read your messages. Your own history poisoned you alone. There was a tense silence. I heard his accelerated, almost irregular breathing. Do not ruin my life, he said finally with a tone bordering on begging. You ruined my daughter's life, I replied without raising my voice. What happens to you from now on is not my business. He hit something. A door slam, a piece of furniture. I do not know, but something broke. And I'm not talking about wood. Michael, we have nothing to talk about, I answered, and I hung up. Mid-morning, my daughter came out of her room. Her eyes were still swollen from tiredness, but she brought a serenity I had not seen in years. Good morning, Dad, she said, approaching the table. Good morning, honey, I replied. She made herself some tea and sat in front of me. I dreamed of Mom, she whispered. She told me everything was going to be okay, that you were going to know what to do. I felt a lump in my throat. Your mother was always wiser than me, I said. And she always adored you. My daughter smiled. A small, fragile, but real smile. Dad, she murmured. Did something happen? I nodded. The police are investigating Alex. She opened her eyes surprised. Really? Yes, I replied firmly. And Ashley brought proof. My daughter put her hands to her mouth. Does she? She knows everything. Now she does, my daughter lowered her gaze. Dad, I did not want to ruin her life. I just wanted her to let me live in peace. Sarah, I said softly, calling her by her name. He ruined his own life. You're just getting yours back. She cried in silence. Clean tears, not of pain, but of relief. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Samuel arrived at the house. He brought a folder and a serious face. Michael, he said upon entering. This is moving faster than I expected. What happened now? He sat at the table and opened the folder. Ashley presented her voluntary statement. She said Alex lied to her about everything related to Sarah, that he hid the sale of the house from her, and that he manipulated her to keep her away from any contact with you and your daughter. I looked at Samuel attentively. And what else? Samuel took a deep breath. She said that last night when she saw the proof you showed her, he threatened her. Not physically, but psychologically. He yelled at her. He told her that if she spoke, he would make sure she suffered consequences. I clenched my fists. That coward never changed. Ashley made it clear she fears for her safety, continued Samuel. And being a pregnant woman that weighs heavily in the report. I stayed silent for a few seconds. I felt a mix of sadness and cold justice, like a scale finally beginning to balance. Are they going to summon him? I asked. More than summon him, replied Samuel, closing the folder. They already did. He has to present himself tomorrow. If not, they will issue a warrant. I nodded slowly. Michael, added Samuel, looking at me seriously. You have to be prepared. Alex is not going to give up easily. I know, I said. And you also have to be ready for the reaction of his in-laws. They have always protected him. I smiled with a calm that even surprised me. They do not know what I know. Samuel held my gaze. He did not ask more. He knew my silence meant the end was near. That night, my daughter and I had dinner together. The food tasted different, not because there was something special on the table, but because there was peace, something I had not felt for a long time. While we drank coffee, she asked, Dad, what is going to happen when Alex faces all that? Whatever has to happen, I replied. She nodded, but then added, and you, are you going to be okay? I looked at her with tenderness. Honey, I started this for you, and I will finish it for you. She got up, went around the table, and hugged me tight. It was eternal seconds. Of those one keeps forever. Thanks, Dad, she whispered. Do not thank me, I replied. I am just doing what any father should do. When she went to sleep, I remained sitting, looking at the window with the street lights reflecting on the glass. Tomorrow would be an important day, one Alex could not avoid, one that would change the course of everything. And while the clock advanced, I knew what was coming would be definitive. I woke up before the alarm rang, not because I was anxious, but because I knew I could not receive this day asleep. I got up, slowly, made coffee, and stayed along while watching the steam rise from the cup. It was curious how after a whole life of working, raising children, losing my wife, and facing so many storms just today, my heart beat with a strange calm, a calm that only appears when one knows the truth is finally about to win. The house was silent. My daughter was still sleeping. Despite all the suffering in the last few nights, she had finally managed to rest. Her breathing from the hallway sounded serene. That more than anything else gave me strength to keep going. At 8:30, sharp Samuel arrived. He did not knock in a hurry, but with that firm and secure knock as always. "Ready?" he asked upon entering more than ever. Samuel brought 2 folders, his briefcase, and the serious gesture of a man who knows hard endings, and also just once. "Today Alex must present himself at the precinct," he said while pouring himself a coffee. "And believe me, it is not going to be a simple encounter," I nodded. "And Ashley?" I asked. "She has been there since early," he replied. "And she is not alone. Her mother is accompanying her." That surprised me. The mother Samuel smiled barely. "It seems last night Ashley talked to her, and she told everything she had lived. What he told her, what you showed her, what he had done with your daughter." The image hit me hard. A pregnant woman, young, trembling, confessing she had been living with a manipulative man without realizing it, and her mother holding her. Listening to a story no mother would want to hear. "She wants to testify, too," added Samuel. "She claims that months ago she saw signs, but did not know how to interpret them." I let out a long sigh. "Then today everything will be known," I said. Samuel denied softly. "A part, but it will be enough for Alex to stop pretending to be a respectable man." At 10 o'clock we left for the precinct. The place was busier than usual. There were voices, whispers, people entering and leaving, and there, sitting with her gaze down, was Ashley. I had not seen her since that night. Her hands rested on her belly, and it was clear she had cried recently. I approached slowly. "Ashley," I greeted with a warm tone. She looked up. Her eyes were red. But in her expression, there was something more than sadness. There was decision. "Mr. Michael," she whispered. "Thank you. Thank you for opening my eyes," I denied softly. "Do not thank me. You opened your eyes alone. I showed you a mirror." She pressed her lips together and nodded. "My mom is inside," she said. "She is talking to the officers." "Good," I replied. "It is important." At that moment, the precinct door opened suddenly. Alex appeared. He was dressed well as always, but his appearance was far from his usual arrogance. He had a wrinkled shirt, messy hair, and agitated breathing. But the most shocking thing was his look, a mix of fear, rage, and desperation. When he saw Ashley, his face tensed. When he saw me, he lost color. "You," he spat between his teeth. "So you did it. You turned everyone against me." "No, Alex," I told him calmly. "You did it alone." Ashley stepped back when he approached. Instinctively, I put myself in front of her. "Alex," I warned him. "Not one more step." He looked at me with a hatred I had never seen in anyone. "You destroyed my life," he said. I tilted my head a little. "No, I just stopped allowing you to destroy my daughters." Samuel took a step forward. "Alex, it is time. Go inside." He stayed still as if his body refused to move. "I am not going to declare anything," he said. "Perfect," replied Samuel. "We will do it without you." That "we will do it without you" hit him more than any insult. Inside the scene was different. Ordered cold official. Statements were taken one by one. First Ashley spoke. I heard her from behind the glass. Her voice was soft but firm. She told everything. The yelling, the lies, the manipulations. The nights Alex made her feel responsible for everything he did. She spoke about the sale of my daughter's house, about how he had deceived her, telling her Sarah did not want to fight for anything. And finally, she spoke about fear. That was what impacted the most. The officer looked at her with empathy and wrote down every word. Then her mother spoke. Her statement was forceful. "My daughter changed since she is with him. I thought it was the pregnancy, but no, it was him." The officer finished the note with a serious expression. Alex was called next. The room became so silent the typing of a computer could be heard at the other end. I was waiting in the hallway when suddenly the door opened and he came out furious. They invented everything, he yelled. Everything. It is a lie. She is manipulated by this old man. He pointed at Samuel, then at me, then at Ashley. You two ruined my family, Alex, said Samuel with forced calm. Family is not ruined by showing the truth. It is ruined by hiding it. Alex trembled from head to toe. I do not plan to lose everything for an exaggeration, he growled. You already lost it, I said softly, his jaw clenched. I saw something in his eyes I'd never seen before. The certainty that there was no way out. Hours later, we returned home. My daughter was making soup. She rushed toward me. How did it go? She asked. I looked at her, took a deep breath, and placed my hands on her shoulders. It is over, honey. He is cornered. He cannot hurt you anymore. She stayed motionless. Then she began to cry, but it was a different cry, as if her body expelled years of retained pain. I hugged her. I felt her head tremble on my chest. Dad, why did it take me so long to leave him? She asked between sobs. Because you believed in love, I said. And that is not a mistake. She separated a little and looked at me with red eyes. Do you think I will be able to start over? I stroked her hair. You will. You are not alone. You will never be again. That night, while she slept, I received a message. It was Samuel Michael. A restraining order was just issued against Alex. Also, they will start the formal investigation process. Tomorrow, I will tell you more. I read it several times. I felt immense relief. Not because I wanted to see him sunk, but because for the first time in years, my daughter could lift her head without fear. I poured myself a whiskey. I sat in the armchair and sighed long, deep, liberating. Suddenly, my phone vibrated again. It was an unknown number. I answered. Silence, then a broken voice. Michael, it was Alex. I do not want problems, he said. I just want to talk to you, Monto man. Just that, I remained quiet. I am destroyed, he continued. I lost Ashley. My family does not want to see me. And now facing the law, I do not know what to do. I did not answer. I know you. His voice broke. You are right. I was a monster. That did surprise me. Michael, he swallowed saliva. I just want to ask for forgiveness. I do not know if it helps. I do not know if it changes anything, but I had to say it. I took a deep breath. Alex, I said with a firm voice, it is not me who has to forgive you. There was a long silence. I know. He whispered and hung up. When I left the phone aside, I stayed looking at the wall. I did not feel satisfaction. I did not feel revenge. I just felt the circle had closed. My daughter was sleeping safe in the next room. Ashley, pregnant, was far from a man who could have destroyed her life. Alex, for the first time, was facing the real consequences of his actions, and I could sleep without the feeling that I was failing my wife's memory. I finished the whiskey. I turned off the light, and while I went up the stairs, a certainty accompanied me. We had survived, and tomorrow would be better. There are moments in life that seem to steal your air, but there are also others that give it back to you. Today, sitting at the table where my wife and I shared so many memories, I look at my daughter asleep on the sofa, hugging a blanket, breathing calmly, and I understand that it was all worth it. I never imagined I would have to rescue her from such a deep fall. I never thought I would find her sleeping on the street with the same clothes she left her house with, believing that love was enough to be happy. That day, I felt my heart breaking. But I also understood that a father never stops being a father. Not when his child grows up, nor when life goes wrong. In these months, I have learned that justice is not always fast, but when it arrives with a force that changes everything. My daughter has started therapy. She is rebuilding her self-esteem, and she has returned to looking in the mirror without shame or fear. And I have returned to feeling that I still have something to offer this world, even though I am close to turning 70. Regarding Alex, I do not hold a grudge, I do not need it. Life itself has taken charge of showing him that actions have consequences. He lost more than a house or a position. He lost the mask with which he deceived so many. And although he asked me for forgiveness, he understood that forgiveness was not mine to grant. It was my daughter's. And she someday will decide what to do with that wound. But the most important thing is not what he lost, but what we gained. My daughter recovered her freedom. I recovered my family. And this time, I do not plan to let go. Every morning I see her wake up stronger, firmer, more herself. And when she smiles at me, I remember that even in the darkest nights, there is always a sunrise waiting. I am a simple man, an older man, a man who made mistakes, but who also learned to get up. And if I can say something after everything I lived, it is this. It is never too late to rescue who you love. It is never too late to start over. It is never too late to choose yourself. Story 3. My wife slept with her boss, so I quietly stole his beautiful wife instead. She's so amazing, I told him at the company's party while he stood there shaking with rage. The restaurant was one of those places where the lighting costs more than the food. Soft amber glows pooling on white tablecloths, candles flickering, and glass hurricanes that probably had their own insurance policies. My wife Elena had chosen it. She always chose places like this when she had something to hide. I remember thinking that as I watched her across the table, her fingers dancing around the stem of her wine glass, never quite lifting it to her lips. She was nervous. Beautiful. Yes, Elena had always been beautiful in that effortless way that made other women study her like a puzzle they couldn't solve. But tonight, she was nervous. And Elena was never nervous. "You're quiet," she said. And her voice had that careful quality to it, like she was testing the ice on a frozen lake. "Am I?" I cut into my steak, watching the pink center bleed across the white plate. "Just tired, I guess. Long week, Marcus. It's Tuesday." I smiled. "Then it's going to be a very long week." She didn't laugh. Elena used to laugh at everything I said. Back when we first met. Back when I was the ambitious young architect who sketched our future on napkins and coffee shops. And she was the marketing executive who believed in every line I drew. That was 7 years ago. Somewhere between the mortgage and the promotions, between the dinner parties and the business trips, we'd stopped sketching futures together. Now she just stared at me with those green eyes that used to make me forget my own name. And I could see something moving behind them. Something guilty, something afraid. "I need to tell you something," she said. And there it was. The sentence that changes everything. The sentence that splits your life into before and after. Like a fault line cracking through bedrock. I should have felt something: panic, anger, that hot rush of adrenaline that comes when you know the ground is about to drop out from under you. But instead, I felt calm. Eerily calm. Because I already knew. I'd known for 3 weeks, 2 days, and approximately 6 hours. Ever since I'd come home early from the conference in Boston and found her laptop open on the kitchen counter, a messaging app I didn't recognize glowing on the screen. Ever since I'd seen the messages from D talking about how he couldn't stop thinking about last Tuesday, about the hotel in Manhattan, about how she tasted like honey and regret. I'd stood there in our kitchen, still holding my suitcase, reading messages that described my wife's body in ways I hadn't touched her in months. And I'd felt something inside me go very, very quiet. Not dead, not broken, just quiet. "What do you need to tell me?" I asked. And my voice sounded like it was coming from someone else's throat. She looked down at her untouched risotto. "I've been Marcus. There's no easy way to say this, then say it the hard way." Her eyes snapped up to mine, and I saw surprise there. Elena was used to me being gentle, accommodating, the guy who smoothed over rough edges and kept the peace. She wasn't used to this version of me, the one who'd spent 3 weeks learning to be stone. "I've been seeing someone," she said, and the words came out in a rush, like she'd been holding her breath underwater. "From work. It's Daniel. Daniel Whitmore, my boss." There it was, the confession I'd been waiting for. Spoken into the expensive air of a restaurant where the waiters glided like ghosts and nobody made scenes. I took a sip of my wine, a Bordeaux that cost more than my first car, and let the silence stretch between us like taffy. "How long?" I asked. "Does it matter?" "Yes," she flinched. 4 months. 4 months. 120 days of coming home and kissing me hello with lips that had been on another man. 120 days of lying next to me in bed and probably thinking of him. 120 days of me being the fool who didn't see, didn't know, didn't suspect. Except I had suspected. I'd known deep down. The way you know when a building's foundation is cracked even before the walls start to show it. The late nights at the office, the new lingerie that never made appearances in our bedroom, the way she'd started going to the gym 5 times a week and coming home smelling like expensive soap I hadn't bought her. Daniel Whitmore, CEO of Whitmore Industries, the tech giant where Elena had worked her way up from junior marketing associate to VP of brand strategy. 45 years old, married to some socialite I'd seen in magazine spreads, owner of a penthouse in Tribeca and a house in the Hamptons. The kind of man who wore success like cologne. "Are you in love with him?" I asked. Elena's face did something complicated. "Marcus, simple question, Elena. Are you in love with him?" "I don't know," she whispered. "I don't know what I feel anymore. I just know that when I'm with him, I feel alive, like I matter, like I'm not just a wife." The words hit like a slap, clean and sharp. I set down my fork with exaggerated care, watching the silver catch the candlelight around us. Other couples laughed and clinkied glasses, living in their before moments, not yet knowing their fault lines were forming. What do you want, Elena? She looked at me with something that might have been hope or might have been relief. I want a divorce. And there it was, the nuclear option delivered between the main course and dessert. I should have seen it coming. Hell, part of me had seen it coming, but hearing it spoken out loud was different. It made it real. It made it a thing that was happening, not just a thing I suspected. Okay, I said. Her eyes widened. Okay, that's it. Just okay. What do you want me to say, Elena? You've clearly made up your mind. You've been sleeping with your boss for 4 months. You want a divorce. What exactly am I supposed to do? Beg you to stay? Fight for a marriage you've already left. I thought she trailed off, and I realized she'd expected me to crumble, to cry, to make a scene, to give her the dramatic confrontation that would justify everything, that would make me the bad guy in whatever story she'd been telling herself. But I'd learned something in those 3 weeks of silent knowing. I'd learned that sometimes the most powerful thing you can do is refuse to perform the role someone's written for you. I'll have my lawyer contact yours, I said, signaling for the check. We can work out the details civilly. No need to make this uglier than it already is. Marcus, I don't. I held up a hand. Please don't. You've said what you needed to say. Let's leave it at that. The waiter brought the check on a small silver tray, and I paid for the meal that would be our last together as husband and wife. $347 for the privilege of having my marriage officially ended over overpriced seafood and undercooked honesty. We drove home in silence. Elena's fingers twisting her wedding ring, the platinum band I'd saved for 6 months to buy. Back when I thought forever meant something. When we pulled into our driveway, she turned to me. I'll stay at my sister's tonight. She said, give you some space. That's probably for the best. She got out of the car and I watched her walk to her own vehicle, the Mercedes SUV that Daniel had probably helped her pick out or maybe even bought for her. I wouldn't have known. I'd stopped keeping track of where her money came from months ago, when I'd stopped being able to afford the mental arithmetic of our dissolving life. Inside the house, our house, soon to be my former house, I poured myself a scotch and sat in the leather chair by the window. The one Elena always said made me look like an old man. I stared out at the street, at the other houses with their warm lights and their intact families, and I felt that quiet thing inside me start to shift. It wasn't sadness. It wasn't even anger. Not really. It was something colder, something more deliberate. I pulled out my phone and opened the private folder where I'd been collecting information for the past 3 weeks. Screenshots of messages, credit card statements showing hotel charges, calendar entries that didn't match her supposed work schedule, a photograph I'd taken of her car parked outside a boutique hotel in Soho. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon on a day she told me she was in meetings until 6 o'clock. I'd been gathering evidence like a man preparing for war, even though I hadn't known what kind of war I was planning to fight. But now, sitting in the quiet of a house that would soon be divided and sold, I began to understand. This wasn't about winning Elena back. That ship had sailed the moment she'd slid into Daniel Whitmore's bed. This wasn't even about revenge. Not in the traditional sense. This was about dignity, about refusing to be the cuckold who never knew, the fool who got played while everyone else whispered and pied. About taking back some measure of control in a situation where I'd been powerless. I opened my laptop and started researching. Daniel Whitmore, 45, CEO, net worth estimated at $200 million, married to Victoria Whitmore née Ashford, daughter of the Ashford Hotel dynasty. One daughter, away at boarding school in Switzerland. Victoria Whitmore. I clicked on her Instagram profile, public. Surprisingly for someone of her social standing, photos of charity galas and museum openings. Photos of her at art galleries and wine tastings. Photos that grew less frequent over the past year. I noticed photos where her smile never quite reached her eyes. She was beautiful in a different way than Elena. Where Elena was all sharp angles and calculated glamour, Victoria had a softer quality. Dark hair that fell in waves past her shoulders, eyes the color of expensive chocolate, a smile that looked like it had forgotten how to be real. In her most recent photo posted 3 weeks ago, she stood alone on a beach somewhere, her hair whipping in the wind, staring out at the ocean with an expression I recognized. It was the look of someone who'd learned to be lonely in a crowded room. I stared at that photo for a long time, and something clicked into place. A plan so audacious, so perfectly balanced between justice and cruelty that I almost laughed. If Daniel Whitmore wanted to take my wife to dismantle my marriage while building his empire and maintaining his perfect public image, then I would return the favor. Not with anger, not with violence, but with something far more elegant. I would take his wife, not seduce her, nothing so crude or predictable. No, I would do something far more dangerous. I would actually see her, know her, understand her in ways her husband clearly didn't. I would offer her what Daniel had offered Elena. The feeling of mattering, of being alive, of being more than just a wife. And when it was done, when the fallout came, I would make sure Daniel Whitmore understood exactly what it felt like to be replaced. I closed my laptop and finished my scotch, feeling something like purpose settle into my bones. Outside, snow had started to fall. The first snow of the season, covering everything in white, clean, fresh, like the world resetting itself. Tomorrow, I would start my research. I would learn everything about Victoria Whitmore, her patterns, her interests, her weaknesses. I would find a way into her orbit that seemed natural, coincidental. I would be patient, meticulous. I would build this carefully, brick by brick, the way I built buildings with intention and precision. But tonight, I sat in the quiet of my ending marriage and let myself feel the cold clarity of someone who'd found their purpose. The snow fell heavier, muffling the sounds of the city, and in that silence, I began to plan my resurrection. The law offices of Morrison & Price occupied the 34th floor of a building I'd helped design 5 years ago. There was a certain poetry in that, conducting the dissolution of my marriage in a structure I'd created, watching my life be divided into assets and liabilities beneath ceilings I'd sketched in rooms where light fell through windows I'd positioned for maximum impact. Jeremy Morrison had been my lawyer since I'd started my firm. He was the kind of attorney who wore expensive suits but kept his sleeves rolled up, who billed by the hour but never made you feel like you were watching the meter run. When I called him the morning after Elena's confession, he'd cleared his schedule immediately. "Marcus," he said now, sliding a folder across his mahogany desk. "I've drawn up a preliminary assessment based on what you've told me. It's not pretty." I opened the folder. Numbers swam across the page. The house, our savings accounts, Elena's stock options, my retirement fund, the vacation property in Vermont we'd bought 3 years ago and visited exactly twice. 7 years of accumulated life reduced to spreadsheets and estimated values. New York is an equitable distribution state, Jeremy continued, steepling his fingers. Which means the court divides marital property fairly, not necessarily equally, given that Elena's income has exceeded yours for the past 2 years, and there's no prenup. I could walk away with less than half potentially, though the affair could work in your favor, depending on how vindictive you want to be. He paused. How vindictive do you want to be? I thought about that. The old Marcus, the one who'd existed 4 weeks ago, would have said he wanted to be fair, civilized, mature about the whole thing. But the old Marcus had also been blind to his wife's infidelity, complicit in his own cuckolding through sheer obliviousness. The new Marcus had different priorities. I want what I'm entitled to, I said carefully. Nothing more, nothing less. I'm not interested in destroying her financially. I just want out clean and clear. Jeremy studied me with the expression of a man who'd seen too many divorces to believe in clean and clear. Most people in your position want blood. I'm not most people. No, he said slowly. I don't suppose you are, though I have to ask Marcus, and feel free to tell me it's none of my business, but you seem remarkably calm about all this. Your wife of 7 years just told you she's been sleeping with her boss and wants a divorce. Most men would be falling apart. I was going to say visibly angry. I smiled and it felt like a foreign expression on my face. Something borrowed from a stranger. Anger is expensive, Jeremy. It clouds judgment. Makes you do stupid things. I learned a long time ago that the best revenge is architecture. He raised an eyebrow. Architecture? Building something better than what you had before. Creating something that lasts longer than the pain that inspired it. I stood, buttoning my coat. How long until we can file? If you're serious about keeping this civil, I can have preliminary papers ready by next week, though. I'd recommend waiting until next week is fine. Send me the documents when they're ready. I left his office and stepped into the cold November air, watching people rush past on their lunch breaks, all of them carrying their own invisible burdens. Somewhere in this city, Elena was probably at her desk, pretending to work while texting Daniel. Somewhere, Daniel Whitmore was in a corner office running his empire and my wife simultaneously, believing he'd won some kind of prize. They had no idea what was coming. I pulled out my phone and opened the research document I'd been building. Over the past week, I'd learned more about Victoria Whitmore than most people knew about their own spouses. She wasn't just the trophy wife of a tech CEO. She was a former curator at the Museum of Modern Art, forced to give up her career when Daniel's company went public and required a full-time society wife. She sat on the boards of 3 charities, volunteered at a literacy program in Brooklyn, and had a master's in art history from Columbia. She also, according to a carefully worded profile in Manhattan Magazine from 6 months ago, felt deeply fulfilled by her philanthropic work, even if it meant setting aside her curatorial ambitions. The language of polite surrender. I recognized it because I'd used similar phrases myself when people asked how I felt about Elena's meteoric rise, while my own firm stayed comfortably small and sustainable. I'm happy for her success. I'd say someone has to keep the home fires burning. Both of us, it seemed, had become experts at lying about our own eraser. Victoria's Instagram showed a woman who attended the right events, wore the right clothes, smiled the right smiles, but there were cracks if you knew where to look. Photos of art exhibitions she attended alone. Check-ins at museums on weekday afternoons when most society wives were at lunch. A quote she'd shared 2 months ago from Virginia Woolf. Lock up your libraries if you like, but there is no gate, no lock, no bolt that you can set upon the freedom of my mind. A woman feeling caged. A woman hungry for something her gilded life couldn't provide. Perfect. My phone buzzed. A text from Elena. I've moved most of my things out. Left your grandmother's china set in the photo albums. Thought you'd want those. My lawyer will contact yours next week. No apology, no second thoughts, just logistics and the division of memory. I deleted the message without responding. Instead, I opened a different app, one I downloaded 3 days ago after extensive research into Victoria's patterns. It was called Art Connect, a social platform for art enthusiasts to discuss exhibitions, share recommendations, and organize viewing groups for gallery openings. Victoria Whitmore was an active member under the username Victoria A. Mama. She posted thoughtful critiques of new exhibitions, engaged in discussions about contemporary installation art, and occasionally organized small viewing groups for lesser-known galleries in Chelsea and the Lower East Side. Her most recent post from yesterday. Anyone interested in the new Rothko retrospective at Pace? Thinking of going Thursday evening? Always better to experience color field painting with others who appreciate the emotional architecture of it. Emotional architecture. The phrase struck me both for its pretension and its accuracy. Rothko had built cathedrals out of color, spaces designed to make you feel rather than think. I'd always admired that. The idea that you could construct emotion the way you constructed buildings with intention and precision. I created an account. Username Marcus Architect. Profile picture. A photo of me at a building site. Thoughtful and professional. Nothing try hard about it. Bio. Architect by trade. Student of space and light. Believer in the emotional geometry of well-designed environments. Then I commented on her post. Rothko understood that architecture isn't just about physical space. It's about creating environments for contemplation. Would love to join if there's room. Always fascinating to see his work with people who understand the structural component of his compositions. I hit send and felt something like electricity run through me. Not guilt. I'd moved past guilt somewhere around the second week of knowing about Elena's affair. This was something different. Anticipation. The feeling of a plan beginning to move from blueprint to foundation. My phone buzzed within minutes. Victoria, a mom. Love that perspective. Most people focus purely on the emotional without recognizing the architectural precision of his color blocks. Absolutely. Join us planning to meet at the gallery entrance at 6 p.m. Thursday. Fair warning, I tend to spend at least an hour in front of each major piece. Patience required. I smiled. Marcus, Architect. Patience is the foundation of appreciation. See you Thursday. 3 days. 3 days to prepare, to research, to ensure that when we met, I would be exactly what she needed me to be. Not a seducer, not a player, just a man who saw her, really saw her in ways her husband had stopped seeing her years ago. I spent those 3 days becoming an expert on Rothko. I read critical essays and artist biographies. I visited the MoMA to stand in front of his work and understand what drew Victoria to these massive canvases of color. I learned about his suicide, his depression, his belief that his paintings were dramas meant to evoke profound human emotions. I also learned everything I could about Victoria herself. Not just the public information, but the traces she left across the internet like breadcrumbs. A blog she'd abandoned 3 years ago, where she'd written eloquently about the intersection of art and memory. A YouTube channel with only 2 videos, both from 4 years ago, where she'd given tours of MoMA exhibitions with the kind of passion that made you understand why she'd chosen this career. In one video, she stood in front of a Pollock drip painting, and her whole face transformed. People think this is chaos, she said, gesturing at the canvas. But look closer. There's intention in every splatter, structure, and the apparent randomness. Pollock didn't just throw paint. He built these pieces like symphonies. Each gesture deliberate. It's not chaos. It's controlled passion. I watched that video 5 times. Studying not the art, but her. The way her hands moved when she talked, like she was conducting music only she could hear. The way her voice softened when she described technique grew stronger when she defended the artist's vision. The way she looked at the painting like it was a person she loved. This was not a woman who'd given up her career willingly. This was a woman who'd been convinced to trade her passion for security. Her voice for a social position. And now she was spending her days at charity luncheons and her nights at her husband's business dinners, slowly disappearing behind the role of Mrs. Daniel Whitmore. I understood that disappearance. I'd been vanishing myself for years, becoming smaller and quieter as Elena's star rose. The understanding husband, the supportive partner, the man who didn't mind that his wife was her boss because, hey, at least someone found her exciting. Thursday arrived cold and clear. I dressed carefully, dark jeans, a cashmere sweater, a wool coat that looked expensive without being ostentatious. The goal was to appear successful but not showy, cultured but not pretentious. I wanted to look like someone who belonged in her world without trying too hard to impress. The Pace Gallery stood in Chelsea, all glass and white walls, the kind of space designed to make art the only thing that mattered. I arrived 15 minutes early and bought the exhibition catalog, studying it in the lobby like I was preparing for an exam. At 5:58 p.m., she walked in. Victoria Whitmore was more striking in person than in photographs. She wore a charcoal dress that probably cost more than my monthly mortgage, paired with a burgundy coat and simple jewelry. But it was her face that caught me, intelligent eyes, a mouth that looked like it was used to holding back opinions, and something in her posture that suggested both confidence and careful constraint. She was alone. I watched her scan the small group gathered near the entrance. 4 other people all looking at their phones. When her eyes landed on me, there was a flicker of assessment, quick and thorough. Then she smiled, and I understood why Daniel had married her. It wasn't just beauty. It was the way that smile made you feel like you'd earned something valuable. "Marcus," she said, approaching with her hand extended. "I'm Victoria. I recognize you from your profile picture." Her handshake was firm, professional. Up close, I could see fine lines at the corners of her eyes. The kind that came from years of smiling at things that didn't make you happy. "Thank you for organizing this," I said. "I've been wanting to see this exhibition properly. Went through it quickly last month, but it deserves more attention." "You've been before." Something in her voice sharpened with interest. "What did you think?" "Overwhelming in the best way, like standing inside emotion rather than looking at it, but I felt like I was rushing, trying to see everything at once. Sometimes you need to sit with discomfort to really understand it." She studied me for a moment, and I saw the exact instant she decided I wasn't just another dilettante. That's exactly it. Most people want art to be comfortable, to give them easy answers. But Rothko's work requires you to surrender to the uncertainty. The other members of her group approached 2 women in their 50s who looked like they collected art for investment purposes, and a young man who immediately started talking about color theory in a way that suggested he'd just discovered it. Victoria listened politely, but I could see her attention fragmenting. We moved into the exhibition space as a group, but within 20 minutes, the natural separation occurred. The investors moved quickly through the rooms, checking off paintings like items on a shopping list. The young man got absorbed in taking photos for Instagram, and Victoria and I found ourselves standing in front of a massive canvas of deep reds and blacks alone in a room designed for solitude. "No, 1960, she said softly. "One of his last major works before his death. You can feel it the way the darkness is consuming the red." He knew he was drowning. Or maybe he was learning to breathe underwater. I said, "Sometimes what looks like drowning is just a different way of existing." She turned to look at me. "Really, look at me." And I felt the weight of her attention. That's an optimistic reading. Is it? I think Rothko knew exactly what he was doing. He was building spaces for people to bring their own meaning. If we see drowning, maybe that says more about us than about him. A small smile played at her lips. "You sound like you've spent time thinking about this." I spent a lot of time thinking about how space affects emotion. Occupational hazard of being an architect. What kind of architecture? Residential, mostly custom homes, some commercial projects. I like the intimate scale, designing spaces where people actually live, not just work or visit. There's something about creating the container for someone's daily life that feels significant. We moved through the exhibition slowly, and I noticed how she positioned herself in front of each painting, not straight on, but slightly to the side, as if approaching the art from an angle. When I asked about it, she laughed. "Old curator habit. You see different things when you shift your perspective. The way light hits the canvas changes. Colors reveal undertones. Most people plant themselves dead center and think they're seeing everything, but they're only getting one version of the truth. And you prefer multiple versions. I prefer acknowledging that there are multiple versions. Truth is positional. It changes depending on where you're standing." We were alone in the final room, a space dominated by a massive canvas of deep burgundy and black. The silence felt deliberate, constructed. I could hear her breathing, slow and measured. "Can I ask you something?" she said, still looking at the painting. "Why did you really want to come today?" The question surprised me with its directness. I'd expected small talk, gradual building of rapport, but Victoria Whitmore, it seemed, wasn't interested in the usual social choreography. "Honestly," I said, "I'm going through a divorce. My wife told me 2 weeks ago that she's been having an affair with her boss, and I realized that I'd been living in a very small space for a very long time, metaphorically speaking. I needed to remember what it felt like to experience something larger than my own anger." I watched her face carefully. The confession was calculated, vulnerable enough to be human, specific enough to be believable, and designed to create a sense of intimacy through shared pain. What I didn't expect was the way her expression shifted not to pity, but to recognition. "I'm sorry," she said. I'm sorry you're going through that. Thank you, though. I'm finding that sometimes things have to fall apart before you realize they were barely holding together in the first place." She nodded slowly and I saw her hand move unconsciously to her wedding ring, twisting it the way Elena used to twist hers, a gesture of discomfort, of doubt. "My husband is having an affair, too," she said quietly. And the words fell into the space between us like stones into still water. "I don't have proof, but I know." "You always know, don't you? Even when you pretend you don't." And there it was. The crack in the perfect facade. The truth she'd been carrying alone, probably for months, with no one to tell because admitting it would mean admitting that her carefully constructed life was a performance. I turned to face her fully. "Yes," I said. "You always know." We stood there in the silence of Rothko's final room. Two people who'd been betrayed. Two people who understood what it meant to be erased by someone else's desire. Around us, the deep red walls seemed to pulse with a heartbeat that wasn't our own. "Would you like to get coffee?" I asked. "I feel like we've both earned something stronger than gallery wine." She smiled, a real smile this time. One that reached her eyes. "Yes, God. Yes. I know a place nearby that stays open late. They have excellent bourbon." As we left the gallery together, stepping out into the cold November evening, I felt the foundation of my plan settling into place. Not through seduction, not through manipulation, but through something far more dangerous. Genuine connection. Victoria Whitmore was lonely. She was brilliant. She was trapped in a marriage to a man who was at this very moment probably in bed with my wife. And I was going to show her exactly what it felt like to be seen again. The bar Victoria chose was the kind of place you'd walk past 100 times without noticing a narrow door between a vintage bookshop and a closed dry cleaner. No sign, just a brass number plate that read 237. Inside, it opened into a space that felt like a secret. Exposed brick walls lined with leather-bound books, Edison bulbs casting warm pools of light, and a bar made from reclaimed wood that looked like it had stories embedded in every grain. "I come here when I need to think," Victoria said, leading me to a corner booth half hidden behind a bookshelf. "Daniel doesn't know about it. It's not the kind of place he'd appreciate." The way she said his name, Daniel, not my husband, told me everything I needed to know about the distance between them. A waitress appeared, young and efficient, with the kind of face that suggested she was between graduate programs and using this job to fund her real passion. Victoria ordered a bourbon. "Neat." I did the same. "So," Victoria said once the waitress had disappeared. "Tell me about your wife." The directness was becoming familiar. Victoria Whitmore. I was learning. Didn't waste time on pleasantries when real conversation was available. It was refreshing and dangerous in equal measure. "What do you want to know? Why did you marry her?" I thought about that, not about what would sound good, but about the actual truth. Because I had the sense that Victoria could smell a lie from across the room. And more importantly, I was tired of lying because she made me feel like I was building something that mattered. I said Elena was as brilliant, ambitious. She had this way of seeing potential in everything, including me. When I met her, I was just another architect grinding away at someone else's firm, designing strip malls and restaurant renovations. She looked at my sketches and told me I was wasting my talent on other people's mediocrity. 6 months later, I'd started my own firm. She pushed you. She believed in me. There's a difference. I paused as the waitress returned with our drinks. Or at least I thought there was. Now I wonder if she just saw me as another project, something to improve and optimize and eventually outgrow. Victoria lifted her glass, studying the amber liquid like it held answers. "Daniel chose me because I looked good in photographs. Because I came from the right family, because I understood how to navigate the social architecture of his world." She took a sip and I watched her throat work as she swallowed. "He needed a wife who could throw dinner parties and sit on charity boards and smile at investors. I needed God. I don't even remember what I thought I needed. Security, status, permission to stop fighting so hard. You gave up your career. Her eyes snapped to mine. How did you know that? You mentioned you were a curator. Past tense. And there's a way you talk about art like someone who's been exiled from a country they still consider home. She set down her glass with exaggerated care. You're observant. Occupational hazard. I spend my days noticing how people move through spaces, how environments affect behavior. You learn to read the signs. And what signs are you reading now? I leaned back, considering her. In the low light, she looked younger than her 42 years, but also more fragile somehow, like fine porcelain that had developed invisible cracks. I'm reading a woman who's been making herself smaller for years. Who's been editing her own thoughts before she speaks them, who comes to art galleries alone because it's the only place she can remember who she used to be. Victoria's expression didn't change, but I saw her fingers tighten around her glass. You don't know me well enough to make those assessments. You're right. I apologize. That was presumptuous. No. She shook her head and something in her face softened. No, you're not wrong. It's just strange to have someone name it so precisely. Most people look at my life and see nothing but privilege. The penthouse, the charity galas, the vacation home in Aspen. They think I have everything. But you gave up the thing that mattered most. Yes. The word came out like a confession. I was good at it. You know, curation. I had an eye for emerging artists. I could walk into a studio and know immediately if the work would resonate. I could build exhibitions that told stories that created dialogues between pieces that had never been in conversation before. It was like conducting an orchestra except with visual language instead of music. The passion in her voice was raw, unguarded. This was the Victoria from those YouTube videos. The one who spoke about art like it was oxygen. What happened? I asked, though I thought I knew. Daniel's company went public. Suddenly, we were worth $200 million on paper. And I was married to a CEO who needed a specific kind of wife. Not a working curator who spent her weekends in Brooklyn studios and came home with paint on her clothes. He needed someone who could host dinners for investors, who could make small talk with board members' wives, who could be photographed for magazine spreads about successful couples. So, you quit. So, I was strongly encouraged to redirect my energies toward philanthropic endeavors. Her voice had taken on a mimicking quality, like she was quoting someone. Probably Daniel. He made it sound so reasonable. Why work 60-hour weeks at the museum when I could be on the board of 3 different charities? Why exhaust myself building exhibitions when I could be funding emerging artists through our foundation? But it's not the same. It's not even close. She finished her bourbon and signaled for another. Writing checks isn't creating. Attending fundraisers isn't building something with your own hands. I sit in meetings and approve grants and smile for photographs, and every day I feel myself disappearing a little more. The rawness of it struck me. This wasn't the careful social performance of a society wife. This was a woman who'd been holding this inside for years. And suddenly, the dam had broken. When did you know he was having an affair? I asked. Victoria's second bourbon arrived. She took a long sip before answering. 6 months ago. We were at a company dinner. One of those interminable things where everyone drinks too much and pretends to enjoy each other's company. I went to find Daniel because the CFO's wife wanted to discuss some charity event. And I found him in his office with his VP of brand strategy. She paused. Elena, right? That's your wife's name. The confirmation hit me like a punch, even though I'd known. Hearing it spoken aloud, having the affair verified by the other betrayed spouse made it viscerally real in a new way. Yes, I said. Elena, they weren't having sex. Not then, at least. But I saw the way he looked at her, the way she laughed at something, he said, touching his arm, and I knew. You can tell the difference between normal flirtation and something that's already crossed a line. It's in the body language, the casual intimacy. Did you confront him? No. She laughed, but there was no humor in it. I went back to the dinner party and smiled and made small talk about fundraising strategies. I went home and slept next to him and pretended I hadn't seen anything. I've been pretending for 6 months. Why? The question hung between us heavy with implications. Why do any of us stay in marriages that have died? Why do we perform normally when everything underneath is rotting? Because leaving would mean admitting I made a mistake. Victoria said quietly. Admitting that I gave up my career, my identity, my entire sense of self for a man who can't even be bothered to hide his affairs competently. It would mean that my mother was right when she told me not to marry him, that my friends were right when they said I was throwing my life away, that I wasted the last 12 years building something that was hollow from the beginning. I understood that the sunk cost fallacy of failed marriages. We stay because leaving means admitting the investment was worthless, that all those years were a mistake. It's easier to pretend the foundation is solid than to acknowledge you've been living in a house of cards. What about you? Victoria asked, turning the question back. Why haven't you confronted your wife? You said she told you 2 weeks ago. But you seem very controlled about it. Most men would be destroying her car, screaming in public, making dramatic gestures that would only make me look pathetic. I shook my head. I spent the first week after I found out wanting to burn everything down. But anger is expensive. It costs you your dignity, your clarity, your ability to think strategically. So, you're thinking strategically. It wasn't a question. I'm thinking about what I want my life to look like on the other side of this. And I realized that getting revenge in obvious ways, slashing tires, sending angry emails, making scenes that just makes me the villain in her story, the jealous husband who couldn't handle her success. I don't want to be that character. Victoria studied me over the rim of her glass. So, what character do you want to be? The one who builds something better. The one who doesn't just survive, but actually lives. The one who proves that her leaving was the best thing that ever happened to me. By coming to art galleries and drinking bourbon with strangers. By remembering what it feels like to have a conversation about something that matters. By expanding my world instead of shrinking into my anger. By refusing to let her betrayal define my next chapter. She smiled, and this time it reached her eyes. That's admirably philosophical. It's admirably full of, I said. And she laughed, a real laugh, surprised and genuine. I'm angry as hell. I'm hurt and humiliated. And some days I wake up wanting to destroy everything they've built together. But I also know that giving into that anger would only destroy me. So I'm channeling it into something more productive. Like what? I met her eyes. Like finding people who understand. Like building new connections that remind me I'm more than just the husband who got cheated on. Like proving to myself that I can still surprise myself. The air between us had shifted. We'd moved past small talk, past the careful social dance of strangers. We were in the territory of real conversation now. The kind that only happens when two people recognize something broken in each other. Can I tell you something? Victoria said. Something I've never told anyone. Of course. I'm glad he's having an affair. The words came out in a rush, like she'd been holding them inside for months. I know that makes me sound terrible, but I'm glad because it gives me permission to stop pretending. It gives me an exit that doesn't make me the bad guy. I can leave now and everyone will understand. The poor wife whose husband cheated. No one has to know that I was already gone long before he ever touched another woman. The confession was so honest, so raw that I felt something shift in my chest. This wasn't the society wife or the curator or the charity board member. This was just Victoria, a woman who'd been suffocating in a beautiful cage and had finally found the door. That doesn't make you terrible, I said. It makes you human, does it? Sometimes I think I'm a coward. That I should have left years ago when I first realized I was disappearing. But I stayed because it was easier. Because his money meant I didn't have to struggle. Because being Mrs. Daniel Whitmore opened doors that being Victoria Ashford never could. And now those doors lead to rooms I don't want to be in anymore. We sat in silence for a moment, and I felt the weight of what we were building here. Not a flirtation, not a rebound, but something more dangerous. A genuine understanding between two people who'd been betrayed in exactly the same way by exactly the same people. I should probably go, Victoria said. But she didn't move. Daniel will wonder where I am. Will he? No, probably not. He's likely working late or pretending to work late while he's actually with Elena. The name sat between us like a third person at the table. My wife and her husband somewhere in this city building their affair while we sat here drinking bourbon and sharing confessions. Can I ask you something potentially inappropriate? I said. Victoria raised an eyebrow. We're past the point of appropriate, I think. Do you want to stop him? The affair. Duh. She considered the question seriously. No. I want to be free of him, but I also want him to understand what he's losing. Does that make sense? Perfect sense. What about you? Do you want Elena back? God, no. The certainty in my voice surprised even me. I want her to live with the consequences of her choices. I want her to build a life with Daniel and slowly realize that she traded substance for flash. I want her to wake up one day and understand that she destroyed something real for something that only looks good in photographs. Victoria smiled. And there was something fierce in it. You're not as philosophical as you pretend to be. No one is. She finished her bourbon and set down the glass with finality. I should really go, but I'd like to do this again. If you're interested, I'm very interested. There's a gallery opening next Friday. Emerging artist from Brooklyn does these incredible installations with light and shadow. Very architectural, actually. You might appreciate it. I'd love to. We exchanged numbers, a simple transaction that felt weighted with significance. As we stood to leave, Victoria put her hand on my arm. Thank you, she said, for seeing me, for listening, for not pretending this is anything other than what it is. What is it? I asked. She smiled. I don't know yet, but I think I want to find out. Outside, the November night had grown colder. We stood on the sidewalk, and I could see her breath forming clouds in the air. A town car pulled up her driver, presumably summoned while we'd been inside. Good night, Marcus, she said. Good night, Victoria. I watched her car disappear into Manhattan traffic, and I felt something like triumph settle into my bones. Not because I'd seduced her. I hadn't. Not really, but because I'd done something more dangerous. I'd made her feel seen, understood, valued, and that I was learning was a far more powerful weapon than anything crude or obvious. My phone buzzed. A text from Elena. Lawyer says we should schedule mediation for next month. Can you do the 15th? I looked at the message for a long moment, then typed back. The 15th works. Have a good evening, Elena. Polite, civil, completely devoid of the rage she probably expected. Then I pulled up my thread with Victoria and sent a simple message. Thank you for tonight. Looking forward to Friday. Her response came within seconds. Me too. Sleep well, Marcus. I walked home through the cold November streets, past restaurants where couples shared meals and bars where friends laughed over drinks, and I felt like I was walking towards something instead of away from it. The game had begun. Not a game of seduction or revenge, but something more elegant, a game of truth and connection, of seeing and being seen. Daniel Whitmore had taken my wife, and slowly, carefully, with patience and precision, I was going to show him what it felt like to lose something irreplaceable. Not his wife's body. That would be too easy, too predictable. Her soul, her attention, her belief that she mattered. I was going to give Victoria Whitmore back to herself, and in doing so, I was going to take everything from him. The week between Bourbon Confessions and the gallery opening passed in a strange state of suspension. I moved through my days with a clarity I hadn't felt in years, meeting with clients, drafting designs, filing divorce papers that felt less like an ending and more like permission to begin something new. Elena had moved out completely. Our house, my house now, though the lawyers were still arguing about it, felt different without her presence. Not emptier. Exactly. Cleaner, like removing clutter you didn't realize was weighing you down until it was gone. She'd taken her expensive coffee maker and her designer clothes, her collection of marketing books, and her framed magazine covers. She'd left the art we'd bought together, pieces I'd chosen that she'd never really liked, and the furniture for my grandmother. The division felt appropriate. She got the symbols of her success. I got the things with actual history. I spent the evenings researching. Not Victoria this time, but the artist whose opening we'd be attending. Sophia Chen, 32, MFA from Yale, known for installation pieces that played with light and architectural space. Her work had been described as hauntingly intimate and aggressively beautiful. The kind of contradictory praise that meant she was doing something interesting. I also researched Daniel Whitmore more thoroughly. Not just the public information, the Forbes profiles, and the TechCrunch articles, but the cracks in his perfect facade. A lawsuit from 3 years ago, settled quietly involving allegations of hostile work environment. An interview where he'd said his wife understood the sacrifices necessary for success. A photograph from a charity gala where Victoria stood 2 feet away from him, smiling at the camera while looking completely alone. The more I learned, the more I understood that Daniel Whitmore was a man who collected things, companies, status symbols, people. Elena was just his latest acquisition, younger, ambitious, hungry for the power he could provide. And Victoria had been the first acquisition, chosen for her pedigree and her ability to play the role he needed. Both women reduced to their utility. Both of us, their spouses, reduced to obstacles or footnotes. On Friday evening, I dressed with the same care I'd taken the previous week. Charcoal slacks, a navy sweater, a coat that looked expensive without screaming it. I studied myself in the mirror and saw a man who'd lost 20 pounds in the past month without trying, whose eyes had developed a sharpness they'd lacked before. Grief had carved something leaner out of me, something harder. The gallery was in Bushwick, occupying a converted warehouse that still had the bones of its industrial past. Inside, white walls soared 20 feet high, and Sophia Chen's installations filled the space with geometric patterns of light and shadow. Projectors cast moving images onto translucent screens suspended from the ceiling, creating layers of illumination that shifted as you walked through them. It was beautiful. It was also deeply unsettling the way the light never stayed still, the way you could never be certain what you were seeing was real or reflected. Victoria was already there when I arrived. She stood in front of a piece called Memory Palace, a maze of gauze screens onto which were projected images of empty rooms, doorways that led nowhere, windows that showed only more windows. She wore black, a simple dress that probably cost more than my car, but elegant in its restraint. Her hair was pulled back, exposing the line of her neck, and she'd foregone her wedding ring. I noticed that immediately, the absence of gold on her left hand. "Marcus," she said, turning as I approached. Her smile was genuine, reaching her eyes in a way that suggested she'd been looking forward to this. "You made it. I wouldn't miss it. This is extraordinary, isn't it?" She gestured at the installation. "Sophia's exploring the architecture of memory, how we build internal spaces to house our past, and how those spaces are never stable, always shifting, always being rewritten." We walked through the maze of screens together and I noticed how the other gallery goers gave Victoria space. Not because they didn't recognize her, several did. I saw the double takes, but because she projected an aura that suggested she was here for the art, not for networking. "How was your week?" she asked as we emerged from Memory Palace into a room where light fractured through suspended prisms, creating rainbow patterns on the floor. "Productive. Signed my divorce papers. Met with 3 new clients. Started designing a house for a couple in Connecticut who actually seemed to like each other." She laughed. "Setting the bar high, I see. After what we've been through, mutual affection feels aspirational." I paused in front of a piece called Fault Lines, a floor installation of broken mirrors arranged to create the illusion of depth. "What about you?" "I hired a private investigator." The words came out casually, but I could hear the tension underneath to document Daniel's affair. "I thought if I'm going to do this actually leave, I should have evidence. Even though New York is no fault, it helps in the court of public opinion. And then it turns out he's been having multiple affairs, not just with Elena. There's also a junior associate at his firm, a consultant he hired 6 months ago, and apparently a recurring thing with someone he met at a conference in Singapore." She said it calmly, but I could see her jaw tighten. 12 years of marriage, and I was naive enough to think it was just one woman. I felt something cold settle in my stomach. Not surprised men like Daniel rarely stopped at one affair, but anger on Victoria's behalf. And something else, a recalculation. Elena wasn't special to him. She was just another acquisition. Another young, ambitious woman who thought she was different, who believed she'd won some kind of prize by catching the CEO's attention. She had no idea she was just rotating through his collection. "I'm sorry," I said, and meant it. "Don't be. It's clarifying. I spent months thinking I'd done something wrong. That if I'd been different somehow, he wouldn't have strayed. But this isn't about me at all. It's about him needing constant validation, constant conquest. I could have been perfect and it wouldn't have mattered. You deserve better than perfect. You deserve real." She looked at me then, really looked at me, and something passed between us. Not attraction exactly, though that was there too. Something deeper. Recognition, the understanding that we were both rebuilding ourselves from the rubble of marriages that had crumbled. "Come on," she said, taking my hand. "I want to show you my favorite piece." Her hand in mine felt significant. Not romantic, not yet, but intimate in a way that acknowledged we'd moved past strangers. We were becoming something else. Allies, confidants, 2 people constructing a new reality from the broken pieces of the old one. She led me to a smaller room at the back of the gallery. Inside, a single installation dominated the space. The weight of light, hundreds of glass orbs hung from nearly invisible wires, each containing a small LED that pulsed at different rhythms. The effect was mesmerizing, like standing inside a constellation surrounded by manufactured stars. "It's about how even beautiful things have weight," Victoria said softly. "How light itself exerts pressure. Nothing is ever truly weightless, even when it appears to be." We stood there in the dim room, surrounded by pulsing light, and I felt the truth of what she was saying. The beautiful facade of her marriage had weight. My relationship with Elena had had weight. Even this, whatever this was becoming between us, had weight. "I've been thinking," Victoria said, still holding my hand, "about what you said last week, about building something better, about refusing to let betrayal define your next chapter. And I want to do that, too. But I don't know how. I've spent so long being Mrs. Daniel Whitmore that I'm not sure who Victoria is anymore. Without the title, without the role, who am I?" The vulnerability in her voice made me turn to face her fully. In the pulsing light of the orbs, her face looked younger, more uncertain. This was the woman underneath the perfect exterior, the one who'd been erased over 12 years of playing a part. "You're a woman who understands art well enough to stand in a room like this and explain why it matters," I said. "You're someone who chose bourbon over champagne, truth over performance. You're whoever you decide to be, Victoria. The question is, who do you want to become? She didn't answer immediately. Instead, she looked up at the suspended orbs, watching their asynchronous pulsing. And I saw something shift in her expression. Decision, resolution. I want to curate again, she said, not as a hobby or a philanthropic endeavor. Actually curate, build exhibitions, work with artists, get paint on my clothes, and spend weekends in studios. I want to remember what it feels like to create something that matters. So do it. It's not that simple. Daniel will fight me. Not because he cares about my career, but because it threatens the image. The CEO's wife isn't supposed to have her own ambitions. She's supposed to be decorative and supportive and content with being an accessory. Then don't tell him. Start small. Build it quietly until it's too substantial to tear down. She smiled. You make it sound possible. It is possible. I started my firm while working full-time for someone else. Nights and weekends for 2 years before I could afford to leave. It was exhausting, but it was mine. That mattered more than anything else. How do I even start? I thought about that. About the practical steps of reclaiming a career you'd abandoned. You still have contacts in the art world. Some, though I've been out for so long, I'm not sure they'd take me seriously. Then make them take you seriously. Find an emerging artist who needs an advocate. Someone whose work you believe in but who doesn't have gallery representation. Curate a small show independently. Rent a space. Build the exhibition yourself. Prove you can still do this. Her eyes lit up. Like a pop-up exhibition. Exactly. Low overhead, high impact. If it works, you've got momentum. If it doesn't, you've learned something and you try again. Either way, you're moving forward instead of staying frozen. You've thought about this. I've thought about a lot of things lately, mostly about how to build a life that's actually mine, not some compromised version that makes other people comfortable. Victoria squeezed my hand. Thank you for this, for seeing possibilities instead of just obstacles. That's what architects do. We look at empty space and imagine what could be built there. We stood there for a moment longer, surrounded by pulsing light, and I felt the weight she'd mentioned. This connection we were building had gravity. It was pulling us towards something that couldn't be easily categorized or controlled. Victoria, we both turned. A man approached 50's expensive suit. The kind of confident stride that suggested he owned things. He smiled at Victoria with the familiarity of old acquaintance. Richard Caldwell, Victoria said, and I heard her voice shift into her society wife register. Warmer but less genuine. I didn't know you were interested in installation art. I'm interested in investments, he said, glancing around the room. Sophia Chen's work is generating buzz. Thought I'd see what the fuss was about. His eyes moved to me. Richard Caldwell. I run an art advisory firm. Marcus Bennett, architect. We shook hands and I could feel him evaluating me, trying to place me in Victoria's social ecosystem. Friend, lover, business associate. Marcus has been educating me on the architectural elements of Sophia's work, Victoria said smoothly. The way she uses space and light to create emotional geometry. Fascinating. Richard's tone suggested it was anything but. Victoria, I've been meaning to reach out. I heard a rumor you might be getting back into curation. Any truth to that? I felt Victoria tense beside me. Where did you hear that art world gossip? You know how it is. Someone mentioned you'd been asking questions about available gallery spaces. He smiled. If you're serious about coming back, we should talk. I've got several clients looking for curators for private collections. I'll keep that in mind, Victoria said non-committal. Enjoy the exhibition, Richard. It was a dismissal, politely delivered, but unmistakable. Richard took the hint, nodded at both of us, and drifted toward another installation. Private collections, Victoria said once he was out of earshot. Curating for rich people who want someone to tell them what art they should buy to impress their friends. That's not what I want. What do you want? To build something that matters. To work with artists who are creating because they have to, not because it's profitable. To curate exhibitions that change how people see the world, even if it's just for an hour. She turned to me. Is that naive? Am I too old to still believe in that kind of idealism? You're asking the wrong person. I'm the architect who turned down a partnership at a major firm because they wanted me to design identical luxury condos for the rest of my career. Idealism might be naive, but pragmatism is soul-crushing. She laughed, and the sound echoed in the small room. We're a pair, aren't we? Two middle-aged idealists trying to remember who we were before we started compromising. I prefer to think of us as people who are finally done compromising. Is that what we are? The question hung in the air between us, weighted with possibility. We were standing close now, close enough that I could smell her perfume, something subtle and expensive that suited her. Close enough that I could see the fine gold flecks in her brown eyes. I think we're people who understand each other, I said carefully. Who recognize something broken in each other and aren't afraid of it. What that becomes. I think we're still figuring that out. And if it becomes something that complicates everything, then we deal with complications. But at least we'll be dealing with them honestly, which is more than our spouses gave us. Victoria looked up at the pulsing orbs, and in their reflected light, I saw her face soften. I should tell you something. Daniel's company is having a holiday party in 3 weeks. Big event, investors, board members, all the important people. He always expects me to be there playing the perfect wife. She paused. I'm thinking of not going or of going and telling him I want a divorce in front of everyone. I haven't decided which would be more satisfying. Is there a third option? What do you mean? I thought about Daniel Whitmore and his affairs. About Elena and her ambition. About the perfect public image they were both invested in maintaining. About how much damage could be done not with explosions but with carefully placed cracks. Go to the party, I said. Be the perfect wife one last time. Smile and charm and play your role flawlessly. Let them think everything's fine. Why? Because the best revenge isn't dramatic confrontation. It's building something better while they're not paying attention. Let him be comfortable. Let him think he's won, that he has everything under control. And then when you're ready, when you've built your new life to the point where his opinion doesn't matter anymore, that's when you walk away. Victoria studied me for a long moment. That's cold. That's strategic. You've thought about this. Your own revenge. I mean, I've thought about a lot of things. I met her eyes, including the fact that Daniel's holiday party might be the perfect place to begin implementing some of those thoughts. Understanding dawned on her face. You want to come with me? I want to meet the man who's sleeping with my wife. I want to shake his hand and smile and let him think I'm just another guest. I want to see him and Elena together, playing their own perfect couple routine while knowing exactly what they're doing and having them have no idea that I know. That's cruel. Manipulative probably, but also deeply satisfying. Victoria's smile turned sharp. I can bring a guest. Daniel encourages it. Makes me look less like the neglected wife if I show up with company. He'll assume you're just some friend from the art world. He won't think twice about it. Perfect. Marcus. She put her hand on my chest and I could feel my heartbeat against her palm. What are we doing? Really? Honestly, I think we're giving each other permission to stop being victims, to take back some control, to remember what it feels like to be seen and valued. I covered her hand with mine. And maybe we're building something real in the process, something that isn't tainted by betrayal or compromise. Or maybe we're just two hurt people using each other to feel less broken. Maybe. Would that be so terrible? She considered that. No, I suppose it wouldn't. As long as we're honest about it, I'm always honest with you, Victoria. That's the whole point. We left the gallery together, stepping out into the cold December night. Brooklyn stretched around us, all industrial chic and converted warehouses, and I felt like we were standing at the edge of something significant. 3 weeks, Victoria said, until the party. Until we walk into Daniel's world and smile at him and Elena like we don't know they're destroying our marriages. 3 weeks. I should start planning what to wear. Something that makes me look devastating. You already look devastating. She smiled. You're good at this. The compliments that feel genuine because they are. I only say what's true. We stood on the sidewalk and I could see her breath forming clouds in the cold air. She looked beautiful and fierce and fragile all at once. A woman on the edge of becoming whoever she was going to be next. Good night, Marcus, she said. Good night, Victoria. I watched her car pull away and I felt something like anticipation settle into my bones. 3 weeks until I stood in Daniel Whitmore's penthouse, shook his hand, and began the careful work of showing him what it felt like to lose everything. 3 weeks to plan, to prepare, to sharpen myself into exactly the weapon this situation required. The game was accelerating, and I was ready. The mediation session was scheduled for a Tuesday afternoon in a conference room that felt designed to suppress emotion. Gray walls, gray carpet, a long table made of some wood composite material that looked expensive but had no soul. Even the coffee they served tasted gray, bitter, and forgettable, like the marriage we were here to dissolve. Elena sat across from me, flanked by her lawyer, a woman named Patricia Winters, who specialized in high net worth divorces and had a reputation for being ruthless in designer suits. Elena looked good. She always looked good, but there was a tightness around her eyes that suggested she wasn't sleeping well. Part of me, a small and petty part, was glad. My own lawyer, Jeremy Morrison, sat to my right, a folder thick with documentation in front of him. We'd spent the previous week preparing, going over every asset, every account, every piece of property we'd accumulated in 7 years of marriage. Thank you all for coming, the mediator said. Her name was Susan Chen, and she had the calm, measured tone of someone who'd witnessed hundreds of marriages end in rooms exactly like this one. I know this is difficult, but the goal today is to reach an equitable agreement that both parties can accept. Shall we begin with the primary residence? What followed was 3 hours of the most civilized dismemberment I'd ever witnessed. We divided our lives with spreadsheets and calculators, reducing years of shared history to dollar amounts and percentage splits. The house would be sold. Proceeds divided 60-40 in Elena's favor because she'd contributed more to the down payment. The vacation property in Vermont would go to her entirely. I had no interest in keeping a place we'd barely used, and she claimed to have emotional attachment to it, though I suspected it was more about the property value. My retirement accounts would be split according to some formula I didn't fully understand, but Jeremy assured me was fair. Elena's stock options from Whitmore Industries, the company where she worked, where she'd met her lover, were considered marital property, but would stay with her, balanced against other assets I'd receive. The whole process felt like watching surgeons divide a corpse. Clinical, precise, bloodless. What about the art collection? Patricia asked, consulting her notes. I'd like to keep most of it, I said. Elena never cared for any of the pieces except the abstract we bought in Miami. And that was more about the artist's reputation than the actual work. Elena's jaw tightened. That's not fair, Marcus. I appreciate art. You appreciate what art signals about your taste. There's a difference. I kept my voice even. Matter of fact, take the Miami piece. I'll keep the rest. She looked like she wanted to argue, but Patricia put a hand on her arm. They had a brief whispered conversation, and I watched Elena's face cycle through emotions, anger, frustration, something that might have been hurt before settling back into careful neutrality. Fine, she said. The Miami piece and the photographs from our trip to Japan. Those hurt more than I expected. We bought those photographs together in Kyoto from a street artist who captured light through temple windows. I'd loved them, but I also understood the strategic value of concession. Agreed. We moved through the remaining items with brutal efficiency. Furniture, kitchenware, books, electronics, all of it divided and cataloged like inventory in a warehouse. By the time we reached the final items, I felt hollowed out, as if the mediation had scooped away pieces of me along with the joint checking account and the dining room set. I think we've made excellent progress, Susan said, making notes on her tablet. I'll draft the preliminary agreement based on today's discussion and send it to both counsel for review. If everything looks acceptable, we can move toward filing the final papers. How long? Elena asked. Her voice sounded different. Smaller somehow, like she was beginning to understand what we were actually doing here. That this was real. Final. Assuming no complications, you could be legally divorced within 90 days. 90 days, 3 months by spring, I would be unmarried. By spring, Elena would be free to pursue whatever future she imagined with Daniel Whitmore, and I would be what? Free, broken, rebuilt. I wasn't sure yet, but I was beginning to have ideas. Thank you, Susan, Jeremy said, gathering his papers. We'll be in touch. As we stood to leave, Elena caught my arm. Marcus, can we talk just for a minute? Patricia looked like she wanted to object, but Jeremy nodded to me. I'll wait in the lobby. We stood in the hallway outside the conference room, and I realized this was the first time we'd been alone since the restaurant, since she'd told me she wanted a divorce, and I'd responded with calm instead of devastation. You seem different, she said. Divorce will do that. That's not what I mean. She struggled for words. You're handling this too well. It's unnerving. I almost laughed. Would you prefer me to be falling apart, making scenes, begging you to stay? No. But this cold, calculating version of you it's not you, Marcus. Maybe it's who I needed to become. Maybe the version of me you married was too accommodating, too willing to make myself smaller so you could shine brighter. She flinched. That's not fair. None of this is fair, Elena. Fair would have been you telling me you were unhappy before you started sleeping with your boss. Fair would have been you having the courage to end our marriage before starting a new relationship. Fair would have been a lot of things that didn't happen. I know you're right. I handled this terribly. She looked down at her hands, manicured, perfect. No longer wearing her wedding ring, but I need you to understand that this wasn't about you. You didn't do anything wrong. I'm aware this was about you wanting something I couldn't give you. Power, excitement, whatever Daniel Whitmore represents. It's not like that, isn't it? I leaned against the wall, studying her. Tell me something, Elena. When you're with him, do you feel like you matter? Like you're special? Or do you ever wonder if you're just another acquisition for a man who collects beautiful things? Her eyes flashed with anger. You don't know anything about my relationship with Daniel. I know he's married. I know he's 45 years old and you're 32. I know he has a pattern of affairs with younger women who work for him. I know his wife is a former museum curator who gave up her career to support his. And now he's trading her in for a newer model. How do you? She stopped. Realization dawning. You've been researching him. I've been educating myself about the man my wife left me for. It seemed prudent. I pushed off the wall. Enjoy the holiday party at his company next week. I hear it's quite the event. I started to walk away, but her voice stopped me. Marcus, wait. How did you know about the party? I turned back and I let myself smile. I pay attention, Elena. I always have. You just never noticed. I left her standing in the hallway and I could feel her eyes on my back as I walked toward the elevator. Jeremy was waiting in the lobby checking his phone. How'd it go? He asked. She's starting to realize I'm not the man she married. Is that a good thing? I think so. The man she married would have let her walk all over him. Would have signed whatever papers she wanted, taken whatever settlement she offered, and spent the next decade wondering what he did wrong. I pressed the button for the elevator. I'm not that man anymore. No, Jeremy said thoughtfully. I don't suppose you are. I spent the next 2 weeks preparing for Daniel Whitmore's holiday party with the same meticulous attention I brought to architectural projects, research, planning, consideration of every angle, every possible outcome. I learned everything I could about Whitmore Industries, the company Daniel had built from a small software firm into a tech giant worth billions. I studied his public appearances, watched interviews, read profiles. I learned how he spoke, how he presented himself, what mattered to him. Control, image, legacy. These were the pillars of Daniel Whitmore's identity. He wanted to be seen as a titan of industry, a visionary, a man who built empires. His personal life was carefully curated to support that image. The beautiful wife from Old Money, the penthouse in Tribeca, the memberships at the right clubs. Elena fit into that narrative perfectly. Young, ambitious, successful in her own right. Dating her or whatever they were doing enhanced his image as a powerful man who could attract the best. She probably thought she was using him to advance her career, to access power and influence. She couldn't reach on her own. Neither of them understood they were using each other. Building a relationship on ambition rather than anything real. It would collapse eventually, but that would take time. I didn't have time. And more importantly, I didn't want to just wait for their relationship to fail. I wanted to accelerate it, to plant seeds of doubt that would grow into cracks that would shatter everything they were building. But first, I needed to meet him. To look Daniel Whitmore in the eye and let him see me as just another guest at his party. Harmless, forgettable, not a threat. Victoria and I spoke every few days, phone calls that started as check-ins and evolved into long conversations about art and architecture, about our failing marriages, and our plans for afterward. She told me about the artist she was considering for her pop-up exhibition. I told her about a project. I was designing a house for a couple in Connecticut who wanted something that captured light the way a prism captures rainbows. We didn't talk much about the party. It hung between us like a storm on the horizon, inevitable and electric. The night before the event, she called me. I'm nervous, she said without preamble. About tomorrow, about bringing you into Daniel's world. About what happens when you see him and Elena together? About she trailed off. About what this means. I finished for her. Yes. I was in my home office surrounded by blueprints and sketches. Through the window, I could see snow beginning to fall. The third snowfall of the season, covering the city in white, clean, fresh, deceptive. Victoria, we don't have to do this. If you're not ready, it's not about being ready. It's about being terrified that once we start this, whatever this is, we can't go back. That we're crossing a line that will change everything. We've already crossed the line. The moment we sat in that bar and told each other the truth about our marriages, we crossed it. Tomorrow is just making it visible. And you're okay with that, with whatever comes after. I thought about Elena in the mediation room dividing our lives into assets and liabilities. I thought about Daniel Whitmore collecting affairs like other men collected watches. I thought about Victoria, brilliant and erased, trying to remember who she was before she became someone's wife. I'm more than okay with it. I said I'm ready to stop being invisible, to stop accommodating, to start building something that's actually mine, even if it's messy. Especially if it's messy. Perfect things are boring, Victoria. They're fragile. Messy things have character, strength, room to grow. She laughed softly. When did you become a philosopher? Around the same time my wife told me she'd been her boss for 4 months. Betrayal gives you clarity, does it? Because I still feel like I'm fumbling in the dark. Then let me be your light tomorrow night. Come to the party with me. Introduce me to your husband. Let me shake his hand and smile and be exactly the kind of harmless nobody he expects. And when it's over, when we've played our roles perfectly, we'll leave together and you'll remember what it feels like to have someone actually see you. Silence on the other end. Then what should I wear? Something that makes you feel powerful. Something that reminds you who you were before you started shrinking yourself to fit his life. I have just the thing. It's red. Daniel hates it. Says it's too bold, too attention-seeking. Perfect. Wear the red, Marcus. Yes. Thank you for this, for giving me permission to stop being who he needs me to be. You don't need my permission, Victoria. You never did, but you're welcome anyway. After we hung up, I sat in my office for a long time watching the snowfall. Tomorrow night, I would walk into Daniel Whitmore's penthouse. I would see Elena on his arm playing the role of his girlfriend or mistress or whatever she thought she was. I would watch them smile and touch and pretend they were something special. And I would feel nothing. Or at least I would show nothing, because the real play wasn't tomorrow night. Tomorrow was just reconnaissance. The real play would come later, when I'd learned enough about Daniel to understand exactly where to apply pressure. When Victoria had rebuilt enough of herself to walk away without looking back. When Elena had invested enough in her fantasy with Daniel that shattering it would actually cost her something. I was building this carefully, the way I build houses. Foundation first, structure, support beams. Only then the aesthetic details, the finishing touches that made it look effortless. Tomorrow I would lay another piece of foundation. I pulled out my phone and texted Victoria. Pick you up at 7. Her response came immediately. I'll be ready. Red dress and all. I smiled and returned to my blueprints. The Connecticut house was coming together beautifully. All light and angles. Spaces that flowed into each other naturally. A house for people who actually loved each other, who wanted to build a life together. I wouldn't have that. My marriage was ending in mediation rooms and divided assets. But I could build something else, something that mattered. I could build the kind of revenge that looked like resurrection. The next evening, I stood in front of my mirror and adjusted my tie charcoal gray silk that Elena had bought me 2 Christmases ago. I'd almost thrown it out in a fit of symbolic purging, but then decided against it. Wearing something she'd given me to the party where I'd meet her lover felt appropriately ironic. My phone buzzed. Victoria, driver's downstairs. Ready when you are. I took one last look at myself. The man in the mirror looked different than the one who'd sat in that restaurant a month ago, hearing his wife ask for a divorce. Leaner, sharper, harder somehow, but in a way that felt earned rather than bitter. This was the new Marcus, the one who planned instead of reacted, who built instead of crumbled. I grabbed my coat and headed down. Victoria was waiting in the car, a black sedan with a driver who knew how to be invisible. She looked stunning. The red dress was a column of silk that hugged her body without being obvious about it. Elegant and bold at the same time. Her hair was down, falling in dark waves past her shoulders. She wore minimal jewelry, just diamond studs and a simple bracelet. She looked like someone who'd remembered how to be powerful. You wore the red, I said, sliding in beside her. I wore the red. She smiled, but I could see nervousness in her eyes. Last chance to back out. Not a chance. The driver pulled into traffic, heading toward Tribeca, toward Daniel Whitmore's penthouse, toward whatever came next. Victoria took my hand, and we sat in silence as the city slid past the windows. 2 people heading into a party where our spouses would be playing, couple with each other. 2 people about to smile and pretend and lay the groundwork for something that would eventually shatter everything. Marcus, Victoria said quietly. Yes. Whatever happens tonight, promise me we'll be honest with each other. No games between us. Save the performance for them. I promise. No games, just truth. She squeezed my hand. Then let's go meet my husband. The car pulled up to a glass tower in Tribeca. All modern angles and expensive views. A doorman opened Victoria's door and we stepped out into the cold December night. Above us, I could see lights blazing from the penthouse floor. The party was already in full swing. I offered Victoria my arm and she took it. Together, we walked into Daniel Whitmore's world. The game had begun. The elevator was all mirrors and brushed steel, rising so smoothly, you couldn't feel the movement. Just the numbers climbing 45, 46, 47, and our reflection multiplying into infinity. Victoria and I side by side, dressed for battle, disguised as celebration. He'll be in the center of everything, Victoria said, watching the numbers climb. Daniel always positions himself where he can see everyone, where everyone has to pass by him at some point. It's strategic, makes people come to him. Control through architecture, I said. I understand that, the elevator chimed. 48th floor. The doors slid open onto a private foyer. More marble, more mirrors, a massive flower arrangement that probably cost more than most people's monthly rent. Through double doors ahead, I could hear the party, conversation and laughter, the clink of glasses, music carefully selected to be sophisticated without being intrusive. A server appeared with a tray of champagne. Victoria took a glass but didn't drink. I did the same. Props for the performance. Ready? She asked. Absolutely. We walked through the doors together and I got my first look at Daniel Whitmore's world. The penthouse was exactly what I expected. Floor-to-ceiling windows offering views of Manhattan that probably added $10 million to the property value. Minimalist furniture that looked uncomfortable but photogenic. Art on the walls chosen by advisors rather than passion. Everything was designed to impress. Nothing designed to comfort. There were perhaps 70 people scattered throughout the main room. All of them dressed in variations of expensive tech executives and their partners, board members, investors, the kind of people who measured success in zeros and thought influence was something you could buy. And there, exactly where Victoria said he'd be, standing in the center of it all like a sun around which everyone else orbited, Daniel Whitmore. He was tall, 6'2", maybe 6'3", with the kind of silver fox aesthetic that required expensive hair products and personal trainers, tailored suit, no tie that studied casualness that actually took more effort than formal dress. Handsome in a generic way, like he'd been designed by committee to appeal to the whitest demographic. And on his arm, laughing at something he just said, looking radiant and young and utterly comfortable in this world. Elena, my wife, almost ex-wife, the woman who'd shared my bed for 7 years and was now draped on another man like an accessory. She wore emerald green, her signature color, the one that made her eyes look more striking. Her hair was up, exposing the neck I used to kiss. She looked happy. That was the part that caught me. She looked genuinely happy in a way I hadn't seen in months, maybe years. I felt Victoria's hand tighten on my arm. That's her, she said quietly. Your wife? Yes. She's beautiful. Yes. Are you okay? I turned to look at Victoria, at this woman who was trusting me enough to bring me into her home to expose her own pain and solidarity with mine. And I felt something settle. Not calm exactly, more like clarity. I'm perfect, I said. Let's go meet your husband. We moved through the crowd and I watched how people reacted to Victoria. Some nodded with recognition. Others looked curious about her companion. The women evaluated my suit, my watch, trying to place me in their hierarchy. The men assessed me as potential competition or potential irrelevance. Let them wonder. As we approached, Daniel noticed Victoria. His expression shifted surprise, then something calculating, then a smile that didn't quite reach his eyes. Victoria, he said, and his voice was exactly what I expected. Confident, commanding, used to being heard. You came and you brought a guest, Daniel. Victoria's voice had gone cool, professional. This is Marcus Bennett. Marcus, my husband, Daniel Whitmore. I extended my hand. Daniel's handshake was firm, performative. The grip of a man who'd read articles about power dynamics and practiced in mirrors. Marcus Bennett, he said like he was filing the name away. What do you do, Marcus? I'm an architect, residential, primarily, some commercial work. Ah, the single syllable managed to convey both interest and dismissal. Are you involved in the arts? Is that how you know Victoria? We met at a gallery opening. I've always appreciated how architecture and visual art inform each other. Victoria has been generous enough to educate me on the finer points of curation. Daniel's smile tightened almost imperceptibly. He didn't like that the idea of his wife spending time educating another man, even about something as innocent as art, possessiveness disguised as casual interest. How nice, he said, then turning slightly. Elena, come meet Victoria's friend. And there she was, my wife. Close enough that I could smell her perfume different from what she used to wear. Something heavier, muskier, chosen for him, probably. Elena, Daniel said, his hands settling on her lower back with casual ownership. This is Marcus Bennett. He's an architect. Elena's face went absolutely white. I watched it happen in slow motion. Recognition, shock, fear, and then a desperate attempt to smooth her features back into neutrality, but it was too late. Daniel had seen the reaction, even if he didn't understand it yet. Marcus, she said, and her voice came out strained. What a surprise. I smiled. Easy, friendly. Like we were old acquaintances running into each other at a party. Elena, small world. Daniel's eyes narrowed. You two know each other. We've met, I said vaguely, enjoying watching Elena try to calculate the safest response. Professional circles. You know how it is in New York. Everyone's connected somehow. Victoria, bless her, played it perfectly. What a coincidence, though. I suppose in the architecture and design world, paths must cross frequently. Frequently enough, Elena said, still trying to regain her equilibrium. Her eyes were doing complicated mathematics, trying to figure out what I was doing here. How much I knew what I was planning. I let her wonder. Well, Daniel said, already losing interest now that the moment of surprise had passed. Enjoy the party, Marcus. Victoria, we should talk later about the Grayson Foundation Gala. They want you to co-chair again. Of course, Victoria said smoothly. Later, we moved away, drifting into the crowd, and I could feel Elena's eyes following us. Victoria steered us toward the windows, away from the center of the room. That was, she started enlightening. I finished. Did you see her face? I saw both their faces. Daniel knows something's off, even if he doesn't know what. And Elena looked terrified. Good. Victoria studied me. You're enjoying this, shouldn't I be? For the first time in months, I'm not the one off balance. I'm not the one caught in a lie. I walked into my wife's lover's home, shook his hand, smiled at him, and he has no idea who I am or what I know. I took a sip of champagne. Yes, Victoria, I'm enjoying this very much. Just remember, the goal isn't just to make them uncomfortable. It's to take back our lives. I know, but that doesn't mean I can't enjoy watching them squirm along the way. We spent the next hour circulating. Victoria introduced me to people from her world, museum directors and gallery owners, collectors and artists. I was charming and interested and completely forgettable. Just another +1 at a party full of important people. But I was also watching, studying. I watched how Daniel worked the room, how he touched Elena possessive little gestures, his hand on her back, her shoulder, her waist, marking territory. I watched how Elena responded, leaning into him, laughing at his jokes, playing the role of the adoring younger woman who'd won the heart of a powerful man. I watched how Victoria navigated her own party like a stranger in her home. People greeted her politely but briefly, more interested in getting closer to Daniel. She was the CEO's wife, decorative but functionally invisible. And I watched how no one noticed the way Daniel's eyes lingered on a young woman from his marketing department. Or how he took a call and disappeared into his study for 15 minutes. Or how when he returned, Elena looked slightly less confident than before. Cracks, small ones, but visible if you knew where to look. Marcus. I turned to find a man in his 60s. Expensive suit. The kind of weathered handsomeness that suggested yacht clubs and golf courses. He extended his hand. Robert Ashford, Victoria's father. Ah, the Hotel Dynasty patriarch. Victoria had mentioned him in passing. Old money, old values. Deeply disappointed that his daughter had given up her career. Marcus Bennett, sir, pleasure to meet you. You're the architect Victoria's been spending time with. It wasn't a question. We've been to a few gallery openings together. Yes. Robert studied me with shrewd eyes that suggested he'd built his fortune by being underestimated. My daughter seems happier lately. More like herself. I don't suppose you have anything to do with that? I hope so, sir. She's been generous enough to share her knowledge of the art world. It's been illuminating. Has it? He glanced across the room to where Victoria was talking with a museum director. She was brilliant, you know, as a curator. Had a real eye. Could have been one of the greats if she'd stayed with it. She still could be perhaps. He turned back to me. Daniel's having an affair with someone here tonight. Probably multiple someones. I assume you know that. The directness surprised me. I had suspected. And you're still here at his party shaking his hand and drinking his champagne. I believe in understanding the terrain before making any moves. Rushing and angry would be satisfying for about 5 minutes, but building something strategic, something that lasts, that requires patience. Robert smiled. You know, I think I like you, Marcus. My daughter could use someone who thinks strategically. He glanced at his watch. I'm too old for these things. Tell Victoria I said goodbye and that I'd like to have dinner with both of you next week. I want to hear more about these gallery openings you've been attending. He left before I could respond, and I watched him make his way to the elevator. An ally potentially, or at least someone who wouldn't stand in the way if Victoria decided to blow up her marriage. Making friends. I turned to find Victoria beside me. 2 fresh glasses of champagne in her hands. She offered me one. Your father is interesting. He's direct. Think subtlety is for people who aren't confident in their positions. She sipped her champagne. What did he say? That he wants to have dinner with us next week. And that you were brilliant as a curator. Her expression softened. He never wanted me to marry Daniel. Told me I was trading my future for financial security. I thought he was being old-fashioned, that he didn't understand modern relationships. She laughed, But there was no humor in it. Turns out he understood perfectly. It's not too late, to go back to curation, isn't it? I've been out of the field for 12 years. The art world moves fast. I'm probably obsolete. Or you're experienced, mature, you have connections and knowledge that younger curators don't. You just need to remember how to use them. Before she could respond, a commotion near the center of the room drew our attention. Daniel's voice raised slightly above the conversational hum. Absolutely not. I've told you before that project isn't happening. We moved closer. Daniel stood facing Elena, his jaw tight with barely controlled anger. Around them, other guests had gone quiet, pretending not to listen while straining to hear every word. I'm just saying, Elena said, her voice measured but with an edge underneath, that the market research supports expansion into Southeast Asia. If we wait another quarter, I don't pay you to question my decisions, Elena. I pay you to execute them. Daniel's smile was sharp. Or have you forgotten what your actual role is? The condescension in his voice was breathtaking. This was how he spoke to her. Not as a partner, not even as a valued employee, but as someone whose primary function was to agree with him and look good doing it. Elena's face flushed around them. I could see people exchanging glances. This wasn't professional disagreement. This was something more personal, meaner. Of course, Elena said finally, her voice tight. I apologize for overstepping. Good. Daniel's hand went to her waist, possessive and dismissive at the same time. Now smile. People are watching. She smiled. It didn't reach her eyes. Victoria and I exchanged a look. This was the man Elena had destroyed our marriage for. This was the relationship she thought was worth blowing up 7 years of shared history. I need air, Victoria said quietly. Come with me. We made our way to a terrace empty in the December cold, overlooking the city lights. Victoria leaned against the railing and I watched her shoulders shake. Victoria, I'm not crying, she said. I'm laughing. Did you see that? Did you see how he spoke to her? I saw. That's what she left you for. That's what I gave up my career for. Men who see us as accessories, as props in their perfect lives. She turned to me and her eyes were bright, but not with tears, with anger. I want him to hurt Marcus, not just lose me. I want him to actually feel something for once. Even if it's just the humiliation of being left, I understood. The rage underneath her calm, the need for him to understand what he'd thrown away. Then let's make sure he does, I said. But carefully, strategically, we build the foundations first. We make sure when we walk away, we're walking towards something better, not just away from something bad. How long? However long it takes, weeks, months, we do this, right? She nodded. I can wait. I've been waiting 12 years. What's a few more months? Through the glass doors, we could see the party continuing. Daniel holding court. Elena at his side with that brittle smile. All of them playing their roles, maintaining appearances, pretending everything was perfect. We should go back in, Victoria said. Can't have people thinking we're hiding. One more minute. I pulled out my phone and took a photo of the view. The city sprawling below us, lights spreading in every direction. I want to remember this moment when we decided to stop being victims. Victoria moved beside me and I took another photo. Both of us, the city behind us, something determined in our expressions that hadn't been there before. Send me that, she said. I will. We went back inside. The party had shifted. People were starting to leave. The energy winding down. Daniel was saying goodbye to a group of investors. Elena still attached to his side. As we approached to say our goodbyes, Daniel turned to us. Leaving already? I have an early morning, I said. Thank you for having me. Beautiful home. Marcus is designing a house for a couple in Connecticut, Victoria added. Custom work, very innovative use of light and space. Sounds fascinating, Daniel said in a tone that suggested the opposite. His attention had already moved past me to someone else. Victoria, don't forget about the Grayson Gala. I won't. Elena caught my eye as we turned to leave. Her expression was complicated fear, confusion, something that might have been plea. I smiled at her, friendly and empty. Nice to see you again, Elena. Enjoy your evening. In the elevator going down, Victoria took my hand. That was harder than I expected, she said. Which part? All of it. Seeing him with her, watching him be cruel to her, and knowing I used to make excuses for that behavior, pretending everything was fine when I wanted to scream. But you didn't scream. You were perfect, controlled, exactly what we needed. What happens now? Now we build. You start planning your pop-up exhibition. I keep designing houses for people who actually love each other. We become more ourselves and less the people they needed us to be. And slowly, carefully, we make them irrelevant to our happiness. And then we walk away and never look back. The elevator opened onto the lobby. We stepped out into the cold December night, and I felt something like freedom settling over me. We'd entered the lion's den. We'd smiled and played our roles and laid the groundwork for everything that would come next. And we'd walked out unscathed, stronger than when we went in. The game was accelerating, and we were winning. The days after the party felt electric, charged with possibility and danger in equal measure. I went through the motions of my normal life: meetings with clients, site visits, revisions to the Connecticut house design, but underneath it all, I felt like I was vibrating at a different frequency. Elena called 3 times the day after the party. I didn't answer. She left voicemails that progressed from confused to angry to something approaching desperate. "Marcus, what the hell were you doing at Daniel's party? Call me back. This is ridiculous. I know you're getting these messages. We need to talk. Please, just please call me. I need to understand what's happening." I deleted each one without responding. Let her wonder. Let her spiral. Let her feel a fraction of the uncertainty she'd put me through. Victoria texted that afternoon. "Elena's been trying to reach me. 5 calls so far. Should I answer?" I replied, "Your choice. But if you do, tell her the truth." We met at a gallery opening and became friends. Nothing more, nothing less. Nothing more. I stared at those 2 words for a long time before responding. "Not yet. But we're building towards something, aren't we?" 3 dots appeared, disappeared, appeared again. Finally, yes, we are. That evening, I was in my home office working on the Connecticut design when my doorbell rang. I checked the security camera and saw Elena standing on my porch, arms wrapped around herself against the December cold. I considered not answering, but curiosity won out. When I opened the door, she pushed past me without invitation. "We need to talk. Hello to you, too." She spun to face me, and I saw that the polished woman from the party had been replaced by someone fraying at the edges. Her hair was pulled back in a messy ponytail. She wore jeans and a sweater instead of her usual designer armor. And there were circles under her eyes that suggested she hadn't slept well. "What were you doing at Daniel's party? Attending a party? Is that not allowed? Don't play games, Marcus. You know what I mean? How do you even know Victoria Whitmore? We met at an art gallery. Discovered we have similar interests. Started attending exhibitions together." I closed the door and leaned against it. "Is that a problem?" "Yes, it's a problem. She's Daniel's wife and you're Daniel's mistress. Seems like we're all connected now, doesn't it?" Elena's face went white then red. "How long have you known about your affair?" "Since 3 weeks before you had the courage to actually tell me. I came home early from Boston, remember? Found your laptop open with messages from Dee describing in detail how you tasted." She sat down heavily on the couch, our couch, soon to be my couch. "According to the mediation agreement, Jesus Marcus, I save it. I'm not interested in apologies or explanations. What I am interested in is why you're here freaking out about me being friends with Victoria. Because it's weird. It's calculated. You're doing something." I almost laughed. "You mean the way you calculated your affair? The way you scheduled hotel rooms and deleted messages and lied to my face for 4 months? That's different." "How?" "Because she stopped, realizing there was no good answer. Daniel's going to be furious if he finds out you're my husband. Almost ex-husband. And why would he be furious? I thought I was the understanding spouse who didn't matter anymore. You're being deliberately difficult. I'm being honest. Something you might try sometime." I moved to the bar cart and poured myself a scotch. Didn't offer her one. "Tell me something. Elena, does Daniel know you're here? That you're at your husband's house alone at night? I don't have to tell him everything." "Interesting. Does he know you still have keys to this house? That legally half of it's still yours for another 60 days? Her eyes narrowed. "What are you implying?" "Nothing. Just noting that you seem very concerned about Daniel finding out I exist, but not at all concerned about him knowing you're here, which suggests you haven't told him who I am. He knows I was married. He doesn't need to know the details like my name or that I'm friends with his wife." I sat down across from her. "Let me guess. He thinks you were married to someone boring and inconsequential. Someone you left because he couldn't keep up with your ambition. And you've let him think that because the truth that you're still legally married, that your husband is friendly with his wife, that makes things complicated. Stop it." "Stop what?" "Telling the truth. You spent months lying to me, Elena. I'm just returning the favor by being aggressively honest." She stood up, pacing. "Victoria Whitmore is not your friend. You're using her to get to Daniel." "Am I? Or maybe Victoria and I are two people who were betrayed by our spouses and found comfort and shared experience. Maybe we actually like each other. Maybe not everything is a scheme. I don't believe you. I don't care. I finished my scotch. Is there anything else? Because I have work to do. Elena stared at me and I saw something like recognition in her eyes. You really have changed. The Marcus I married would never be this cold. The Marcus you married was a fool who didn't see. His wife was unhappy. Who accommodated and compromised and made himself smaller so you could shine brighter. That Marcus is gone. Elena, I killed him the night you asked for a divorce. And what are you now? Someone who builds his own life instead of supporting someone else's. Someone who doesn't apologize for taking up space. Someone who's done being invisible. She moved toward the door, then stopped. For what it's worth, I never meant to hurt you, but you did it anyway. Which tells me everything I need to know about what I was worth to you. After she left, I stood at the window and watched her drive away. My phone buzzed. A text from Victoria. Daniel just asked me about you, who you were, how we met, what you do. I told him the truth. He seemed satisfied but suspicious. I replied, good. Let him be suspicious. Let him wonder. It'll make him sloppy. Are you trying to make him jealous? I thought about that. Was I? Did I want Daniel Whitmore to see me as a threat? No. I'm trying to make him uncertain. There's a difference. Jealousy is emotional and predictable. Uncertainty is destabilizing. It makes people make mistakes. Victoria's response came quickly. You're scary when you're strategic. Is that a bad thing? No, it's exactly what I need right now. The following week, I met with Robert Ashford at his club, one of those old money institutions in Midtown, where the leather smelled like cigars and inherited privilege. He was waiting in a private dining room, reading the Wall Street Journal with the kind of attention that suggested he was evaluating investments. Marcus, he said, standing to shake my hand. Thank you for coming. I hope you don't mind. I thought it would be easier to talk without Victoria present. She can join us for dessert. Of course, sir. We ordered him the filt, me the salmon, and for the first few minutes, we made small talk about architecture and real estate. The kind of conversation men like Robert used to assess whether you knew what you were talking about. Then over the main course, he got to the point. My daughter is planning to leave Daniel. I kept my expression neutral. She mentioned she was unhappy. Unhappy doesn't cover it. She's been dying slowly for 12 years, and I had to watch it happen. He cut his steak with precise movements. I told her not to marry him. Told her she was giving up too much. But she was in love or thought she was. And young people think love conquers all. It doesn't. No sir, it doesn't. She trusts you. I can see it in the way she talks about you. And my daughter doesn't trust easily, especially not after what Daniel's put her through. He looked at me directly. So, I need to know your intentions. The question was so old-fashioned, so patriarchal that I almost laughed. But Robert Ashford was serious, and more importantly, he was a man who could either help or hinder what Victoria and I were building. My intentions are to help her remember who she was before she became Mrs. Daniel Whitmore. To support her in reclaiming her career, her identity, her life, to be someone who actually sees her instead of what she can do for me. And when the divorce gets ugly, which it will, what then? Then I stand beside her, help her navigate it, make sure she doesn't compromise on what she deserves just to make it end faster. Robert studied me. You're going through your own divorce. Was yes, sir. Does Victoria know your wife is the woman Daniel's currently sleeping with? The question landed like a punch. I sat down my fort carefully. How did you? I have resources. When my daughter started spending time with a recently separated architect, I looked into you. Found out your wife works at Whitmore Industries. Put the pieces together. He sipped his wine. Does Victoria know? Yes. We've been honest with each other about everything, and you're not using her to get revenge on your wife and Daniel? The accusation hung between us. I could lie, tell him this was purely about helping Victoria, but he'd see through it. And more importantly, Victoria deserved better than me lying to her father. Not entirely, I said. Initially, yes. When I first met Victoria, part of me saw an opportunity for symmetry. Elena took Daniel. I could take Victoria. It was strategic and petty and exactly the kind of thing someone in pain does. I met his eyes, but that's not what this is anymore. Victoria is brilliant and kind and deserves better than being a pawn in anyone's game, mine included. What we're building now is genuine. It's messy and complicated and probably inadvisable, but it's real. Robert nodded slowly. I appreciate the honesty and the self-awareness. Does that mean I have your approval, sir? It means I'm not going to stand in your way. But Marcus, If you hurt my daughter, if you use her and discard her the way Daniel has, you'll find out exactly how much damage a man with my resources can do. Understood, sir. Good. He signaled for the waiter. Now, tell me about this pop-up exhibition she's planning. She won't give me details, says she wants to surprise me. I spent the next hour telling Robert about Victoria's plans, the artist she was considering, a young woman from the Bronx who did mixed media installations, exploring themes of displacement and memory, the space she'd found, a former gallery in Chelsea that was between tenants. The way her eyes lit up when she talked about it, how she became more herself with every decision she made. She's coming back to life, Robert said quietly. I haven't seen her this animated in years. She's remembering who she is, what she's capable of. Thanks to you, thanks to her. I'm just making space for it to happen. Victoria arrived as we were finishing coffee. She looked between us, trying to read the room. Should I be worried that you two had dinner without me? Your father was just threatening to destroy me if I hurt you. I said, standard father-daughter protocol. Robert laughed. I like him, Vicky. He's honest. Bit too clever for his own good, but honest. We spent another hour together, the three of us, and I watched Victoria interact with her father. The way she softened around him, let her guard down. The way he looked at her with a mixture of pride and regret. Pride in who she was. Regret that she'd wasted so many years on someone who didn't deserve her. When we left the club, Victoria linked her arm through mine. He likes you. He threatened to ruin me. That's how he shows affection. She smiled. What did you two really talk about? You, your exhibition, whether my intentions are honorable. Are they? I stopped walking and turned to face her. We were standing on a sidewalk in Midtown, people streaming around us. The city alive with its usual chaos. My intentions are to see where this goes without lying about what it is. To build something real with you, while also acknowledging that we're both still healing from what our spouses did to us. To be honest about the fact that revenge and connection are tangled up together. And maybe that's okay. Victoria's eyes searched mine. That's a very careful answer. It's an honest one. Good. She stood on her toes and kissed my cheek. Honesty is all I need. My phone buzzed. A text from an unknown number. This is Daniel Whitmore. We should talk. Tomorrow, 2 p.m. my office. Come alone. I showed it to Victoria. Her face went pale. He knows. He suspects there's a difference. What are you going to do? I stared at the message, feeling something like anticipation settle in my chest. I'm going to go talk to him. See what he wants. Find out what he thinks he knows. Marcus, that's dangerous. If he knows about us, there is no us to know about. We're friends. We attend art galleries together. That's not a crime. He'll try to intimidate you. That's what he does. He'll use his power, his resources. Let him try. I put my phone away. I'm done being intimidated. Victoria, by anyone. She looked at me for a long moment, then nodded. Okay, but call me afterward and be careful always. That night, I couldn't sleep. I lay in bed, in my house, in my life that was slowly becoming mine again, and thought about Daniel Whitmore, about what he might know, what he might want, how he might try to use this meeting to reassert control. He thought I was a threat. That much was clear. But a threat to what? His marriage, his affair with Elena, his carefully constructed image, or maybe he just didn't like the idea of his wife having her own life, her own interests, her own friend who wasn't vetted and approved by him. Either way, tomorrow I would walk into his office, his territory, his domain, and I would smile and be perfectly reasonable and show him that I wasn't afraid because I wasn't. Not anymore. Elena had taken my trust and shattered it. Daniel had taken my wife and turned her into his accessory. They both thought I would crumble, that I would be the victim in their story of self-actualization and forbidden romance. But I'd rebuilt myself, found Victoria in the wreckage, started constructing something new from the broken pieces. And tomorrow, I would look Daniel Whitmore in the eye and let him see exactly who he was dealing with. Not a victim. Not someone who could be intimidated or controlled. Someone who'd learned to build with the rubble of what had been destroyed. Someone who was done playing by their rules. I fell asleep with that thought and I dreamed of buildings rising from foundations made of truth and consequence. Tomorrow the architecture of revenge would take its next form. And I was ready. Whitmore Industries occupied 15 floors in a glass tower in Hudson Yards. The kind of building that looked like it was designed by someone who'd never met a hard angle they didn't want to make harder. All steel and glass and aggressive modernity. A monument to the future as imagined by people who'd gotten very rich betting on it. I arrived at 1:55 p.m. dressed in my best suit, charcoal gray, Italian wool, expensive, but not ostentatious. The kind of thing that said I belonged in rooms like this without trying to compete with people who had more zeros in their bank accounts. The lobby was minimalist to the point of hostility. White marble, chrome fixtures, a reception desk that looked like a spaceship's command center. A young woman with perfect posture and a tablet smiled at me with practiced efficiency. Marcus Bennett for Daniel Whitmore. She tapped her screen. Of course, Mr. Bennett, please take the elevator to the 14th floor. Someone will meet you there. The elevator was all mirrors like Daniel's penthouse elevator. And I wondered if this was intentional, making visitors look at themselves, evaluate themselves, feel small before they even reached his office. I looked at my reflection and saw someone who'd lost weight, gained edges, developed a kind of hardness around the eyes that hadn't been there 6 weeks ago. Grief and anger had carved something leaner out of me. Something that looked like it could survive what was coming. The 14th floor opened onto a reception area that screamed wealth and power. More glass, more chrome. Panoramic views of the Hudson River. A different assistant, this one male, maybe 25, stood waiting. Mr. Bennett, please follow me. We walked down a hallway lined with photographs of Daniel shaking hands with tech luminaries and politicians, accepting awards, speaking at conferences. A shrine to his own importance. The assistant opened a door at the end of the hall. Mr. Whitmore, we'll be right with you. I stepped into an office that was less a workspace and more a statement of dominance. Corner office, Florida to ceiling windows on 2 walls. A desk the size of a small car made from some exotic wood I couldn't identify. Behind it, Manhattan spread out like a kingdom Daniel owned. I didn't sit in either of the chairs positioned in front of the desk. The lower chairs I noticed designed to make visitors look up at whoever sat behind the desk. Instead, I stood at the windows looking out at the city and waited. 5 minutes passed. Then 10. A power play, making me wait, establishing that this was his territory, his time, his control. At 15 minutes, the door opened. Daniel Whitmore entered like a man who owned not just the room, but the air in it. He'd changed from the party. Now he wore a suit that probably cost more than my car, no tie, that studied casualness, that actually required more thought than formality. He looked like every magazine spread about successful CEOs right down to the watch that could fund a small country's GDP. Marcus, he said, not apologizing for being late. Thank you for coming. I was curious about what you wanted to discuss. He moved behind his desk, but didn't sit. Another power play standing while I stood, but from behind the fortress of his workspace. I'll be direct. What's your relationship with my wife? We're friends. Friends? He said it like the word tasted wrong. How did you meet? At a gallery opening, we discovered shared interests in art and architecture. Started attending exhibitions together. And that's all. What else would it be? Daniel's eyes narrowed. I did some research on you after the party. Found out you're an architect, like you said. Small firm, residential work. Nothing particularly notable. Also found out you're going through a divorce. That's hardly a secret. Divorce records are public. What's interesting is that your wife works for me. Elena Martinez, VP of Brand Strategy. He watched my face carefully. Small world, isn't it? I kept my expression neutral. Interested but not defensive. Is it? There are thousands of people in New York. Coincidences happen. Do they? Because from where I'm standing, it looks like you befriended my wife to get back at yours. Some kind of petty revenge scheme. That's an interesting theory. Requires me to have known Victoria before I knew about Elena's affair, which I didn't. Also requires me to have somehow engineered meeting her at a random gallery opening, which would be impossible without supernatural foresight. I moved away from the window closer to his desk. Or maybe Victoria and I are just two people who were both betrayed and found common ground. Maybe not everything is a conspiracy. I don't believe in coincidences. Then you must live in a very paranoid world. His jaw tightened. Point to me. I want you to stop seeing her. Excuse me, Victoria. I want you to stop attending gallery openings with her. Stop these little coffee dates or whatever you're doing. End the friendship. I almost laughed. You're asking me to stop being friends with your wife? I'm not asking. No. What are you doing then? Threatening because I'm curious what leverage you think you have over me, Mr. Whitmore. I don't work for you. I don't need anything from you. And last I checked, your wife is an adult woman capable of choosing her own friends. Everyone needs something, Marcus. Everyone has pressure points. He opened a folder on his desk. You have a firm, small, like I said, but it's yours. You've got 3 projects in development right now. One's with a developer who happens to use my company's software for project management. Another's with a couple whose husband works in finance. I know people in that world. Word gets around about architects who are difficult to work with, who miss deadlines, who create problems. Are you threatening my business? I'm pointing out that New York is a small town in a lot of ways. Reputations matter. And if someone wanted to make life difficult for a small architectural firm, it wouldn't be hard. I looked at him, really looked at him, and I saw what Victoria had been living with for 12 years. A man who wielded power like a weapon. Who couldn't imagine a world where people didn't bend to his will, who thought money and influence could control everything, including his wife's friendships. Let me tell you what I see, Daniel, I said, keeping my voice calm. I see a man who's so insecure about his wife having her own life that he threatens her friends. A man who's having multiple affairs, but can't stand the idea of his wife talking to another man. A man who's built his entire sense of self on control. And now he's panicking because something's slipping through his fingers. His face went red. You have no idea what you're talking about, don't I? I know you're sleeping with my wife. I know you've been sleeping with her for months. While pretending to be a devoted husband, I know Victoria is aware of it. All of it. Not just Elena. All the others, too. And she's finally done pretending she doesn't see it. You're lying. Am I? Ask her. Ask Victoria if she knows about Elena. About the consultant from Singapore? About the junior associate you've been mentoring in ways that have nothing to do with professional development. I leaned forward, hands on his desk. She hired a private investigator, Daniel. She has documentation, photographs, hotel receipts, everything she needs for a divorce that will make you look exactly like what you are. The color drained from his face. She wouldn't. Why? Because she's been so accommodating for 12 years that you think she always will be. Because you've convinced yourself she's too dependent on your money and status to leave. I smiled. Men like you always make the same mistake. You think submission is the same as loyalty. It's not. Submission is just fear with good manners. Get out of my office. Gladly. But understand something. I'm not going to stop being Victoria's friend because you're uncomfortable with it. She's reclaiming her life, building a career again, remembering who she was before she made the mistake of marrying you. And I'm going to support that. Not because I'm trying to hurt you, but because she deserves to be more than Mrs. Daniel Whitmore. If you think you can take my wife, I don't want to take anything from you, Daniel. I want to get Victoria back to herself. There's a difference. I moved toward the door. But here's something to think about. Elena left me for you because she thought you represented power and success and everything she wanted. But she's realizing the same thing. Victoria realized that you don't actually care about the women in your life. You care about how they make you look. And eventually that stops being enough. I opened the door and found Elena standing in the hallway, hand raised like she'd been about to knock. Her eyes went wide. Marcus, what are you? Elena? I nodded to her like she was a stranger. I was just leaving. Daniel's all yours. I walked past her without another word. Down the hallway lined with Daniel's achievements. Past the assistant, who carefully didn't make eye contact, into the elevator where my reflection stared back at me, looking satisfied and slightly dangerous. My phone buzzed before I reached the lobby. Victoria, are you okay? What happened? I stepped out onto the street and called her. Marcus, tell me everything. I just had a very illuminating conversation with your husband. He knows about us, or at least suspects. Tried to threaten my business if I didn't stop seeing you. Oh my God, Marcus, I'm so sorry. I never meant for you to. Victoria, stop. This isn't your fault. And frankly, it was worth it to see his face when I told him you knew about all his affairs and had hired a pie. Silence. Then you told him that. Was I not supposed to? No, I hadn't planned to tell him I knew. Not yet. I wanted to build my exhibition first, get my career restarted. So when I left, I'd be leaving towards something instead of away from something. I stopped walking. Victoria. I'm sorry. I got caught up in the moment in putting him off balance. I should have asked you first. It's okay. Actually, it's probably better this way. Now he knows I'm not the accommodating wife anymore. That I have evidence if he tries to make the divorce difficult. She paused. What did Elena say? Nothing. I left before they could talk. But she saw me leaving his office, so she knows I know. Knows. We both know this is getting complicated. It was always going to get complicated. We just accelerated the timeline. Where are you now? Standing on the corner of 10th Avenue and 33rd, watching tourists and wondering if I just made everything worse. Come to my studio. I'm at the Chelsea space working on the exhibition layout. We should talk about this in person. Your studio? You have a studio now? As of 3 days ago? Signed a 6-month lease on the gallery space. I haven't told Daniel yet or anyone except my father. Her voice softened. I'd like you to see it. 20 minutes later, I stood in front of a former gallery space in Chelsea, a ground floor unit with good light and high ceilings. Through the windows, I could see Victoria inside, measuring wall space with a laser measure, her hair pulled back, wearing jeans and a paint-stained shirt I'd never seen before. She looked like herself, not the society wife in designer dresses, the curator, the artist, the woman she'd been before Daniel Whitmore convinced her to be smaller. I knocked and she let me in. The space smelled like fresh paint and possibility. What do you think? She asked, gesturing around. The gallery was maybe 1,500 square feet, all white walls and blonde wood floors, track lighting that could be adjusted for different installations. Empty now, but I could see what it would become. It's perfect. When's the opening? 6 weeks. February 14th, actually. I thought there was something poetic about opening an exhibition about displacement and memory on Valentine's Day. Very poetic and very you. She walked to the center of the space, turning slowly. I forgot how good this feels, having a project that's mine, building something instead of just funding other people's visions. Tell me about the artist. For the next hour, Victoria talked and I listened. She showed me sketches of the installation pieces, explained the themes, walked me through her vision for how viewers would move through the space. She was animated, passionate, completely alive. This was the woman Daniel had tried to bury, the one Elena and I had inadvertently helped resurrect. I'm going to tell him tonight, Victoria said finally. About the studio, about the exhibition, about wanting a divorce. Are you sure? You don't have to accelerate because of what I said. It's not because of you. It's because I'm done waiting for the perfect moment. There is no perfect moment. There's just now and I'm ready. What do you need from me? Be available tonight. In case I need to talk after or in case it goes badly and I need somewhere to go. Of course. Whatever you need. She moved closer and I could smell turpentine and perfume. Work and elegance mixed together. Thank you for this, for seeing me, for giving me permission to be myself again. You never needed my permission. Victoria, maybe not, but it helped having someone believe I could do it. We stood there in her empty gallery, and I felt the weight of what we were building. Not just a friendship, not just revenge, something more complicated and honest than either of those things. My phone rang. Jeremy Morrison, I should take this, I said. Go ahead. I need to finish measurements anyway. I answered. Jeremy, Marcus, we have a problem. Elena's lawyer just filed an emergency motion claiming you're harassing her client and demanding supervised mediation. What? That's insane. I haven't contacted Elena at all. According to the motion, you showed up at her workplace today and had a confrontational interaction that left her feeling threatened. I closed my eyes. Daniel's office. Elena in the hallway. This was Daniel's doing. Using Elena's lawyers to create leverage to punish me for not backing down. Jeremy, I was there to meet with her boss about an unrelated matter. I barely spoke to her. Can you prove that? The boss can Daniel Whitmore, though I doubt he'll volunteer to help me. This is getting messy, Marcus. I know, but I'm not backing down. After I hung up, Victoria was watching me. Trouble? Elena's lawyers claiming I'm harassing her. Daniel's trying to create leverage because you won't stay away from me. Exactly. She came and took my hand. Is this worth it? Fighting him, dealing with all this drama. I looked at her, at this woman who was rebuilding herself, who was brave enough to reclaim her life, even though it meant war with a man who had more money and power than both of us combined. And I knew the answer. Yes. Absolutely yes. Even if it costs you. Especially if it costs me. Because that means I'm building something that matters instead of protecting something that's already dead. Victoria smiled. Okay, then let's burn it all down and build something better in the ashes. Poetic. I'm a curator. Poetry is in the job description. That night, I waited by my phone. Victoria texted at 9 p.m. told him everything. He's furious. Threatened to destroy the exhibition, cut me off financially, ruin my reputation. I told him to do his worst. Currently at my father's penthouse. Feel strangely calm, I replied. Proud of you. That took courage or madness. Hard to tell the difference sometimes. Either way, you did it. You're free. Not yet. But I'm getting there. I sat in my house, my empty, soon to be actually mine house, and felt something like hope. Victoria was free or getting there. I was free. Legally divorced in another 60 days. And Daniel and Elena were probably in his penthouse right now, trying to figure out how their perfect affair had suddenly become very complicated. The game had changed. The stakes were higher, but I was ready. We were both ready. The emergency mediation session was scheduled for 3 days after Victoria told Daniel she wanted a divorce. I sat in the same gray conference room where we divided our assets the first time, but the atmosphere was different now. Charged, hostile. Elena sat across from me with Patricia Winters, and for the first time since this all began, she looked uncertain. Not the confident VP who'd asked for a divorce over Ricedo. Not the woman who draped herself on Daniel's arm at his party. She looked rattled. "Thank you for agreeing to this meeting," Susan Chen said, her mediator voice carefully neutral. "Miss Winters has raised concerns about interactions between the parties that she feels constitute harassment. Mr. Bennett, would you like to respond?" "I haven't harassed anyone," I said calmly. "I attended a party where my wife happened to be present. I had a business meeting at her employer's office. Neither of those constitutes harassment." Patricia leaned forward. "You befriended Mr. Whitmore's wife and brought her to a company party knowing your own wife would be there. That's calculated and inappropriate. I brought a friend to a party. My relationship with Victoria Whitmore has nothing to do with Elena, doesn't it?" Patricia's tone was sharp. "You targeted Daniel Whitmore's wife as revenge for your wife's relationship with Mr. Whitmore." Jeremy cut in. "That's speculation and irrelevant to these proceedings. Mr. Bennett is entitled to have friends. The fact that his friend happens to be married to Miss Martinez's employer is coincidental." "Is it?" Elena spoke for the first time, her voice tight. "Marcus, you expect me to believe you just randomly became friends with Daniel's wife? After everything, I met her eyes. I expect you to recognize that you don't get to control who I spend time with. You made your choices, Elena. I'm making mine by trying to ruin my relationship. Your relationship with a married man who's been having multiple simultaneous affairs. That relationship." I kept my voice level. "I'm not trying to ruin anything. Reality is doing that all on its own." Elena's face flushed. "You told him. You told Daniel that Victoria knows about the affairs." "I told him the truth. Something you might try sometime." "That's enough," Susan said. "Let's focus on the actual legal issues. Miss Winters, do you have specific instances of harassment to report?" Patricia consulted her notes. "Mr. Bennett showed up at Whitmore Industries on the 14th and had a confrontational meeting with Mr. Whitmore that left Miss Martinez feeling unsafe in her workplace. I was invited to that meeting. I said, Daniel Whitmore called and asked me to come to his office. I didn't initiate contact and I didn't speak to Elena except to say hello when I left. Is this true?" Susan asked. Patricia looked to Elena, who shifted uncomfortably. "Daniel said he wanted to talk to Marcus about his relationship with Victoria. So, Mr. Bennett was invited to this meeting by Mr. Whitmore, not harassing anyone." Susan made a note. "What else?" "There's the matter of Mr. Bennett using his relationship with Mrs. Whitmore to gain information about Miss Martinez's personal life and employment." Jeremy almost laughed. "Are you seriously suggesting that two people who've both been cheated on can't discuss their situations? That's absurd. It's strategic and manipulative. It's friendship and mutual support." The mediation devolved from their accusations and counter-accusations, legal posturing, and barely contained hostility. By the time we broke for lunch, nothing had been resolved except that everyone was angry and the divorce had officially become ugly. Elena caught me in the hallway. "Can we talk privately?" I looked at Jeremy, who nodded. "5 minutes, I'll be in the lobby." We found an empty conference room. Elena closed the door and leaned against it. And I saw that under the anger, she was afraid. "This is getting out of control," she said. "You're the one who filed harassment claims. That was Patricia's idea. And Daniel's. They said we needed to establish boundaries. To protect," she trailed off. "To protect what?" "Daniel's reputation, his marriage, both of which are already on fire because of his own actions. He's furious at you. At Victoria, at me for bringing you into his life. You brought me into his life. Elena, you're the one who started sleeping with him. I'm just a consequence you didn't plan for." She moved away from the door. Pacing. "Victoria's filing for divorce. Did you know that?" "Yes. And you encouraged her." "I supported her decision to stop living a lie." "There's a difference. Daniel says she's trying to ruin him. That she timed this to cause maximum damage to his reputation. That she's going to take half of everything and destroy the company." I almost laughed. "Daniel has $200 million. She's entitled to half of what they built together over 12 years. That's not ruining him. That's basic contract law. He's talking about contesting the prenup. Says she violated the fidelity clause by being friends with me. Good luck proving that." Elena stopped pacing and looked at me directly. "Are you sleeping with her?" "That's none of your business." "So you are." "I didn't say that. I said it's none of your business. You gave up the right to know about my personal life when you started your boss. She flinched. I know you're angry. I'm not angry, Elena. I'm done. There's a difference. Anger requires me to still care about what you do, who you're with, whether you're happy. I don't. You're just the woman I used to be married to, who made choices that ended our relationship. That's all. Then why are you doing this? Why befriend Victoria? Why show up at Daniel's party? Why any of it if you don't care? Because I deserve to build a life that's mine. Because Victoria deserves to remember who she is. Because your affair doesn't get to define my next chapter. I do. I move toward the door. And because maybe, just maybe, you and Daniel need to understand that actions have consequences. That you can't just take what you want and expect everyone else to accommodate it. Marcus, wait. Her voice cracked. I never wanted to hurt you, but you did it anyway. Which tells me everything I need to know about what I meant to you. I left her in the conference room and found Jeremy in the lobby. We're done here. Tell Susan we'll review whatever agreement they propose, but I'm not sitting through any more accusations. Agreed. Though, Marcus, this is going to get uglier before it gets better. If Daniel Whitmore is involved, let it get ugly. I'm not backing down. That evening, I met Victoria at a wine bar in the West Village, somewhere dark and anonymous, where we could talk without being seen. She was already there when I arrived, halfway through a glass of red that looked like it cost more than the bottle. Rough day? I asked, sliding into the booth across from her. Daniel's lawyer sent a letter to the gallery owner, suggested that my exhibition might be funded with marital assets and therefore should be postponed until the divorce is settled. She took a drink. My father's lawyers responded within an hour, pointing out that the gallery lease is in my name, funded by my trust fund that predates the marriage, but it rattled the owner. She's nervous about being caught in the middle. Will she back out? No. My father made some calls, reminded her who my family is, what connections we have. She's committed. Victoria smiled without humor. Nothing like threatening someone's livelihood to secure their loyalty. That's not like you. Maybe that's the problem. Maybe I've been too nice, too accommodating. Maybe it's time to use the resources I have instead of pretending I don't come from money. I studied her. She looked tired. The kind of exhaustion that came from constant vigilance rather than lack of sleep. Are you okay? Really? I don't know. I thought I'd feel liberated, free. Instead, I just feel exposed. Like I've been living in a gilded cage for so long that now that the door's open, I don't remember how to fly. You're remembering the exhibition, the studio, standing up to Daniel. That's all you're remembering. Is it? Or am I just trading one form of dependence for another? She looked at me. Be honest, Marcus. Am I using this whatever this is between us as a crutch to make leaving Daniel easier? The question landed heavy between us. I thought about it seriously because Victoria deserves serious answers. Maybe, I said, but I'm probably using you, too. Using our friendship as proof that I can build something new, that I'm more than just the husband Elena left. We're both broken people finding pieces of ourselves in each other. Is that using? Or is that just what connection looks like when you're healing? I don't know. Neither do I, but I know it feels real. And I know I care about you. Genuinely care in a way that has nothing to do with Daniel or Elena or revenge. Victoria reached across the table and took my hand. I care about you, too. That's what scares me. What if we're building something on a foundation of pain? What if when the divorce is over and the anger fades, we look at each other and realize we were just trauma bonding? Then we deal with that when it happens. But Victoria, I don't think that's what this is. I think we're two people who understand each other because we've been through the same betrayal. Yes, but we're also two people who genuinely like each other, who have real conversations, who support each other's growth. That sounds very healthy and mature. Are you disappointed? She laughed. No, just surprised. I expected revenge to feel more dramatic, more cinematic. Instead, it feels like therapy with better wine. My phone buzzed. A text from an unknown number. This is Victoria's number. Daniel has my phone. He's reading our messages. Be careful what you say. The best. I showed it to Victoria. Her eyes widened. He took my phone. When? Probably when you were asleep or in the shower sometime. He had access that manipulative. She stopped, took a breath. He's looking for evidence. Something to use against me in the divorce. Will he find anything in our texts? No. We've been careful. Friends discussing art and life. Nothing inappropriate. She paused. Though the subtext might be obvious to someone looking for it. Let him look. We haven't done anything wrong, haven't we, Marcus? We're planning to destroy our spouse's relationship. We're supporting each other through divorces that are at least partially motivated by revenge. That's not exactly innocent. It's not illegal either, and it's definitely not inappropriate compared to what they've been doing. Victoria pulled out a laptop from her bag. I hadn't noticed she'd brought it. I need to show you something. The pie I hired sent me the full report yesterday. She opened a folder of photographs, Daniel at hotels with different women, credit card receipts, calendar entries that didn't match his claimed locations. But what caught my attention was a series of emails between Daniel and Elena. Read this one, Victoria said, pointing to a message dated 3 weeks ago from Daniel Whitmore. 2. Elena Martinez. Subject: Concerns. Elena: Victoria suspects nothing. She's too absorbed in her charity work to notice I'm barely home. As for your husband, he's a non-issue small-time architect with no connections, no leverage. Even if he knew, what's he going to do? Stop worrying. Everything is under control.
D. I read it twice, feeling something cold settle in my chest.
Not hurt, I was past hurt, but anger. Not the hot, reactive kind. The cold, calculated kind that built plans. Non-issue, I said. Good to know what he thinks of me. There's more. Victoria clicked to another email from Elena Martinez to Daniel Whitmore. Subject: Concerns. I know you're right. It's just hard sometimes pretending. Marcus is being so reasonable about everything. And I feel guilty, like I should tell him the truth about us being serious, not just an affair. But you're right. Better to wait until my divorce is final. Less complicated. I love you. Victoria watched me read it. She loves him or thinks she does. She loves the idea of him. The power, the status, the upgrade from her boring architect husband. I closed the laptop. But Daniel doesn't love her. Look at how he talks about her. She's a concern to be managed, not a partner. They're using each other. Exactly. Elena thinks she's won some prize. Daniel thinks he's acquired a younger model. Neither of them sees the truth, which is that they're both fundamentally selfish people who mistake attraction for connection. They'll implode eventually. We don't even have to do anything. Victoria poured herself more wine. Then why does it still hurt? Why do I still care that my husband of 12 years refers to me as too absorbed in charity work to notice his affairs? Like I'm stupid, oblivious. Because you loved him once or loved who you thought he was. And it hurts to realize you were wrong about someone you trusted with your life. Did you love Elena? Really love her? I thought about it. I loved who she was when we met. Ambitious, brilliant, hungry for more than what she had. I loved being the person who supported that hunger. But did I love who she became? The woman who scheduled affairs in her calendar and deleted messages? I don't think so. I think I love the idea of our marriage more than I love the actual person she was. That's sad. It's honest. And maybe that's why this us, whatever this is, feels different. We're not in love with ideas. We're in love with truth. Victoria's hand tightened on mine. Are we in love? The question hung there. Dangerous and electric. Were we? Was this love or was it need? Healing or harm? Connection or convenient? I don't know. I said, but I know I care about you. I know I think about you constantly. I know I want you to succeed, to be happy, to remember who you are. If that's love, then yes. If it's something else, I'm okay with that, too. Marcus, my phone rang. Jeremy Morrison. I should take this. Go ahead, I answered. Jeremy, the divorce is final. Judge signed off this afternoon. You're legally unmarried as of 4:00 p.m. today. I looked at Victoria and something shifted in my chest. I'm divorced. Congratulations or condolences, whichever feels more appropriate. Jeremy paused. There's one more thing. Elena's lawyers filed a response to our settlement agreement. She's contesting the division of the Vermont property. Says she has stronger emotional attachment than initially claimed. Of course she is. Let her have it. I don't care about the property. You sure? It's worth close to $500,000. I'm sure. I want to be done. Jeremy, completely done. No strings, no shared assets, nothing that keeps me tied to her. Understood. I'll file the acceptance tomorrow. After I hung up, Victoria was watching me. You're free legally? Yes. How does it feel? Like standing at the edge of something. I could fall or I could fly. Not sure which yet. Victoria stood up and held out her hand. Let's find out. Where are we going? My studio. I want to show you the final layout for the exhibition. And I want to kiss you without wondering if we're crossing some line. My heart kicked. Victoria, we're both single now. Both free. Both building new lives. If we want to see where this goes, we can. No guilt, No betrayal, just us. I took her hand and stood. Just us. We left the wine bar and walked through the West Village. Two people who'd been broken by the same betrayal, finding each other in the wreckage. The night was cold, but I barely felt it. We were free, both of us. And whatever came next, love or healing, revenge or resurrection, we'd face it together. 3 months later, I stood in front of my mirror adjusting the same charcoal tie Elena had bought me, preparing for the moment I'd been building toward since that first bourbon with Victoria. Whitmore Industries Spring Gala, the company's biggest event of the year, and I was attending as Victoria Ashford's date, not Victoria Whitmore anymore. The divorce had been finalized 2 weeks ago, brutal in public, with Daniel forced to write a check for $85 million and watch his carefully constructed image crumble in the business press. Victoria's exhibition had been a triumph. Critics called it a resurrection of curatorial vision and the return of a major voice in contemporary art. She'd been offered positions at 3 museums. She'd turned them all down to start her own independent curatorial practice. She was in every sense herself again. My phone buzzed. Victoria, ready? Almost. You wearing the red dress? Daniel hates it. I smiled. Perfect. We arrived together and I watched heads turn as we entered. Victoria in red, stunning and confident. Me in my suit. No longer invisible. No longer the accommodating husband who made himself small. Daniel stood in his usual spot, center of the room. But something had shifted. People weren't orbiting him the way they used to. The divorce had damaged him, not financially. He had money to spare, but reputationally. The affairs had gone public. The business press had questions about his judgment. And on his arm, looking less radiant than she had 3 months ago. Elena, she saw us first. I watched the recognition, the fear, the complicated mathematics of seeing your ex-husband with your ex-lover's ex-wife. Then Daniel turned. Our eyes met across the room. I took Victoria's hand and walked straight toward them. Daniel, Victoria said, her voice pleasant and cold. Elena, what a surprise, Victoria. Daniel's voice was tight. Marcus, congratulations on the gala, I said. Beautiful event. Elena looked between us, trying to find safe ground. You two look happy. We are, Victoria said simply. Marcus, let me introduce you to some people. We moved through the party and I felt Daniel's eyes following us. Victoria introduced me to board members and investors and I was charming and professional and completely unbothered because that was the revenge. Not destroying Daniel. He'd done that himself. Not winning Elena back. I didn't want her. The revenge was standing in his territory with his ex-wife on my arm. Proving that I'd built something better from the ashes of what he'd destroyed. Later, Victoria and I stood at the bar. Daniel approached alone. Victoria, he said. Can we talk? We have nothing to discuss. Please 5 minutes. She looked at me. I nodded. I'll be here. They moved to a corner and I watched Daniel try to salvage something pride maybe or control. Victoria's face remained impassive. When she returned, she was smiling. What did he say? I asked. That he made a mistake. That he wants to try again. That he realizes what he lost. She took my hand. I told him I didn't care. That I'd already found something real. Have you? She looked up at me. And in her eyes, I saw everything. We'd built. Friendship and healing, revenge and resurrection, truth and connection. Yes, she said. I think I have. I kissed her then. In Daniel Whitmore's company party in front of everyone who'd watched our marriages crumble and our lives rebuild. When we pulled apart, I saw Elena watching from across the room. Not angry, not jealous, just sad, like she was beginning to understand what she'd traded for power and status. Ready to leave? Victoria asked. Absolutely. We walked out together, leaving the party behind. As we reached the elevator, I turned back for one last look. Daniel stood alone in the center of his kingdom, surrounded by people, but utterly isolated. Elena beside him, looking like she'd won a prize that was already tarnishing. And I felt nothing. No anger, no satisfaction, just the quiet certainty of someone who'd built something better. The elevator doors closed and Victoria leaned against me. Thank you, she said. For what? For seeing me. For helping me remember who I was. For being real when everything else was performance. I kissed the top of her head. Thank you for the same. We rode down in silence. And when we stepped out into the spring night, I felt like we were stepping into our actual lives. Not the ones we'd performed for other people, the ones we'd built for ourselves. Where, to? Victoria asked. Anywhere, everywhere. Wherever we want, she smiled. I liked the sound of that. We walked into the night together. Two people who'd been broken by betrayal and rebuilt by truth. Leaving the past behind and stepping into whatever came next. Not revenge, not anymore. Just life. Real messy, honest life. And it was beautiful.